Far beneath the cold winds of Alaska, in a land where the mountains rise like frozen fortresses and the silence of snow swallows every sound, there's a secret that has unsettled those who have stumbled upon it. For decades, whispers have persisted of something hidden, something older and far more powerful than anything we can explain. Not a military base, not a crash site, not even a mine carved by human hands, but a pyramid buried beneath the Alaskan earth. Those who claim to have heard the truth say it is not only real, but that it dwarfs the Great Pyramid of Giza in size, and that its very existence could be the most carefully guarded secret in American history. Imagine a structure vast enough to defy belief, concealed in one of the most remote places on the planet, shielded by secrecy and silence. If such a pyramid exists, the implications would be staggering. It would rewrite what we know about civilization, about technology, and about who or what was here long before us. The story begins not with archaeologists, but with a brief, almost accidental broadcast. In 1992, during the coverage of underground Chinese nuclear tests, a strange report aired in Alaska. It mentioned the detection of something extraordinary, something massive beneath the ground. A pyramid, black as shadow, larger than anything we had ever seen, sitting quietly beneath the wilderness. And just as quickly as the news surfaced, it disappeared. The story was pulled, archives erased, and those who saw it found only silence. This fleeting moment was like a spark in the dark. It suggested a discovery too big to ignore, yet too dangerous to acknowledge. That vanishing broadcast became the seed of a legend, one that has only grown with time. To understand why this single broadcast could hold such weight, we must think about Alaska itself. Remote, untamed, and vast, it is the perfect place to bury secrets. With its treacherous weather, endless forests, and mountain ranges that stand like walls, it is a land where nature itself becomes the first line of defense. If the United States government wanted to conceal something of immense importance, there may be no better hiding place. Area 51 draws attention precisely because it sits in the open desert. Its secrecy almost theatrical. But Alaska, it swallows mysteries whole. You could lose a city in its wilderness and never see it again. And yet, this is no ordinary claim. The idea of a pyramid in Alaska collides violently with everything we think we know about history. Pyramids belong to the deserts of Egypt, to the temples of Mesoamerica, to the plains of China, but Alaska, a frozen land where human habitation has always been considered sparse and primitive in ancient times, such a structure should not exist here. It challenges the very timeline of civilization, suggesting that either an unknown culture built it, or that humanity's story is far older and far more advanced than textbooks dare admit. If it were proven real, the Black Pyramid would be the most disruptive archaeological discovery in modern history. What makes the tale even more unsettling is the scale. Witnesses claim the buried structure is not just similar in size to the pyramids of the Old World. It is significantly larger. If accurate, we are not speaking about a minor outlier, but about the largest pyramid known to humanity, hidden in the American wilderness. How could such a thing exist without the world knowing? How could archaeologists, scientists, and explorers have missed it? Unless, of course, it has been deliberately hidden. Unless those who did discover it understood that its presence was too dangerous to reveal. Dangerous, not simply because of its size, but because of what it might represent. Some theories suggest the pyramid is not just a monument, but a machine, an ancient power source still humming beneath the ground. Others argue it may be tied to a forgotten civilization, one that predated Egypt and Sumeria, a culture that mastered energy in ways we can barely comprehend today. And then there are those who whisper of even darker possibilities, that it is not human at all, that it belongs to another intelligence entirely. If this pyramid exists, it explains why its story is treated like poison. The governments of the world would have no choice but to bury the truth. Admitting to such a discovery would not only undermine everything we have been taught about human history, it would reveal technologies that could end the dominance of entire industries. Imagine a limitless power source, free from oil, coal, or nuclear fuel, locked beneath Alaska soil. Whoever controlled it would control the future. Whoever uncovered it would upend the balance of power. And yet, despite the silence, the whispers grow louder. Retired military personnel have spoken in hushed tones of classified projects and hidden excavations. Locals tell stories of restricted zones, strange energy fields, and areas where compasses spin wildly. Indigenous legends, passed down for generations, speak of sacred mountains and underground forces that must not be disturbed. Each piece is small on its own, but together they form a mosaic of mystery, one too coherent to dismiss entirely. This story is not just about archaeology. It is about power, secrecy, and the shadow games that governments play when they stumble upon something that could change everything. If the Black Pyramid is real, it is more than a monument. It is a weapon, a key, or perhaps even a relic of a world we were never meant to know. That is why some call it the most dangerous secret in America, more dangerous than Area 51. Because while Area 51 is a stage for rumors and myths, the Black Pyramid threatens to expose truths that cannot be contained. As you listen to this story, remember that the truth often hides not in plain sight, but beneath layers of silence. The Black Pyramid of Alaska is not merely a legend. It is a shadow cast across history, a reminder that the ground beneath our feet may hold more secrets than the skies above our heads. And if the veil ever tears, if the full truth is ever revealed, our understanding of who we are, where we come from, and what forces shape our world will never be the same. In the summer of 1992, the world was watching China. Deep beneath its deserts, the Chinese government carried out an underground nuclear test, one powerful enough to ripple across the globe. Scientists everywhere turned their instruments toward the Earth, measuring the shock waves as they traveled through the planet. Among those monitoring the event were American geologists and seismologists in Alaska, equipped with sensitive instruments capable of detecting vibrations from halfway across the world. At first, everything looked routine. But then, something appeared in the data, something no one had expected. It was not a natural echo, not a normal seismic signature. It was a disturbance, a reflection from beneath Alaskan soil, as if the nuclear blast had illuminated something massive underground. Not long after, a television station in Anchorage aired a strange segment during its coverage of the nuclear test. In passing, the anchor mentioned that scientists had stumbled upon an immense underground structure, a pyramid-shaped anomaly buried beneath the Alaskan wilderness. The claim was made quickly, almost casually, but its implications were staggering. If true, this would mean a colossal man-made structure, perhaps the largest pyramid on Earth, had been sitting hidden beneath America's northern frontier. The broadcast was brief, but it left an impression on those who saw it. People called into the station, asking for more information. Some demanded answers. But instead of clarification, silence followed. The story vanished almost overnight. For years afterward, researchers and curious citizens tried to track down the footage. They combed through archives, requested old recordings, and contacted the television station directly. Yet every attempt ended in frustration. The segment seemed to have been erased from history. Some claimed that the archives were purged intentionally. Others insisted that the station had been pressured into removing it, perhaps by government officials who recognized the explosive nature of what had been aired. Whatever the reason, the broadcast became the cornerstone of the Black Pyramid legend, the first whisper that something extraordinary lurked beneath Alaska's frozen mountains. Skeptics argue that the story was nothing more than a misunderstanding, perhaps a misinterpretation of seismic readings during a tense geopolitical moment. But if that were the case, why did the footage vanish? Why were those who remembered it so certain about what they heard? When information is actively suppressed, it fuels suspicion rather than quells it. The very act of erasure gives weight to the possibility that something true and dangerous slipped out. To understand the power of this moment, one must remember the atmosphere of the early 1990s. The Cold War had only just ended. The United States was still deeply engaged in monitoring foreign powers, and Alaska, with its proximity to Russia and Asia, was a critical hub for intelligence. Sensitive equipment was everywhere: seismic detectors, radar installations, military outposts hidden in the wilderness. It was a land of secrecy, where classified projects could unfold unnoticed by the rest of the world. Against this backdrop, the claim of a buried pyramid did not sound entirely impossible. In fact, it fit perfectly into the atmosphere of mystery that already cloaked the region. Those who cling to the memory of the broadcast describe it in hauntingly similar terms. They recall the anchor's calm delivery, the casual reference to a pyramid larger than Giza, and the chilling sense that this was not just speculation, but a discovery tied to hard scientific data. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone, like a signal swallowed by static. This abrupt disappearance only strengthened conviction of those who believed. To them, the vanishing story was proof that powerful forces had intervened. What makes this tale even more compelling is how it resurfaced years later. Retired military personnel began to speak out, some recalling orders to secure areas in Alaska around the same time, others hinting that they had heard rumors of a black pyramid beneath the ground. These accounts were often fragmented, sometimes vague, but they lined up eerily well with the memory of that lost broadcast. It was as if a puzzle had been scattered across decades, with each witness holding a single piece. The psychological effect of the missing footage cannot be overstated. Humans are wired to crave resolution, to demand evidence for extraordinary claims. By erasing the only known public record of the pyramid, those responsible transformed a strange new segment into a forbidden story. The lack of proof became its own kind of proof, the very absence of shadow that hinted at something too disruptive to leave in the open. Could it be that the seismic waves from the Chinese test had truly exposed an anomaly? If so, what kind of structure would reflect signals in such a way? Natural rock formations behave predictably under seismic activity, but perfectly geometric pyramid, massive in scale, would leave a distinct fingerprint. If scientists truly saw such a signature, then their discovery would not just be geological, it would be archaeological. It would suggest intentional design. And so, the legend of the Black Pyramid was born out of silence, out of a broadcast that appeared and vanished, out of archives that mysteriously went missing, out of memories that refused to fade. It is said that truth often reveals itself in accidents, in moments where the veil slips just enough for us to glimpse what lies beneath. Perhaps this was one of those moments. By the time the story reached the wider public, it was already too late to find the original tape. Researchers found only fragments, articles referencing the event, interviews with those who swore they saw it, and scattered mentions in alternative media. Yet the mystery persisted, gaining momentum, spreading through whispers, forums, and late-night radio shows. Each retelling added weight to the possibility that the pyramid was real and that its discovery had slipped out by mistake. The broadcast may be gone, but its echo remains. It is the kind of story that gnaws at the edges of history, demanding to be remembered. For if a pyramid larger than Giza truly lies beneath Alaska, then the erasure of that broadcast was not simply about controlling a news story. It was about controlling the narrative of human history itself. And those who control the past also control the future. Alaska has always stood apart from the rest of the United States. Vast, untamed, and shrouded in mystery, it is a land where the wilderness seems endless, where towering peaks pierce the clouds, and where icy waters conceal stories as old as time itself. To the outside world, Alaska is often seen as nothing more than a rugged frontier, a place of oil, fishing, and survival against the elements. But beneath that surface lies something far more complex. For centuries, this region has carried with it an aura of secrecy, of strangeness, and a power that few truly understand. If there were ever a place to hide a world-altering discovery, Alaska would be it. From a purely strategic perspective, Alaska has always been one of the most important pieces on the global chessboard. Its geography places it in direct proximity to both Russia and the Pacific, making it a natural hub for military surveillance, intelligence gathering, and classified projects. During the Cold War, it became a silent front line, bristling with radar stations, missile defense systems, and remote outposts buried in snow. This was not just a frozen wilderness. It was a listening post of the United States, a place where satellites were tracked, signals were intercepted, and experiments were carried out far from the eyes of the public. In such an environment, the discovery of something extraordinary, like a massive underground pyramid, would not only be possible, but also almost inevitable to keep secret. But Alaska's importance goes far deeper than politics or military strategy. For thousands of years, indigenous peoples have lived across this vast land, carrying with them oral traditions that speak of sacred mountains, hidden forces, and places of great power. To the Athabascans, the Tlingit, and other native groups, Alaska was never simply wilderness. It was a living, breathing entity filled with spirits, energies, and mysteries that outsiders could not easily comprehend. They spoke of areas to be avoided, zones where strange forces lingered, and mountains that were more than just rock and snow. These legends, dismissed for generations as folklore, take on a new weight when considered in the light of modern anomalies, such as the alleged Black Pyramid beneath Denali. Could it be that ancient knowledge survived in story form, pointing to true science has only just begun to glimpse? Geologists have long noted that Alaska is a land of anomalies. Beneath its mountains lie vast reserves of minerals, strange magnetic fluctuations, and seismic activity that has baffled researchers. The region is riddled with fault lines, volcanic forces, and unexplained geomagnetic disturbances that interfere with instruments and navigation. Pilots have often spoken of compasses spinning erratically, of electronics failing without warning. While these are often attributed to natural forces, the possibility that something artificial lies beneath the surface cannot be dismissed. If an ancient structure colossal size truly exists underground, its presence could easily distort magnetic fields, leaving behind the very anomalies that have plagued explorers and scientists for decades. Alaska is also home to one of the most chilling modern mysteries, the Alaska Triangle. Much like the Bermuda Triangle, this vast stretch of land has been the site of countless disappearances. Planes vanish without wreckage, hikers never return, and search efforts are often fruitless. Could these disappearances be linked to a massive energy source hidden below? Could the so-called Black Pyramid be projecting a field, a disturbance, that explains why so many vanish without a trace? It is a question that continues to haunt researchers who look at the unsettling statistics. Thousands gone in a region that swallows them whole. The government's presence in Alaska only deepens the mystery. Enormous swaths of land are restricted, controlled by military operations, or off-limits to the public under vague pretexts. Advanced radar systems and defense networks dot the state, from HARP facilities to covert tracking sites. Officially, these are tools of science and defense, designed to study the ionosphere or monitor missile threats. But for those who believe in the Black Pyramid, these installations may serve a dual purpose: monitoring, containing, and perhaps even drawing power from something ancient and buried. The secrecy surrounding these facilities mirrors the secrecy that now cloaks the pyramid story itself. Consider, too, the peculiar silence of academia when it comes to Alaska's deeper archaeology. While Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica have been studied exhaustively, Alaska's prehistory remains largely overlooked. What little research has been done suggests that humans lived in the region far earlier than once believed, crossing the land bridge from Asia and leaving faint traces of their passage. But what if there was more? What if these early migrations encountered something already here, something built long before humanity spread across the globe? Could the Black Pyramid be a remnant of such a lost chapter of history, hidden beneath permafrost and mountains for tens of thousands of years? What makes this possibility so unsettling is that it forces us to reconsider Alaska not as an empty frontier, but as a keystone in the puzzle of human civilization. We are taught to think of pyramids as products of desert cultures, of stone-working peoples in warm climates. Yet if one exists in the frozen north, it means our timeline is fractured. It means that knowledge, technology, and architecture once extended far beyond what the textbooks allow. And it means that Alaska, so often treated as an afterthought, may in fact be one of the most important archaeological landscapes in the world. The legends, the anomalies, the disappearances, and the secrecy all converge here. They point to a place that has been both revered and hidden, both feared and exploited. For those who dismiss the Black Pyramid as fantasy, Alaska still remains a land of shadows, filled with mysteries that defy simple explanation. For those who believe, it is a perfect hiding place, a fortress of snow and silence where the greatest secret of all may lie buried. And so, when we speak of Alaska's role in global mysteries, we are not just talking about its strategic military value or its forbidding wilderness. We are talking about a land that has always drawn secrets to itself, a land that seems designed to conceal. If the Black Pyramid exists, Alaska is not an accidental hiding place. It is the only place it could ever have been, remote enough to remain unseen, powerful enough to keep it secret, and strange enough that even when the truth leaks out, most will refuse to believe it. Deep in the shadow of Denali, the tallest peak in North America, a mystery has lingered for decades, one that continues to provoke fascination, fear, and outright denial. Reports claim that buried somewhere beneath the Alaskan wilderness lies a structure of impossible proportions, a pyramid so vast that it eclipses the Great Pyramid of Giza in size. What makes this claim so shocking is not just its scale, but its very location. A pyramid in Alaska defies everything we think we know about history, culture, and architecture. Yet, those who have spoken about it describe it as real, black in color, and hidden beneath layers of soil and stone, perhaps intentionally buried or swallowed by time. If it exists, it should not be there at all. And that paradox, something that should not exist yet might, fuels the chilling legend of the Black Pyramid. The descriptions that circulate among researchers and witnesses are startlingly consistent. They speak of a geometric shape buried underground, perfectly angular, as if carved with precision far beyond what we associate with ancient cultures in this region. It is said to be larger at its base than Giza's pyramid, stretching hundreds of feet across, with sides that align not randomly but deliberately, echoing the pattern seen in pyramids around the world. For skeptics, such precision is the first reason to dismiss the story. But for believers, it is the very reason it demands attention. How could such a massive, symmetrical structure form naturally beneath the earth? The simplest answer is that it could not. If the Black Pyramid is real, the implications are staggering. We are taught that Alaska's ancient inhabitants were nomadic hunter-gatherers, living in small groups and focused on survival in one of the harshest climates on Earth. The construction of a pyramid, especially one larger than Giza, would require advanced tools, mathematics, and organizational skills far beyond what we attribute to these cultures. It would also require time, resources, and a reason. Who would have built such a thing in this frozen frontier? And perhaps more importantly, why? Some theorists believe the pyramid predates known human civilization entirely, pointing to the possibility that it is tens of thousands of years old. This would place its construction long before Egypt's pyramids, long before Mesopotamia, and possibly even before the last ice age. If true, then the Black Pyramid is not merely an outlier. It is evidence of an entire forgotten epic of human achievement. Others push the speculation further, suggesting it might not be human at all. Could be the work of an advanced intelligence, either terrestrial or extraterrestrial, who left behind monuments around the globe. The idea may sound extreme, but pyramids appear on every continent, across different eras, often aligned with celestial bodies. The Black Pyramid, if proven, will be the missing piece of a global puzzle. Those who have investigated the alleged site say the land itself seems different. The region surrounding Denali is vast and rugged, with valleys and ridges that conceal more than they reveal. Some explorers claim they felt strange energy in the area, as if the ground vibrates subtly, or as if electrical interference disrupts their instruments. Pilots have reported odd readings on their compasses when flying over certain stretches of wilderness. While these could be dismissed as natural geological effects, believers argue they are exactly the kinds of disturbances one might expect near a buried power source, or a massive structure channeling forces we do not yet understand. The most unsettling detail of all may be the color. Witnesses often describe the pyramid as black. This suggests not a structure of sandy limestone like those of Egypt, but something else, perhaps a darker stone, obsidian, basalt, or even a material unknown to modern science. Some whisper of metals, of surfaces that reflect strangely, of a darkness that seems deliberate, if the builders intended for it to last, to endure hidden for millennia. The choice of such a material makes sense. Black absorbs light, swallows attention, blends with shadow. A black pyramid would be both a monument and a disguise. And yet, how could something so large remain unseen? The answer lies in the very nature of Alaska. With vast stretches of land virtually unexplored, mountains towering above valleys, and permafrost concealing anything beneath, a pyramid could easily remain hidden in plain sight. Buried beneath centuries of rock slides, ice, and shifting earth, it could wait untouched, its presence revealed only by chance, or by the probing of seismic waves, as allegedly happened during the Chinese nuclear tests in 1992. The wilderness does not give up its secrets easily, but if it is there, its silence may not be natural. Some suggest the pyramid was intentionally buried, entombed by those who built it, or by those who discovered it later. Perhaps it was meant to be sealed away, its purpose fulfilled, or its danger recognized. Others argue it is not silent at all, but active, humming beneath the ground. Its energy fields extending across the land and shaping events in ways we barely notice. Could this explain Alaska's strange disappearances? The reports of magnetic anomalies? The legends of sacred mountains where humans are warned not to tread? The Black Pyramid represents a paradox. If it does not exist, it remains one of the most compelling modern myths, a story powerful enough to capture imaginations across the globe. If it does exist, then it changes everything. It challenges archaeology, history, and science all at once. It suggests that the story of humanity is not a straight line from primitive to advanced, but a shattered cycle in which great civilizations rose, achieved unimaginable feats, and then fell into silence, leaving only fragments behind. In this light, the pyramid is not simply an object. It is a question carved in stone. Who built this and why? As the legend grows, one thing becomes clear. Whether myth or reality, the idea of a black pyramid beneath Alaska continues to unsettle those who hear it. It carries with the weight of possibility, the terrifying thought that something vast lies beneath our feet, hidden from view, its presence denied but never disproven. The wilderness above remains silent, but beneath it, the whispers grow louder. If this pyramid truly exists, then Alaska is not just a remote corner of the world. It is the center of a secret so large, so dangerous, that those in power would do anything to keep it buried. The strange story of the Black Pyramid would not have survived so long, nor spread so widely, if not for the frustrating trail of evidence that appears, then disappears, only to reemerge again in whispers. Accounts of documents being sealed, broadcasts vanishing from public record, and witnesses suddenly falling silent form the foundation of the mystery. This vanishing evidence, more than the pyramid itself, is what convinces many that something real is being hidden from view. After all, myths rarely require censorship. Legends thrive in the open. But when fragments of information surface and then are quickly buried, sometimes literally, sometimes bureaucratically, it gives the impression that someone, somewhere, has something to protect. The story begins with the event that allegedly first exposed the structure, the Chinese underground nuclear test of 1992. Seismographs around the world picked up the shockwaves, and in Alaska, scientists monitoring the readings noticed unusual echoes bouncing back from beneath the earth. These were not the normal waveforms of bedrock or fault lines. They suggested the presence of a large geometric mass. Reports claim that this anomaly was discussed briefly among scientific circles before disappearing from official publications. What had been a point of curiosity suddenly became a silence, leaving only rumors to carry the story forward. Some researchers claim that their colleagues were instructed not to pursue the anomaly further. Why suppress mere geology, unless it was not geology at all? The vanishing evidence theme reemerged in 1992 when a television news segment supposedly aired about the discovery. A local Anchorage station is said to have broadcast an interview with a retired military officer who spoke openly about the pyramid, describing its location and scale. The story was sensational, but it vanished almost immediately. The segment was never rebroadcast. Transcripts were never archived. Efforts to locate copies of the footage have turned up nothing but dead ends. For many, this is the strongest sign of suppression. News stations keep archives of even the most mundane stories, yet this one, which should have been preserved, has slipped entirely from record. Some witnesses swear they saw it live, but skeptics demand the evidence. Believers counter. The very fact it disappeared is the evidence. The most famous case tied to this disappearing trail of evidence is the account of a man known only as Doug Muchler, a retired U.S. Army officer stationed in Alaska during the early 1990s. He went public years later with claims that he had first-hand knowledge of the pyramid's discovery. According to him, he had tried to track down the news broadcast and found nothing. He also said that military officials gave quiet orders not to discuss the subject, and that access to certain areas was abruptly restricted. His story gained traction online, but like so many others, it was built on personal testimony rather than physical proof. Critics dismiss him as unreliable. Supporters argue that his credibility as an officer should not be so easily discarded. But the larger question remains. If he were lying, why would his story have been so carefully ignored instead of openly debunked? This pattern repeats with uncanny consistency. Amateur researchers who claim to have studied the area speak of being harassed or followed. Files requested through the Freedom of Information Act often come back redacted or marked as no records found. Satellite imagery of parts of the Denali region appears in lower resolution than surrounding areas, sparking suspicion that certain landmarks have been deliberately blurred. None of these details, individually, prove anything, but taken together, they create the chilling impression of a trail that has been deliberately erased, breadcrumb by breadcrumb, until only silence remains. Perhaps the most troubling element of the disappearing evidence is the testimony of those who seem to change their stories, or who simply vanished themselves. In the early 2000s, a handful of supposed eyewitnesses emerged on radio shows and fringe documentaries, claiming to have seen the pyramid or strange military activity in the region. Within a few years, most retracted their statements, fell off the grid, or were revealed to have unverifiable backgrounds. Some skeptics argue this proves the story is a fabrication, woven by hoaxers. But others ask, could it be that pressure, intimidation, or even fear silence these voices? The line between paranoia and possibility is razor thin. It is not only modern voices that seem to have been muted. Indigenous legends surrounding Denali and the surrounding mountains are said to contain references to forbidden places and sacred sites, areas where people were warned not to tread. Some oral traditions describe underground structures, powerful forces beneath the earth, or mountains that hum with energy. These stories, however, are notoriously difficult to access. Many indigenous elders are reluctant to share them with outsiders, and when snippets do appear in public, they often disappear again, out of respect, secrecy, or something more ominous. In this way, even the mythic evidence of the pyramid feels veiled, pulled back from public view. Why would evidence vanish? Theories abound. One of the most common is that the pyramid, if real, is being actively studied by the U.S. military and classified as a matter of national security. If the structure is technological, perhaps a massive power generator or transmitter, then revealing could upset geopolitical balances or threaten existing systems of control. Others speculate that the pyramid is tied to extraterrestrial contact, and that its discovery would destabilize public trust in institutions. A more pragmatic explanation is that the government seeks simply to avoid mass hysteria, keeping extraordinary discoveries out of public knowledge to preserve order. But whatever the reason, the effect is the same: silence, vanishing records, and the appearance of a cover-up. The lack of physical evidence, ironically, fuels the legend more than it hinders it. Each time a document is redacted, each time a witness retracts their words, each time a broadcast disappears, the story deepens. The pyramid becomes less about what it is and more about what we are not allowed to know. It transforms from an archaeological anomaly into a symbol of secrecy itself, a monument not only buried in the earth, but buried in layers of denial and deception. In this sense, the vanishing evidence is as much a part of the pyramid's mythology as its black stone walls or its impossible size. And yet, the absence gnaws at those who want to believe. How long can a story survive without proof? How many more fragments must disappear before the legend itself collapses under its own weight? For now, the whispers continue. The Black Pyramid lives in rumors, in testimonies, in radio interviews and conspiracy forums, in late-night discussions and quiet retellings. It is a structure built of missing pieces, a monument constructed not of stone, but of silence. And every silence speaks. The trail of vanishing evidence may never yield a tangible artifact, a photograph, or a document that cannot be erased. But perhaps that is the very point. The Black Pyramid may be less about what is there beneath Alaska's soil and more about the lengths to which power will go to keep certain truths hidden. In that light, the erasures themselves are the most damning evidence of all. The military shadow looms large over the story of the Black Pyramid. From the very beginning, whispers of classified operations, sealed off land, and covert monitoring have fueled suspicions that this hidden structure is not just an archaeological curiosity, but a matter of national security. If the pyramid exists, the military's involvement seems unavoidable. After all, Alaska is one of the most heavily militarized states in the United States, dotted with radar stations, missile defense systems, and classified research installations. It is no coincidence that this alleged pyramid sits in the very heart of a region long controlled by military interests. And if history has taught us anything, it's that when the military gets involved, secrets rarely see the light of day. Consider the geography of Alaska itself. Vast, rugged, and sparsely populated, it is the perfect canvas for classified projects. The state's size and remoteness allow for enormous installations to be hidden in plain sight. Military bases like Eielson Air Force Base, Fort Greely, and Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson operate across the state, each housing operations the public only partially understands. The infamous HARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, facility near Gakona has already drawn global conspiracy theories, accused of everything from weather control to mind manipulation. In this context, a massive underground pyramid with unknown energy potential fits seamlessly into the broader pattern of hidden Alaskan secrets. Rumors of the Black Pyramid have long been intertwined with stories of restricted airspace. Pilots fly near Denali Report areas where they are suddenly told to divert, no explanation given. Amateur flyers describe being shadowed by military aircraft when approaching certain coordinates. Some locals whisper about helicopters patrolling the region, their flights unmarked and unexplained. The military, of course, offers no public acknowledgement of these claims. But for those who believe in the pyramid, this silence is confirmation. Why else would the skies be guarded so fiercely, if not to keep curious eyes away from something monumental below? Eyewitness accounts only deepen the suspicion. Retired servicemen have claimed, often under pseudonyms, that while stationed in Alaska, they heard stories of the object buried in the earth, and a scientist brought in under strict orders to study it. One such account describes the presence of military convoys moving through areas where no official exercises were reported. Another hints at underground facilities, tunnels, command posts, or research labs built directly into the mountainsides. Though these accounts cannot be independently verified, they align with a long history of the military building secretive underground complexes. From the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado to rumored installations in Nevada, subterranean bases are hardly new. Could Alaska's wilderness be hiding another? The military's potential interest in the pyramid hinges on what it could represent. If the structure is technological, perhaps an ancient power generator, it would be of immediate strategic value. Control of limitless or highly efficient energy could shift the balance of global power. Imagine a structure capable of producing clean, renewable energy on a scale never before seen. In the hands of the military, it could be weaponized, adapted for advanced communications, or used to power experimental systems. Some theorists suggest the pyramid could act as a massive transmitter, capable of disrupting enemy electronics or even influencing the ionosphere in ways similar to HARP. In this light, the pyramid is not just archaeology, it is a potential superweapon. Another angle is intelligence control. If the pyramid has extraterrestrial origins, or if it contains advanced technology predating known civilizations, the military would treat it as classified immediately. Throughout history, from Roswell to modern UFO encounters, military institutions have consistently hidden information that could destabilize public perception. Revealing a technologically advanced structure in Alaska would challenge not only archaeology but religion, science, and world history. Such a revelation would shake governments worldwide. For that reason alone, it makes sense that the military would smother the story at every turn. And yet, the secrecy itself becomes suspicious. Locals in remote towns near Denali speak of seeing unusual construction equipment transported at odd hours, or hearing low-frequency hums reverberating through the ground. Some recall strange power outages or fluctuations in their electronics, as though something beneath the earth were pulsing with energy. Again, none of this is documented. But when paired with stories of military aircraft circling overhead, these anomalies feed the suspicion that something extraordinary is being hidden in plain sight. One of the most intriguing pieces of testimony came from the aforementioned retired Army officer, Doug Muchler. He claimed the military was well aware of the pyramid's existence, and that personnel were forbidden to discuss it. According to him, attempts to find news reports or government documents about the pyramid led only to stonewalls. His words mirror a consistent pattern. Those who know cannot speak. Those who speak cannot prove. The result is a fog of secrecy where truth and fabrication blur together. And it is in this fog that legends thrive. Some researchers argue that the military may not only be hiding the pyramid, but actively exploiting it. The suggestion is that underground laboratories or installations have been built around it, tapping into whatever power or technology it contains. This would explain the alleged restricted airspace, the military convoys, and the vanishing evidence. If true, then the pyramid is no longer an ancient relic buried in silence. It is a living project, humming beneath the Alaskan soil, shielded from the public eye. Of course, skeptics counter that the military's presence in Alaska has nothing to do with pyramids. The state is strategically vital, sitting on the edge of the Arctic and directly across from Russia. Its radar systems and missile defenses are crucial to national security, especially as global tensions rise. Restricted airspace, convoys, and underground installations can all be explained by conventional defense operations. From this perspective, the pyramid is nothing more than a myth woven into the real secrecy of military activities. In other words, the military doesn't need a pyramid to be mysterious. It already is. And yet, it is a blending of fact and speculation that keeps the story alive. The military's undeniable secrecy in Alaska acts as fertile soil for the legend of the Black Pyramid to grow. Every unexplained convoy, every restricted zone, every redacted document becomes a clue, a piece of circumstantial evidence pointing towards something larger. The absence of proof is transformed into proof itself, and the pyramid becomes both more elusive and more compelling with each unanswered question. Ultimately, the military's role in the story of the Black Pyramid may be less about direct confirmation and more about perception. Whether or not they are hiding an ancient structure, their silence fuels a belief that they are. And as long as the military remains the gatekeeper of Alaska's wilderness and skies, the suspicion will endure. For believers, the logic is simple. If there were nothing there, the military wouldn't work so hard to keep people away. And for skeptics, the silence is simply another example of classified defense work being misinterpreted by conspiracy theorists. The truth, buried beneath layers of secrecy, may never emerge. But one thing is certain. The military's shadow ensures that the Black Pyramid of Alaska will remain a mystery that refuses to die. Long before satellites scanned the Alaskan wilderness, and long before seismographs hinted at buried anomalies, the land itself carried stories. The native peoples of Alaska, Athabascans, Tlingit, Yupik, Inupiat, and others, have for generations spoken of mountains that hum with power, rivers guarded by spirits, and forbidden places where humans should not linger. These oral traditions, passed down in chants, stories, and ceremonial songs, form a tapestry of myth that predates modern speculation about the Black Pyramid. While outsiders often dismiss these tales as folklore, many researchers argue that myths are not mere imagination. They are encoded memory. If the indigenous accounts are to be taken seriously, they may hold keys to understanding whether something extraordinary lies beneath Alaska's soil. The Denali region, in particular, is rich with stories of sacred and dangerous ground. Denali itself, the High One, is revered as more than just a mountain. For the Koyukon Athabascans, it is a living being, a force that commands respect. Legends tell of spirits dwelling in the high peaks, guardians who protect hidden places from unworthy eyes. Some variations warn travelers never to disturb certain valleys or caves, describing them as thresholds to other realms. Could these forbidden places be cultural memories of an ancient structure buried in the earth, one so dangerous that even mentioning it carried risk? One recurring theme across different Alaskan oral traditions is the idea of subterranean worlds. The Yupik tell of tunnels beneath the tundra that connect villages across impossible distances, inhabited by beings who are not entirely human. The Inupiat speak of structures beneath the ice, remnants of a time when the world was younger and shaped differently. These accounts resonate uncannily with the Black Pyramid myth, a massive, geometric structure hidden beneath the land, perhaps connected to an ancient civilization. Skeptics argue that such myths simply reflect humanity's universal fascination with underworlds and hidden domains. But when the stories are concentrated in a specific area, the very region where seismic anomalies suggest a buried object, it becomes harder to dismiss them as coincidence. There are also tales of sound. Many Alaska natives describe the earth as alive with vibration, producing low hums or resonant tones in certain sacred places. These sounds are said to disorient, to draw people off course, or to induce visions. Among Athabascan hunters, stories circulate of valleys where ground itself sings, warning intruders to turn back. Modern conspiracy theorists have seized on these accounts, pointing out that if the Black Pyramid is a power-generating device or transmitter, it might emit precisely such frequencies. Was this song of the earth the echo of ancient technology, or was it a natural phenomenon, interpreted spiritually by cultures attuned to the land? The concept of power, raw, mysterious, and dangerous, is woven throughout indigenous mythology. Certain mountains were said to be too powerful to approach. Elders warned that trespassers might vanish, be taken by spirits, or return changed, touched by forces beyond comprehension. Anthropologists often categorize these as cautionary tales meant to keep people safe from avalanches or treacherous terrain. Yet the language used in these myths is strikingly similar to how modern witnesses describe encounters with high-energy anomalies, disorientation, hallucination, even physical illness. If the pyramid exists and emits electromagnetic fields or vibrations, it could explain why certain areas inspired such powerful taboos. What makes these stories particularly compelling is their consistency across tribes separated by geography and language. Though details vary, the pattern remains: warnings of underground power, sacred mountains, and places where humans are forbidden to go. For many indigenous groups, these tales are not just metaphors. They are instructions for survival. Outsiders who ignore them do so at their peril. In this sense, the legends function as both cultural wisdom and coded maps, preserving knowledge of dangerous or significant sites across millennia. Could it be that the Black Pyramid is one such site, remembered in myth but concealed in plain sight? Even more intriguing are the stories of giants or ancient builders. In some Athabascan traditions, long before humans walked the land, great beings constructed hidden places underground. These were not gods in the distant heavens, but physical presences tied to the land itself. Some researchers speculate that these myths may be distorted memories of a prehistoric civilization, perhaps one advanced enough to leave behind structures we cannot explain. The Black Pyramid, with its impossible geometry and sheer scale, fits the archetype of something built not for human hands, but by beings of immense power and knowledge. There is also a deeper, spiritual element to these traditions. For many indigenous cultures, sacred sites are not just geographic. They are portals. Mountains, caves, and rivers serve as thresholds between the human world and the spiritual one. Denali, towering above the Alaskan wilderness, has long been described as such a threshold. If the Black Pyramid lies beneath it, then its placement could be deliberate, aligning with a spiritual nexus recognized by those who came long before modern science. In this way, myth and mystery converge. A physical structure hidden in the earth, layered with spiritual significance, concealed by both natural landscape and cultural silence. The reluctance of many elders to share these stories with outsiders adds another layer of intrigue. Knowledge of sacred sites is often kept within the community, protected from exploitation or desecration. Some argue that this is why we find only fragments of indigenous accounts in the public record. They were never meant for general consumption. Yet in the whispers that do escape, researchers find tantalizing parallels to the pyramid legend. The very secrecy surrounding these stories mirrors the broader theme of vanishing evidence and deliberate silence. Perhaps the truth is not that the legends are gone, but that they are carefully guarded, waiting for those with the wisdom to hear. Of course, caution is necessary when interpreting indigenous mythology through the lens of modern mystery. It is tempting to project our own fascinations onto stories that were never meant to be decoded in this way. Yet the resonance between these myths and the alleged features of the Black Pyramid is difficult to ignore. Ancient builders, underground power, forbidden places, strange vibrations, all appear in both the oral traditions and conspiracy theories. Whether by coincidence, cultural memory, or hidden truth, the overlap is undeniable. Ultimately, the indigenous legends of Alaska remind us that mystery is not new. Long before radar, satellites, and seismic studies, people already sensed that something extraordinary lay beneath the land. They told their children not to go there, to respect the forces hidden below. In that sense, the Black Pyramid is less a discovery and more a rediscovery, a modern echo of stories that have been told for centuries. If the myths are true, then perhaps the Black Pyramid is not just an archaeological anomaly. It is part of a much older dialogue between humanity and the land, a dialogue whispered in myth and carried in silence across generations. And so, the legends remain, hovering between sacred memory and speculative archaeology, whether they point to an actual buried structure or serve as metaphors for forces beyond human control. They enrich the mystery of the Black Pyramid. In the end, they remind us that the truth of Alaska's hidden past may not be found solely in documents or machines, but in the living memory of those who have always called this land home. When people think of Alaska, they imagine glaciers, endless forests, and rugged wilderness. Yet beneath this frozen landscape, scientists have long observed anomalies that defy conventional explanation. Strange seismic echoes, unexplained magnetic fluctuations, and unusual patterns of energy all converge in the very regions where the Black Pyramid is rumored to lie. These anomalies are not isolated. They are consistent enough to suggest that something beneath the Alaskan soil, whether natural or artificial, is producing effects measurable by modern science. To believers, these disturbances are not mere coincidence. They are the fingerprints of the buried structure itself. To skeptics, they are just quirks of geology. But the overlap between science and myth here is undeniable. The seismic anomalies are perhaps the most tantalizing. The legend of the Black Pyramid first gained traction because of the Chinese underground nuclear test in 1992, which sent shockwaves rippling across the globe. Seismographs in Alaska picked up something unexpected, a powerful reflection, as though the waves had struck a massive, solid object beneath the earth. Instead of dispersing naturally through bedrock, the signals bounced back with unusual clarity. Scientists who examined the data reportedly found patterns suggesting geometric boundaries, almost as if the waves were interacting with a man-made structure. Yet, these findings were never published widely. Some claim they were classified, vanishing into restricted files. If true, this would mean that the Black Pyramid revealed itself not through excavation, but through the tremors of the Earth itself. Beyond seismic echoes, Alaska's magnetic field behaves strangely in certain areas. Pilots and explorers have long reported compass malfunctions near Denali. Navigation instruments swing erratically, pointing in directions that make no sense. This phenomenon is often explained by natural magnetic anomalies, common in regions with high mineral content. But some argue that the strength and consistency of these malfunctions suggests something more. If the Black Pyramid is an ancient power generator, as some theorists believe, it could easily create a localized magnetic distortion. Modern power grids and generators are known to emit electromagnetic fields, scaled at up to a structure miles wide, buried beneath the earth, and the anomalies begin to look less like chance and more like the residue of hidden technology. Earthquake activity in Alaska also adds layers to the mystery. The state sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire, making it one of the most seismically active regions in the world. Yet some quakes appear oddly shallow, with their epicenters located near the very regions tied to the pyramid story. Instead of originating deep within tectonic plates, these tremors seem to pulse from within the crust itself. Researchers point to natural explanations, ice quakes, volcanic pressure, or shifting faults. But conspiracy theorists ask, what if these tremors are a byproduct of an enormous structure adjusting beneath the earth, or even being manipulated in ways unknown? Could the pyramid be generating pressure or releasing energy in ways we can barely comprehend? Reports of unusual energy readings only deepen this intrigue. Independent researchers using ground-penetrating radar and other detection tools have claimed to pick up anomalies beneath Alaska's soil. Some describe geometric shapes in the subsurface imaging, though skeptics argue these are artifacts of equipment or interpretation. Others point to unexplained radio frequencies picked up in the wilderness, signals that don't match any known transmissions, appearing only sporadically before fading again. Could these be echoes of an ancient transmitter, or perhaps interference caused by a massive subterranean object? Then there is the matter of atmospheric phenomena. Alaska is famous for the aurora borealis, but some locals describe lights and patterns that don't fit the usual auroral displays. Unexplained pulses of light, low-frequency humming, and unusual cloud formations have all been tied, in conspiracy lore, to the pyramid's hidden influence. The HARP facility near Gakona has been blamed for such anomalies as well, but for believers, HARP itself is just a cover, a convenient scapegoat to divert attention from the true source of Alaska's mysteries. Skeptics insist that all of this can be explained by geology. Alaska's vast deposits of iron, ore, and volcanic rock naturally interfere with compasses. The seismic anomalies are byproducts of a restless Earth. Strange signals could be military experiments, given the density of bases in the region, and the lights in the sky, atmospheric optics, auroras, and human imagination. From a scientific standpoint, there's nothing here that requires a buried pyramid, but the skeptics' explanations do not erase the patterns. Instead, they raise an uncomfortable question. If all these anomalies are natural, why do they cluster so consistently around the Denali region, the very place where myths, military secrecy, and vanishing evidence also converge? The pyramid legend thrives because the scientific record itself feels incomplete. Researchers often acknowledge anomalies but rarely pursue them deeply. Reports surface briefly, then vanish from journals or broadcasts. For believers, this is not just oversight, it's suppression. The scientific community, they argue, is either complicit or muzzled. After all, how many times have radical discoveries been dismissed because they threaten conventional wisdom? The Black Pyramid could be the ultimate example. Data exists, but interpretation is forbidden. What makes the scientific anomalies so compelling is how neatly they align with the pyramid's alleged properties. If it is indeed a massive power generator, seismic echoes will reveal its boundaries. Magnetic disturbances would betray its field. Energy readings and strange signals would be its pulse. Even atmospheric phenomena could be its side effect. Each anomaly, taken alone, can be rationalized. Taken together, they form a mosaic pointing towards something extraordinary. This convergence is what keeps the story alive. Science, myth, and secrecy overlap in Alaska in ways too striking to ignore. The land shakes strangely. Compasses misbehave. Energy hums beneath the soil. Lights flicker in the sky. Somewhere at the center of it all is the whisper of the Black Pyramid, a shadow beneath the earth that science cannot or will not explain. And so the anomalies endure, suspended between geology and forbidden archaeology. Whether they are natural quirks or evidence of hidden technology, they feed the legend with every unexplained tremor and every flickering compass. For those who listen closely, Alaska is not silent. It hums, it shifts, it resists explanation. And within that resistance lies a tantalizing possibility that something vast and ancient still waits to be uncovered.
Some of the most tantalizing theories surrounding the Black Pyramid revolve around energy. Strange, potent, and inexplicable forces that seem to radiate from beneath the Alaskan wilderness. For decades, researchers and conspiracy theorists have speculated that this buried structure is not simply a tomb or monument, but a sophisticated power generator, possibly capable of producing energy on a scale that surpasses anything known to modern science. While mainstream science has no official explanation for the anomalies in the region, the convergence of magnetic disturbances, seismic echoes, and reports of low-frequency hums has convinced many that the pyramid is more than a passive relic. It is active, alive, and perhaps dangerous. The very idea that a structure older than recorded history could harness energy so efficiently challenges everything we know about technology and human capability. Those who subscribe to this theory often point to the pyramid's geometry. Ancient pyramids across the globe, Egypt, Mexico, Cambodia, were built with precise angles and alignments that many researchers believe had symbolic or astronomical purposes. But some theorists argue that these alignments were not merely ceremonial. They were functional. The angles and proportions could have been designed to focus, channel, or amplify energy, whether geomagnetic, atmospheric, or even cosmic in nature. If the Black Pyramid in Alaska follows similar principles, then it could act as a conduit, drawing energy from the earth or the environment and concentrating it within its structure. This could explain why the surrounding wilderness exhibits so many unusual anomalies, from fluctuating compasses to strange atmospheric phenomena. Magnetic anomalies in Alaska add weight to this argument. Researchers have long documented areas where compasses spin erratically, electronics fail without cause, and instruments record inexplicable readings. If the pyramid is constructed from conductive materials, perhaps a combination of natural metal deposits and engineered stone, these effects could be explained as byproducts of energy generation or transmission. Some theorists go further, suggesting that these disturbances are not accidental. They may be intentional, designed to protect the pyramid, to deter intrusion, or even to project power beyond its immediate location. In this framework, the Black Pyramid is not simply a monument. It is a machine, a network device whose reach could extend miles beyond its buried base. Seismic readings also lend themselves to energy theories. The Chinese nuclear test in 1992, often cited as the event that first revealed the pyramid, produced shockwaves that bounced unusually off the underground structure. Seismologists who studied these echoes noted that the reflections suggested hard, geometric boundaries, consistent with a massive object of precise construction. If the pyramid is indeed channeling energy, it may also be capable of influencing tectonic or vibrational patterns in its surroundings. This could account for shallow tremors and microquakes that seem unconnected to known fault lines. In this view, the pyramid is not passive. It interacts with the natural forces around it, and its very presence could subtly shape the behavior of the Earth itself. Other theorists link the pyramid to electromagnetic transmissions. Independent researchers exploring the region have reported detecting unusual radio frequencies, some of which do not match any known communication patterns. Could the pyramid be acting as a transmitter, sending or receiving signals over vast distances? Some suggest this is evidence of extraterrestrial technology, a device left behind by advanced beings, designed to interact with our planet's magnetic and atmospheric systems. Others speculate that ancient civilizations, far older and more advanced than historians acknowledge, constructed it with an understanding of energy principles lost to us today. Either way, the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests the pyramid may be more than a static monument. It may be a functional structure with a purpose that remains hidden. Reports of low-frequency hums in the area surrounding Denali also fuel speculation. Residents and explorers have described persistent vibrations that seem to emanate from deep beneath the ground. These hums cannot always be explained by natural causes like wind, tectonic movement, or industrial activity. In the energy theory, they are a natural consequence of a massive generator or resonating device operating silently below the surface. Such hums are known to induce a variety of psychological and physical effects in humans, from disorientation to anxiety, which could account for some of the disappearances in the region over the years. The very energy of the pyramid, in other words, could be interacting with both the environment and those who approach it. Proponents of this theory often point to ancient legends and sacred sites for additional support. Across cultures, pyramids and megalithic structures are associated with energy, power, and mystery. From the Great Pyramid of Giza to Teotihuacan, these structures are aligned with celestial bodies and often located near natural energy sources such as rivers or magnetic faults. If the Black Pyramid shares these characteristics, it would not be an anomaly, but part of a global pattern of energy-focused construction. The difference is that its location in Alaska shields it from human interference, allowing whatever power it contains to remain hidden, or at least poorly understood. Critics naturally argue that these ideas stretch credulity. They claim that no evidence exists to suggest any pyramid, let alone one capable of energy generation, resides beneath Alaska. They insist that magnetic anomalies, low-frequency hums, and seismic irregularities are all explainable by geology and climate. Yet the persistence of anomalies in the same region where indigenous myths, vanishing evidence, and military secrecy converge makes the dismissal less certain. Whether it is coincidence, natural forces, or hidden technology, the energy theory provides a framework that ties disparate phenomena together in a way that purely geological explanations do not. The danger, according to proponents, is that the pyramid's energy may be unstable or even weaponized. If it is a functioning generator, its activity could have far-reaching effects on the surrounding environment, potentially disrupting electronics, affecting human health, or even influencing weather patterns. The combination of immense power and secrecy makes it inherently risky, a potential hazard that those in the know may wish to keep buried both literally and figuratively. The pyramid's black exterior, its remote location, and the lack of public access all serve to preserve both the structure and its dangerous potential. Ultimately, the energy theories transform the Black Pyramid from a passive curiosity into a living enigma, It is not merely a monument to a forgotten civilization or a relic of prehistoric times. It is a structure that interacts with the natural and perhaps technological world in ways we are only beginning to glimpse. The idea that such a source of power lies hidden in Alaska challenges everything we think we know about energy, history, and human capability. It is a concept that captivates the imagination, terrifies the mind, and fuels the enduring mystery that has made the Black Pyramid one of the most compelling legends of modern times.
The idea that the Black Pyramid could be of extraterrestrial origin has captured the imaginations of researchers, conspiracy theorists, and amateur explorers alike. From an impossible location beneath the frozen Alaskan wilderness to the unexplained energy readings, vanishing evidence, and mysterious military interest, proponents argue that the pyramid does not fit within the boundaries of known human achievement. Could it be that the pyramid was built not by humans, but by an advanced civilization from beyond our world? While this theory is often dismissed by mainstream science as speculative, the convergence of anomalies surrounding the structure, geometric perfection, alignment with magnetic and celestial features, and unexplained power signatures makes it difficult for believers to ignore. Across the globe, pyramids have long been linked to extraterrestrial speculation. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the pyramids at Teotihuacan, and even the smaller structures scattered across Cambodia and South America exhibit precise alignments with celestial bodies, suggesting knowledge of astronomy that seems disproportionate for the time. If ancient civilizations on Earth were able to harness such advanced engineering and astronomical understanding, one must ask, did they receive outside assistance? The Black Pyramid in Alaska, by virtue of its remote location and anomalous characteristics, fits neatly into this line of questioning. Its existence would suggest that the influence or even the guidance of extraterrestrial intelligence reached into the far north, long before humans had mastered large-scale construction elsewhere. Witness testimonies and anecdotal reports fuel the alien theory further. Pilots flying near Denali frequently describe seeing unexplained lights in the sky, some hovering near mountainsides. Some appearing to interact with the terrain. Locals have reported strange craft moving at impossible speeds, as well as low-frequency hums that accompany these sightings. Proponents argue that such phenomena are not coincidental, but related to the hidden pyramid, potentially powered or protected by alien technology. Could the pyramid itself serve as a base or beacon, a marker for intelligence beyond Earth? Or is it an artifact, left behind by visitors long before human history began, waiting to be rediscovered? Physical descriptions of the pyramid only add to the mystery. Witnesses consistently describe it as black, massive, and geometrically perfect, unlike anything naturally formed or constructed with ancient human tools. If extraterrestrial origin is considered, the black material could be more than stone. It might be an engineered compound, resistant to decay and capable of channeling energy in ways humans cannot replicate. Some theorists suggest that its material composition could account for the magnetic disturbances, energy emissions, and electromagnetic anomalies observed in the region. In this sense, the pyramid is not only alien in design but alien in function, operating on principles beyond contemporary human understanding. Then there is the question of intent. Why would an extraterrestrial civilization construct a pyramid beneath Alaska? Some argue that its location is strategic, isolated, remote, and naturally protected by the harsh environment. Others suggest it could serve as a monitoring station, a research facility, or even a power generator harnessing geothermal or planetary energy. The idea of a massive structure designed to interface with Earth's magnetic field is particularly compelling. Such a device could have purposes ranging from communication across interstellar distances to planetary engineering or stabilization. The very remoteness of Alaska ensures that, if alien in origin, the pyramid remains hidden from the majority of humanity, accessible only to those with the knowledge, technology, or clearance to approach it safely. Historical accounts and myths intersect intriguingly with the extraterrestrial theory. Indigenous stories describe mountains imbued with power, forbidden underground spaces, and beings not entirely human. Could these oral traditions represent ancient encounters with non-human intelligences? Perhaps the myths are cultural memories of the pyramid's construction or its activity, encoded in stories and taboos. In this interpretation, the Black Pyramid is both historical and legendary, a nexus where alien technology and human culture intersect, leaving traces across generations that resist easy explanation. The convergence of military secrecy and extraterrestrial speculation is another compelling factor. Numerous witnesses have noted restricted airspace, redacted reports, and mysterious convoys near suspected pyramid coordinates. Some theorists suggest the military may have discovered its true nature decades ago, either confirming alien origins or uncovering technology beyond human comprehension. The control of this information would be paramount, both for national security and prevent global panic. If the pyramid is extraterrestrial, the military's role shifts from protector of national interests to keeper of a cosmic secret, safeguarding a discovery that could fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of itself and its place in the universe. Skeptics dismiss these theories as wild conjecture, citing the lack of physical evidence or verifiable artifacts. They argue that human ingenuity, particularly when augmented by advanced but terrestrial knowledge, could account for the pyramid's features. Furthermore, natural geological processes might explain some of the anomalies observed in the area. Yet, the alien hypothesis persists precisely because the evidence, or lack thereof, is tantalizingly ambiguous. The combination of impossible construction, anomalous energy, and restricted access creates an environment where ordinary explanations seem insufficient, and extraordinary possibilities become plausible. Some proponents take the theory even further, suggesting the pyramid could be part of a global network of alien installations. Pyramids and megalithic sites around the world share certain mathematical ratios, alignments, and structural consistencies. If these are remnants of a coordinated effort, the Black Pyramid could be the northernmost node, a key link in a planetary grid left by extraterrestrial architects. Its isolation in Alaska, a region largely unexplored, could ensure that its function remains undiscovered, hidden beneath ice, rock, and secrecy for millennia. In the end, the extraterrestrial theory transforms the Black Pyramid from a hidden archaeological site into a symbol of cosmic mystery. It challenges our understanding of history, technology, and humanity's place in the universe. Whether it is a relic of an ancient, unknown civilization or a marker of alien intelligence, the pyramid demands attention. Its black walls, vast scale, and remote location suggest a purpose beyond our comprehension, while the convergence of myths, anomalies, and secrecy fuels the speculation that has persisted for decades. In contemplating its possible origins, we are forced to ask profound questions. Are we alone in the universe? Have we already been visited? And what does it mean if something vast, ancient, and intelligent has been hiding beneath Alaska all along? Reports of military expeditions to the Black Pyramid have long fueled speculation and conspiracy theories, blending elements of truth, hearsay, and secrecy into a narrative that is difficult to verify. Allegedly, from the early 1990s onward, various branches of the U.S. military have undertaken operations in the Denali region, some publicly documented, others entirely classified. The purpose of these missions remains shrouded in mystery. Some claim they were standard reconnaissance or training exercises, while others argue that they were deliberate attempts to investigate, study, or even control the hidden pyramid. What is undisputed, however, is that the military presence in the region is unusually dense for a location so remote, raising questions about what might lie beneath the snow, rock, and ice. Eyewitnesses, often anonymous for fear of reprisal, describe convoys of military vehicles moving through restricted areas at odd hours. Helicopters equipped with specialized scanning equipment reportedly hover over valleys and mountain passes, sometimes emitting low-frequency pulses or lights. Local pilots have recounted encounters with unmarked aircraft patrolling regions where there are no official exercises on record. Some explorers have claimed that areas near the suspected pyramid coordinates are suddenly cordoned off, with access denied under vague security pretexts. While official records are scarce, the consistency of these accounts adds weight to the idea that the military has taken a focused interest in the Black Pyramid. Retired military personnel have occasionally spoken about their experiences, though often under pseudonyms. One such account, widely circulated in alternative media, comes from a man identified only as Doug Muchler, a former Army officer stationed in Alaska during the 1990s. Muchler claimed that he and his unit were instructed to survey areas around Denali without explanation. He described the terrain as heavily monitored, with movement controlled and observations carefully logged. Most intriguingly, he noted that instruments would behave erratically in certain zones, as if influenced by an unknown force. While skeptics question his credibility, others argue that the military's reputation for secrecy lends plausibility to his claims. If nothing else, the fact that such stories cannot be openly verified only deepens the mystery. Some theorists suggest that the military expeditions were not merely observational, but experimental. Allegedly, specialized teams equipped with advanced geophysical instruments have attempted to map the pyramid's interior without excavation. Ground-penetrating radar, magnetometers, and seismic sensors are said to have been deployed to measure dimensions, detect energy fields, and understand the structure's composition. If true, this would suggest that the pyramid is not only physically massive but technologically significant, capable of producing measurable effects on instruments. Such a discovery would justify the intense secrecy, as revealing the structure's properties could have profound implications for both science and national security. In addition to technology-focused missions, there are reports of personnel disappearing during operations in the area. Some accounts describe soldiers who failed to return from overnight excursions near suspected pyramid coordinates, prompting quiet investigations. Others mention sudden reassignment or silence among those who have spoken too freely about their experiences. While there is no publicly verifiable evidence linking these disappearances directly to the pyramid, the pattern reinforces the idea of an enigmatic, potentially dangerous site. Whether due to environmental hazards, psychological stress, or something more extraordinary, the military's management of personnel in these operations seems unusually cautious, if not outright secretive. Theories about military interest also speculate on the pyramid's potential applications. If it generates energy or possesses advanced technology, as some claim, the military may be studying it for power generation, communications, or even weapons development. Documents and satellite imagery hint at restricted zones that coincide with the pyramid's alleged location, raising the possibility of underground installations or research labs connected to it. Some researchers argue that the military may have constructed temporary bases around the pyramid to monitor its activity, perform tests, or experiment with devices designed to interact with its energy output. The lack of official acknowledgement leaves the imagination free to explore scenarios ranging from high-tech laboratories to covert alien research facilities. The use of secrecy and obfuscation is consistent with military protocols for sensitive sites. Access is tightly controlled, data is classified, and personnel are briefed only on a need-to-know basis. In the case of the Black Pyramid, these practices have contributed to the legend itself. Each denied request for access, each redacted document, each report of unmarked patrols fuels speculation that the military knows far more than it admits. Some theorists even suggest that misleading information may be deliberately disseminated to obscure the pyramid's true nature, creating layers of disinformation designed to protect the site, while keeping public curiosity high, but misdirected. Historical parallels also lend credence to the idea of secret military expeditions. The Pentagon has a long history of investigating anomalous phenomena, from radar anomalies and UFO sightings to advanced materials recovered from unknown sources. In each case, secrecy has been paramount, and information has often been withheld from the public for decades. If the Black Pyramid is similarly extraordinary, it would follow the same pattern. Initial discovery, followed by tightly controlled exploration, restricted access, and layers of official silence. The combination of mystery, potential danger, and strategic value creates the perfect conditions for secrecy to thrive. Interestingly, independent researchers have occasionally attempted to track military movements in the region using satellite imagery, flight logs, and GPS tracking. While most of these efforts yield inconclusive results, they do show unusually high concentrations of activity in areas surrounding Denali, particularly near remote valleys and ridgelines. Temporary structures appear and vanish. Equipment is transported without explanation, and flight paths suggest surveillance rather than training. To believers, these observations support the idea that the military is actively engaging with a site that cannot be openly discussed. To skeptics, they may simply reflect routine training in a difficult, sparsely populated environment. Regardless of interpretation, the alleged military expeditions have done more than explore the Black Pyramid. They have shaped its legend. The combination of witness testimony, restricted zones, unusual activity, and unexplained phenomena create a narrative that is compelling, mysterious, and cinematic. Whether the site is a massive energy generator, an alien artifact, or simply a natural anomaly, the military's role ensures that the story continues to captivate the imagination of those seeking answers. Each expedition, documented or whispered, adds another layer to a tale that is as much about secrecy and intrigue as it is about hidden structures beneath the earth. The enduring fascination with these military operations stems not just from what they reveal, but from what they conceal. Every unverified report, every anonymous account, every redacted file serves to deepen the mystery, feeding a legend that refuses to die. The Black Pyramid, through the lens of military expeditions, becomes more than a hidden structure. It is a symbol of the unknown, a monument to secrecy, and a testament to the human desire to uncover what lies beneath the surface. The more the military tries to contain the story, the more the legend grows, ensuring that the Black Pyramid remains one of the most enigmatic and compelling mysteries of the modern era. Controversial archaeological evidence has always been the lifeblood of the Black Pyramid mystery. While official records insist there is nothing unusual buried beneath Alaska's frozen ground, a growing body of testimonies, whispers, and leaked documents suggest otherwise. Over the years, independent researchers, amateur archaeologists, and even professional scientists working quietly in the shadows have pointed to anomalous findings that, if genuine, could rewrite the history of North America. The pyramid is not merely a rumor. It may be a buried chapter of humanity's forgotten past, supported by fragments of physical and cultural evidence that refuse to be ignored. Some of the earliest hints came from soil samples collected in the Denali region during unrelated geological surveys. A handful of reports, circulating mostly in academic underground circles, described unusually cut stone fragments buried deep beneath layers of permafrost, far below where natural weathering could have left them. These fragments were allegedly shaped with unnaturally sharp precision, suggesting deliberate human, or perhaps non-human, intervention. To mainstream geology, such claims are easily dismissed as misidentification. But for those who believe in the pyramid's existence, these fragments are part of a larger puzzle, the remains of a structure hidden in plain sight. Even more compelling are the stories of artifacts unearthed by accident. Hunters, hikers, and oil workers have occasionally stumbled upon objects that defy explanation. One account describes a group of workers finding what appeared to be a metallic slab protruding from a rocky hillside. Its surface was smooth, uncorroded, and etched with markings resembling geometric patterns. Before the men could recover it, military personnel reportedly appeared, confiscated the object, and warned the group to remain silent. Another tale tells of explorers who uncovered small, obsidian-like tools buried near riverbeds. The craftsmanship, according to those who handled them, suggested a sophistication inconsistent with the known prehistoric tribes of the region. These artifacts vanished into private collections or government vaults, leaving only second-hand reports behind. Indigenous oral traditions add another layer of credibility. For centuries, Native Alaskan tribes have spoken of sacred mountains and forbidden places where spirits dwell, and where the earth itself holds secrets not meant for outsiders. Some elders describe houses of stone buried deep beneath the ground, aligned with the stars and built by ancient beings of immense knowledge. These legends may not reference the Black Pyramid directly, but the parallels are striking. Archaeologists working in collaboration with indigenous communities have occasionally acknowledged the mythological significance of these stories, but stopped short of connecting them to a physical structure. Still, when viewed through the lens of the pyramid theory, these traditions feel less like myth and more like encoded memory of a forgotten truth. Satellite imagery has also fueled speculation. Independent researchers have claimed to identify geometric anomalies in the terrain. Straight lines, symmetrical ridges, and unnatural angles, consistent with buried structures. While critics argue these are simply natural formations distorted by shadows, snow, and ice, others believe they are undeniable signs of artificial architecture hidden below the surface. In one widely circulated analysis, a satellite image revealed a triangular outline stretching several miles, buried beneath layers of rock and ice. Though quickly dismissed by experts, the image continues to circulate as a potential smoking gun, evidence that the pyramid is not merely a fantasy. Leaked documents further complicate the narrative. In the mid-2000s, anonymous sources posted scans of what appeared to be government memos referencing archaeological anomalies in Alaska. While their authenticity is disputed, These documents hinted at joint operations between the Department of Defense and private contractors to investigate subsurface structures in the Denali region. References to material samples and cultural artifacts were sprinkled throughout the text, though without explicit mention of a pyramid. For conspiracy theorists, this was proof enough that the government not only knew of the pyramid but had actively studied it. For skeptics, it was a cleverly crafted hoax designed to perpetuate the legend, one of the most controversial claim centers on anomalous dating results. Researchers who claimed to have tested samples associated with the pyramid alleged that radiocarbon analysis returned impossible results, suggesting ages of tens of thousands of years, far older than the accepted timeline for advanced human construction in North America. If true, such findings would not only confirm the existence of the pyramid, but also suggest that an advanced civilization predating recorded history left its mark on Alaskan soil. Mainstream science rejects these claims outright, pointing to contamination or faulty methodology. Yet the idea lingers, a thorn in the side of conventional timelines. Another layer of intrigue comes from the alleged artifacts that never see the light of day. Rumors circulate of items stored in university basements, mislabeled in museum archives, or locked away in military warehouses. These include crystal objects of unknown origin, metallic shards impervious to modern tools, and even skeletal remains inconsistent with known human species. While no verifiable photographs or peer-reviewed studies exist, the consistency of such rumors across decades adds to the aura of forbidden knowledge surrounding the Black Pyramid. It is the absence of evidence, rather than its abundance, that fuels belief. Because in stories like these, silence is often louder than disclosure. The debate over the pyramid's archaeological evidence is further complicated by the tension between mainstream academics and independent researchers. Universities and research institutions generally avoid associating with the pyramid theory, fearing reputational damage. This leaves independent researchers, often underfunded, self-taught, and working without formal support, to carry the narrative forward. Critics accuse them of pseudoscience, while supporters praise their courage to question orthodox history. The clash creates an environment where every artifact, every anomaly, every indigenous story is contested ground, fiercely debated but never conclusively proven. Ultimately, the archaeological evidence surrounding the Black Pyramid exists in a liminal space, between rumor and reality, between artifact and imagination. While no universally accepted proof has surfaced, the sheer volume of testimonies, legends, and alleged discoveries suggests that something unusual lies beneath Alaska's wilderness. Whether it is a massive man-made pyramid, a natural geological oddity, or something in between, the evidence, controversial though it may be, keeps the mystery alive. Each artifact, each story, each suppressed report pushes the boundaries of what we think we know about human history, whispering of a past that refuses to be buried forever. Geological anomalies have always been at the heart of the Black Pyramid mystery, offering both skeptics and believers ammunition for their arguments. While some claim the anomalies are nothing more than natural quirks of Alaska's rugged landscape, others argue that the irregularities point to something artificial, perhaps even engineered, lurking beneath the ground. The Denali region, where the pyramid is rumored to exist, is a geologist's paradox, a place where tectonic forces, volcanic activity, magnetic fields, and glacial shift collide in unpredictable ways. But the question remains, are these anomalies natural coincidences, or do they signal the presence of a massive buried structure deliberately concealed by time and terrain? One of the most striking anomalies is the region's seismic behavior. Alaska is already one of the most seismically active places on Earth, but the Denali area produces tremors that often appear out of place. Microquakes have been recorded far from known fault lines, and certain tremors seem to originate from unusually shallow depths. Some geologists have noted that the vibrations reflect back in patterns inconsistent with normal bedrock. Instead, they bounce in ways that suggest hard, angular surfaces beneath the ground, almost as if massive walls or chambers are redirecting the seismic energy. This observation is what initially drew attention to the site after the 1992 Chinese nuclear test, when shock waves traveled across the Earth and reportedly revealed a pyramid-like structure in seismic readings. Magnetic anomalies are another puzzle. Explorers, pilots, and even military personnel have long reported compass malfunctions near Denali. Compasses spin, refuse to settle, or point several degrees off true north. Some researchers attribute this to natural magnetic iron deposits in the Earth, which are common in Alaska. Yet others argue that the anomalies are too consistent and localized, often concentrated near the pyramid's rumored coordinates. In some accounts, entire aircraft navigation systems fail temporarily when flying over certain valleys, only to resume normal function once they leave the area. If true, this suggests an organized magnetic field, possibly generated by a buried structure, rather than random geological noise. The ground itself poses questions. Certain valleys and ridgelines near Denali display unusually straight edges and angular formations, which some researchers argue are not consistent with glacial carving. Alaska's glaciers typically produce rounded, uneven landscapes, yet aerial surveys and satellite images have revealed geometric patterns, triangular ridges, straight lines stretching for miles, and formations that appear too symmetrical to be accidental. While skeptics dismiss these as tricks of light and shadow, enthusiasts point at them as evidence of artificial architecture, concealed by layers of soil, rock, and ice. Thermal anomalies further complicate the picture. Alaska is dominated by permafrost, but some explorers have reported areas of unexpectedly warm ground near suspected pyramid sites. In winter, patches of Earth remain strangely unfrozen, creating small zones where vegetation grows differently than in surrounding areas. Some believe this could be due to geothermal vents, while others argue it might indicate heat generated by subterranean machinery or energy sources linked to the pyramid. If the pyramid is truly a functional structure, perhaps harnessing geothermal energy, these warm spots could be natural exhaust points for its power systems. Strange atmospheric phenomena have also been documented. Witnesses have described sudden shifts in weather localized to specific valleys, dense fogs that appear out of nowhere, rapid lightning storms, and even aurora-like displays in areas far removed from typical northern light activity. While Alaska's volatile weather can account for some of these occurrences, the clustering of reports around the suspected pyramid site raises suspicion. In conspiracy circles, these phenomena are interpreted as byproduct of electromagnetic emissions from the buried structure, altering local weather patterns or ionizing the atmosphere in ways not yet understood. The Denali region geology also includes puzzling subterranean acoustic anomalies. Explorers have described low-frequency hums and vibrations that seem to rise from the Earth itself. These sounds are sometimes faint, like distant machinery, and other times strong enough to rattle the chest. Natural explanations range from glacial movements to tectonic friction, but the regularity of the hums in certain areas challenges this view. In the pyramid theory, these sounds are believed to be the resonant frequency of the buried structure, perhaps evidence of an active system still operating beneath the ground. Adding to the intrigue are reports of sudden electromagnetic pulses, where radios and GPS devices fail without warning. Such malfunctions are usually attributed to solar storms or interference from natural geomagnetic activity. However, in many reported cases, no corresponding solar events were recorded. Instead, the failures appear highly localized, occurring repeatedly in specific valleys. Theories suggest that these electromagnetic pulses could be generated by the pyramid itself, either as a protective mechanism or as part of a larger function unknown to modern science. Some researchers propose that the pyramid's alleged geometry may actually amplify natural forces. Just as certain minerals can focus magnetic or acoustic energy, a massive geometric structure could potentially shape seismic or electromagnetic activity in measurable ways. If so, the anomalies in Denali may not merely surround the pyramid. They may be produced by it. This would make the Black Pyramid not just a passive relic, but an active participant in the geological drama of Alaska, influencing the land itself through its very design. Skeptics argue, of course, that all these anomalies could be explained by Alaska's extreme environment. The region's geology is chaotic, shaped by tectonic collisions, volcanic activity, glaciers, and mineral deposits. Seismic irregularities, magnetic disturbances, and unusual terrain are all plausible outcomes of natural processes. Yet what makes the Black Pyramid theory compelling is a clustering of these anomalies in one specific area, an area that also happens to coincide with indigenous legends, restricted military zones, and whispered accounts of buried structures. Even if each anomaly has a natural explanation, the convergence of so many in one place raises questions that science has yet to fully resolve. Ultimately, the geological anomalies around suspected Black Pyramid sites serve as both evidence and enigma. For believers, they are signs of a massive underground structure, a buried monument of unknown origin influencing the land above it. For skeptics, they are natural quirks exaggerated by speculation. But regardless of interpretation, the anomalies are undeniable. They invite curiosity, demand investigation, and ensure that the legend of the Black Pyramid remains alive, growing stronger with each unexplained tremor, each wandering compass, and each shadow on the snow that looks a little too much like a forgotten geometry. Eyewitness testimonies are the lifeblood of the Black Pyramid story. While skeptics may dismiss them as exaggerations, misremembered experiences, or folklore colored by imagination, these first-hand accounts often reveal patterns that are too consistent to ignore. In the shadow of Denali, pilots, hunters, hikers, military personnel, and even indigenous storytellers have described encounters with phenomena that defy ordinary explanation, from malfunctioning aircraft instruments to unsettling sound beneath the ground. Their voices weave a haunting narrative around the alleged site of Alaska's Black Pyramid. One of the most frequently cited groups of eyewitnesses are pilots. Alaska's vast wilderness is navigated more by air than by road, and small aircraft serve as lifelines for towns scattered across the region. Many pilots flying near Denali have reported strange behavior from their instruments, compasses spinning aimlessly, altimeters freezing, or entire navigation systems going dark for minutes at a time. These malfunctions often occur in the same valleys and passes, as if triggered by an unseen force. In aviation forums and whispered hangar conversations, some pilots confess they avoid certain flight paths altogether, calling them dead zones or the Bermuda Triangle of the North. One pilot recalled how his plane systems failed just as he passed over a flat, snow-covered expanse. Looking down, he thought he saw a shadow too perfectly triangular to be natural. But before he could take another glance, his cockpit systems jolted back online. Hunters and trappers, too, have their stories. Venturing into the wilderness for weeks at a time, they are intimately familiar with the rhythms of the land, yet many claim that in certain valleys, nature feels wrong. One hunter described the eerie silence of a glacial plain, where no birds called and no wind stirred, as if the air itself had been dampened. Another told of stumbling upon a patch of land where his compass spun wildly and the ground vibrated faintly beneath his feet. He turned back, unsettled, and when he later tried to retrace his route, he could not find the same spot again, as though the land itself had shifted to conceal it. These accounts, though anecdotal, echo one another in their descriptions of strange magnetic interference, vibration, and the sense of an unseen presence beneath the earth. Indigenous elders have contributed their voices to the narrative as well, though their stories are often cloaked in allegory. The Koyukon Athabascans, who have lived in a region for generations, speak of mountains that hum and forbidden valleys where travelers vanish. These stories, handed down for centuries, are often dismissed by outsiders as mythology. Yet when compared with modern reports of low-frequency hums and disappearances, the parallels are striking. Some elders describe the land itself as alive, guarding secrets that are not meant to be disturbed. They warn against venturing into certain areas, not for fear of predators or weather, but because the earth there belongs to the ancients. Whether interpreted literally or metaphorically, these accounts reinforce the idea that something unusual has long been associated with the land around Denali. Military personnel have also contributed testimonies, often at personal risk. One retired radar technician claimed he was stationed at a remote installation in the 1990s, where his unit detected unexplained readings deep underground. He described shapes too geometric to be natural, but whenever these findings were logged, they were quickly dismissed or classified. Another soldier recalled being flown into the area for an exercise that was never explained. His unit guarded a site marked only by fencing and covered tarps. They were told not to ask questions, and within a week, they were redeployed without explanation. Years later, when he heard about the Black Pyramid theories, the memories of that mysterious mission resurfaced. Explorers and hikers, often seeking nothing more than adventure, have reported uncanny experiences near the rumored pyramid site. A group of climbers once described finding what appeared to be an unnaturally straight ridge hidden beneath snow and ice. They camped nearby. But during the night, they were kept awake by deep rumbling sounds that seemed to pulse through the ground. At dawn, one climber swore he saw faint lights emanating from beneath the ice, though his companions attributed it to fatigue and snow glare. Nevertheless, the group cut their expedition short, uneasy with what they had encountered. Perhaps the most chilling testimonies are those involving disappearances. Alaska is notorious for its so-called Bermuda Triangle, a swath of land between Anchorage, Juneau, and Barrow where countless people have gone missing. While natural hazards like weather and terrain account for many cases, some disappearances occur under circumstances too strange to dismiss. Families of missing hikers tell of receiving garbled radio messages, as if their loved ones have been trying to call for help but were cut off mid-sentence. Search teams have sometimes reported finding tracks that lead to nowhere, ending abruptly, as if the person simply vanished. Conspiracy theorists argue that the pyramid, if it exists, may somehow be linked to these vanishings, either through electromagnetic interference or as part of a more sinister function. Skeptics argue, of course, that eyewitness testimonies are unreliable. Human memory is fallible, fear distorts perception, and stories passed through communities often become embellished. Pilots may have experienced natural geomagnetic interference. Hunters could have misinterpreted natural vibrations, and indigenous myths may simply reflect cultural storytelling rather than literal truth. Yet the persistence and consistency of these accounts cannot be ignored. When so many people, across different walks of life, describe compass failures, vibrations, humming earth, and forbidden valleys, the pattern itself becomes evidence of something unusual. What makes these testimonies so compelling is their convergence. A pilot sees a triangular shadow. A hunter feels vibrations beneath his feet. An elder warns of humming mountains, and a soldier recalls guarding a secret site. Each account on its own could be dismissed, but together they form a mosaic of mystery. The eyewitnesses themselves may not know what they encountered, but collectively, their stories paint a picture of a land hiding something monumental. Whether that something is a natural geological formation or the buried remains of an ancient pyramid, their voices insist that Denali is more than just another mountain. The power of these accounts lies not only in their details, but in their emotional resonance. Fear, awe, confusion, and reverence echo through the testimonies, suggesting that those who have encountered the anomalies of Denali feel they brushed against something beyond ordinary human experience. Eyewitnesses may not provide proof in the scientific sense, but they provide the human heartbeat of the mystery, keeping the legend alive with every retelling. Their voices remind us that even in a world mapped by satellites and GPS, there are still places that resist explanation, places where people glimpse shadows of hidden truth and leave with more questions than answers. Military secrecy has always been one of the most powerful accelerants for conspiracy theories, and in the case of the Black Pyramid of Alaska, the role of the United States government and military is impossible to overlook. The Denali region, already remote and difficult to access, is riddled with areas under strict military jurisdiction. Large swaths of Alaska are used for training exercises, testing ranges, radar installations, and classified research, often under the cover of national security. While this makes sense strategically, Alaska's location is vital for monitoring Russia and the Arctic. It also creates an environment where secrecy thrives. To believers, this secrecy is not just about defense. It is about concealing something so extraordinary that it could alter our very understanding of history. The roots of suspicion go back to the early 1990s, when reports surfaced that seismic data collected after a Chinese nuclear test had revealed a massive pyramid-shaped anomaly under Alaska. According to these claims, the discovery was quietly studied by U.S. authorities, but instead of being disclosed to the public, it was buried beneath layers of classification. Eyewitnesses from that period alleged that military convoys were seen moving equipment into remote valleys, and radar stations appeared in locations far from population centers. Some even claimed that temporary no-fly zones were established over areas near Denali, zones that were never explained publicly. In a land where aviation is lifeblood, any unexplained restrictions raise immediate questions. The military's heavy presence in Alaska only fuels these suspicions. Facilities like Fort Greely, Clear Air Force Station, and the far-reaching North Warning System provide cover for activities that remain off-limits to the public eye. Officially, these installations focus on missile defense, radar detection, and early warning systems. Unofficially, conspiracy theorists argue they are also tasked with monitoring or guarding something buried deep underground. One retired Air Force officer, speaking anonymously, once hinted that there were sites in Alaska where the ground itself is off-limits, not because of danger, but because of what lies beneath it. Though unverified, statements like this stoke the fire of secrecy. The overlap between military infrastructure and the pyramid's alleged location is particularly suspicious to enthusiasts. The supposed coordinates of the Black Pyramid are not far from known radar installations, which should be explained by coincidence, or, as theorists claim, as a deliberate measure to cloak the site's existence. The story grows even darker when linked to the high-frequency active Auroral Research Program HARP, located in Gakona, Alaska. HARP has long been accused of conducting secret experiments in weather control, mind control, and energy manipulation. While mainstream scientists dismiss these claims as outlandish, the association between HARP and the Black Pyramid is irresistible to those who believe Alaska is a testing ground for hidden technologies. In this narrative, HARP is not an isolated facility, but part of a network of operations centered on the pyramid's buried power source. Accounts from locals and insiders add further intrigue. Some Alaskans report that certain valleys near Denali are patrolled more heavily than others, and that military helicopters occasionally appear in the skies without explanation. Rumors circulate of hikers being confronted by armed personnel and ordered to leave restricted areas under vague pretexts. In a state where wide-open wilderness is cherished as public land, these encounters feel deeply suspicious. There are even stories of geologists and surveyors being denied access to certain areas, their permits revoked without clear justification. These experiences feed the belief that the military is actively protecting something it cannot admit exists. Whistleblower testimonies, though rare and often impossible to verify, form the backbone of the cover-up theory. One such story came from a man who claimed to have worked as a contractor for a classified project in Alaska during the 1980s. According to him, his team was tasked with drilling in a remote location, but they were suddenly pulled out and sworn to secrecy when they encountered unexpected structures underground. Another former radar technician has claimed that data showing unusual geometric shapes beneath the surface were routinely flagged and removed from records. Though these individuals remain anonymous, their accounts align with the broader narrative of information being suppressed at the highest levels. Adding fuel to the suspicion is the long history of the U.S. government classifying archaeological discoveries. From rumors of giant skeletons allegedly seized by the Smithsonian to whispers of ancient artifacts removed from Native American sites, conspiracy theorists point out that suppressing disruptive historical finds is nothing new. In this light, the Black Pyramid is simply the most monumental example of a long-standing pattern. Discoveries that could upend conventional narratives are quietly concealed, both to maintain control over knowledge and to prevent social upheaval. Critics of the military secrecy angle argue that all of these activities can be explained through routine defense operations. Alaska is America's first line of defense against Russia in the Arctic, they point out, making it logical that radar stations, missile interceptors, and training ranges dominate the region. Restricted zones and sudden no-fly areas may be inconvenient for locals, but they serve a practical purpose in a strategically vital location. The stories of whistleblowers, skeptics say, are either fabrications or the product of misinterpretations. To them, the Black Pyramid narrative exploits the natural opacity of military operations, spinning mundane secrecy into tales of hidden pyramids and alien technologies. Yet for believers, the government's silence speaks volumes. If there is nothing to the Black Pyramid story, why have official statements been so rare, and why are inquiries often dismissed without explanation? Why do so many anomalies, geological, electromagnetic, and anecdotal, cluster around an area already heavily monitored by the military? For those who see patterns in the shadows, the answer is simple. The military knows more than it is telling, and the pyramid is too dangerous, too important, or too disruptive to reveal. The secrecy itself becomes part of the evidence. In a world where classified projects and black budgets operate outside public accountability, it is not hard to imagine that something extraordinary could be hidden in the Alaskan wilderness. Whether the pyramid is an ancient power plant, a relic of a forgotten civilization, or something far more alien, The belief that the military has built walls of secrecy around it ensures that the legend will not die. In fact, the tighter the veil of silence, the more powerful the myth becomes. For now, the truth remains buried both literally and figuratively, but in the whispers of pilots, the warnings of indigenous elders, the testimonies of alleged insiders, and the unexplained restrictions enforced by the military, the outline of a secret takes shape. And that secret, according to believers, is nothing less than the Black Pyramid of Alaska, hidden, guarded, and silenced by forces determined to keep humanity in the dark. For centuries before modern explorers, scientists, or the military turned their eyes toward Denali and its surrounding wilderness, the indigenous peoples of Alaska already carried a deep awareness of the land's mysteries. To them, the mountains, rivers, and valleys were not just physical landmarks, but sacred spaces alive with memory, energy, and unseen forces. When we examine the Black Pyramid through the lens of indigenous legends and oral traditions, the story transforms from a modern conspiracy into a narrative rooted in spiritual warnings that predate radar readings and seismic anomalies by countless generations. These myths are not mere superstition. They are carefully preserved fragments of cultural knowledge, passed from elder to elder, designed to protect communities from dangers too powerful to ignore. Among the Athabascans, who have lived in central Alaska for thousands of years, there are tales of mountains that hum and valleys where people vanish without a trace. Some describe Denali as the High One, not just in terms of physical stature, but spiritual authority. The mountain and its surrounding ranges are often depicted as guardians, gatekeepers to realms not meant for ordinary humans. The Koyukon Athabascans, in particular, speak of forbidden valleys where hunters are warned never to tread. These places, they say, belong to the ancients, powerful beings who left behind structures and forces that mortals cannot safely disturb. When compared to modern reports of strange humming sounds, compass failures, and disappearances, these ancient warnings take on a chilling new resonance. The Tlingit people, though living farther southeast, also tell stories of underground halls of the Sky People. These tales describe vast stone chambers buried beneath mountains, glowing faintly as if alive. Travelers who stumble upon these hidden sites are said never to return, claimed by the spirits who dwell within. In some versions of the legend, the chambers hold powerful artifacts left by beings who came from the stars. While mainstream anthropologists categorize these as mythological motifs shared across indigenous traditions, researchers fascinated by the Black Pyramid see them as encoded memories of real encounters with ancient structures hidden beneath Alaska's ground. Yupik and Inupiat elders in the north tell of a dark heart of the earth, located somewhere in Alaska's interior. This place is spoken of with dread, described as both a source of immense energy and an abode of danger. Shamans warned their people never to wander near certain ridges or frozen valleys, insisting that the land itself could swallow the unwary. In their oral histories, some speak of giant stone triangles hidden beneath the earth, which hum with energy when disturbed. These stories, often dismissed by outsiders as symbolic, carry uncanny parallels to modern theories that the Black Pyramid is some kind of ancient power plant, pulsing with electromagnetic energy. Another striking parallel emerges when considering the Dean and Navajo connection. Anthropologists have long traced cultural and linguistic ties between Alaska's Athabascans and the Navajo people of the American Southwest. Intriguingly, Navajo traditions also speak of great underground structures built by the Ancient Ones, structures often associated with both creation and destruction. Could it be that fragments of a much older, shared memory exist across indigenous groups, hinting at interactions with advanced architecture long before recorded history? The idea may seem radical, but to believers in the Black Pyramid, it is yet another thread connecting mythology with the possibility of lost civilizations. Spiritual warnings are a recurring theme in these legends. The land around Denali is often portrayed not as inviting, but as sacred and dangerous, a place where arrogance can cost a life. Elders warn young hunters and travelers to respect the balance of the land, to avoid valleys where the earth speaks in low rumbles, and to never disturb the quiet mountains that guard ancient secrets. These cautionary tales mirror the experiences of modern hikers and hunters who report vibrations under their feet, sudden atmospheric shifts, and overwhelming sensations of dread when entering certain areas. The parallels between ancient warnings and modern testimonies are too numerous to dismiss entirely. Some legends also speak of a catastrophic past. The Tananaw Valley people tell the time when the earth shook violently, the skies darkened, and great fires consumed the land. Afterward, a sacred structure, described as a stone mountain made by hands, was said to have been buried by the earth itself. The elders said it was hidden to protect future generations, for its power was too dangerous to leave exposed. In mythological terms, this might symbolize volcanic eruptions or earthquakes, but in the context of the Black Pyramid, it is interpreted as a direct reference to a buried artificial structure deliberately concealed by cataclysm. To Western ears, these oral traditions often sound like allegories. They are interpreted as spiritual metaphors for respecting nature, warnings against hubris, or stories meant to instill caution in young listeners. But in indigenous worldviews, myth and history are not so cleanly separated. What outsiders call legend, many native peoples regard as collective memory. Thus, when elders describe humming mountains, forbidden valleys, and hidden structures beneath the earth, it may not be mere symbolism. It could be memory preserved across generations in the only form available, story. The resonance of these myths with the Black Pyramid theory cannot be ignored. When combined with modern seismic anomalies, compass malfunctions, and government secrecy, the indigenous warnings begin to look less like superstition and more like encoded survival instructions. To many, it seems that the people who have lived on this land for millennia already knew what modern explorers are just beginning to suspect, that something vast, ancient, and possibly dangerous sleeps beneath Alaska soil. Of course, skeptics argue that imposing pyramid theories onto indigenous legends is a form of cultural appropriation, twisting sacred stories to fit modern conspiracies. They caution that these myths should be respected on their own terms, not forced into narratives of hidden technology or extraterrestrial relics. This is a fair critique. Indigenous traditions deserve reverence without being co-opted. Yet even with this caution, the parallels are haunting. Whether or not the stories literally describe a buried pyramid, they undeniably point to the land around Denali as a place of power, mystery, and danger, echoing the very themes that make the Black Pyramid legend so compelling. Ultimately, indigenous legends add a profound spiritual layer to the mystery. While geologists search for anomalies and conspiracy theorists demand government disclosure, the elders' voices remind us that the land has always been alive with secrets. Long before satellites and seismic data, people understood that certain places hold forces beyond comprehension. In that sense, the myths surrounding Denali and the Black Pyramid serve as both warning and testament, a reminder that humanity has always lived alongside mysteries too vast to control and perhaps too dangerous to uncover. When the subject of the Black Pyramid in Alaska surfaces, one of the most provocative questions it raises is, who could have built such a structure if it truly exists? To entertain the possibility that a pyramid lies buried beneath the Alaskan wilderness, we must also consider what kind of civilization had the capacity to design and construct it. Mainstream archaeology insists that no known indigenous group in Alaska built monumental stone pyramids. Yet across the globe, we find advanced megalithic structures in locations where, according to official timelines, they should not exist. Theories connecting the Black Pyramid to ancient civilizations such as Atlantis, Mu, or Lemuria, as well as to advanced pre-Ice Age cultures, have become central to the conversation. These theories suggest that humanity's history is far older, more complex, and more mysterious than textbooks allow. The most famous candidate often brought up is Atlantis. First described by Plato over 2,000 years ago, Atlantis was said to be an advanced civilization that vanished beneath the waves after a cataclysm. For centuries, its story has been interpreted as allegory, myth, or distant memory. Yet proponents of the Black Pyramid theory suggest that remnant of Atlantean civilization may still lie scattered across the globe, in the form of unexplained pyramids, megaliths, and anomalous artifacts. If Atlantis truly existed, it would have been capable of harnessing advanced engineering, and perhaps even energy technology. Could the Alaskan pyramid be one of its outposts, preserved beneath ice and earth after the disaster that erased Atlantis from the world stage? Closely related is the theory of Mu or Lemuria, civilizations believed to have flourished in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. These cultures, in esoteric writings, are said to have possessed knowledge of geomancy, energy grids, and spiritual science far surpassing modern understanding. Some versions of the myth suggest that Lemurian refugees spread across the globe after their homeland sank, leaving behind fragments of their architecture in remote places. Enthusiasts point to similarities in pyramid-building traditions across continents as evidence of shared legacy. Could Alaska, sitting at the edge of the Pacific, hold the remains of such a lost culture? The Black Pyramid may, in this framework, be a surviving monument of civilization erased from history, waiting for rediscovery. Another possibility lies with advanced pre-Ice Age cultures. Mainstream archaeology places a rise of civilization around 6,000 years ago, with Sumer as the cradle of organized society. Yet discoveries like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dating back more than 11,000 years, challenge this timeline. If a sophisticated society existed at the end of the last ice age, what else might they have achieved? During the ice age, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower, exposing vast stretches of land now submerged. Humans could have spread farther and developed technologies lost to time. If the Black Pyramid is real, it may be the product of one of these forgotten cultures, an advanced group that built massive structures not only in the Middle East or Central America, but in far-flung regions like Alaska as well. Theories of ancient global connections often invoke the concept of an energy grid encircling the Earth. This grid, proponents claim, links major sacred sites and pyramids across continents, from Giza to Teotihuacan, from Stonehenge to Easter Island. These sites align along geometric patterns suggestive of intentional design. If true, then Alaska's Black Pyramid could be a missing node in this network, designed to harness or channel natural forces, such as geomagnetism, seismic energy, or telluric currents. This idea ties directly into reports of electromagnetic anomalies near Denali and the pyramid's alleged ability to interfere with instruments. If ancient civilizations built a pyramid as part of a global system, then it was not an isolated monument, but a crucial component in humanity's lost mastery of the Earth's energies. The scale of such achievements raises a profound question. How could ancient peoples have acquired knowledge so far beyond their supposed technological means? Advocates of the advanced civilization theory suggest that ancient societies may have possessed technologies now lost, tools for cutting and moving massive stones, systems for tapping into natural energy, or even forms of wireless power. The work of Nikola Tesla is often invoked in this context, with his experiments in wireless energy transmission bearing uncanny resemblance to the pyramid as power plant theory. Perhaps what Tesla rediscovered was knowledge once common in pre-Ice Age cultures, knowledge encoded in monuments like the Black Pyramid. Critics of these theories dismiss them as speculative at best and pseudoscientific at worst. They argue that myths of Atlantis, Mu, and Lemuria are symbolic rather than historical, serving as cultural metaphors rather than records of real civilizations. They point out that no definitive evidence of such societies has ever been uncovered, and that claims of a global pyramid-building culture are overstated. To skeptics, the Black Pyramid is either a geological feature misinterpreted as artificial or a fabrication born of conspiracy thinking. Yet even skeptics admit that the consistency of megalithic architecture across the world is intriguing, and that human prehistory may hold surprises yet to be discovered. One of the most compelling aspects of linking the Black Pyramid to lost civilizations is the sense of continuity it provides. If true, it would mean that human history is not a simple linear progression from primitive hunter-gatherers to modern industrial society. Instead, it would suggest cycles of rise and fall, where advanced cultures flourish, collapse, and were forgotten. The Black Pyramid, then, would not only be a monument but a message from a forgotten age, proof that we are not the first to walk the path of technological ambition, and perhaps not the last to face its dangers. In the end, the theories of Atlantis, Lemuria, and advanced Ice Age cultures serve as frameworks for interpreting the Black Pyramid. Whether literal truth or symbolic myth, they point to a possibility that refuses to be silenced, that our past is far deeper and stranger than conventional narratives admit. If a pyramid does lie beneath Alaska's frozen wilderness, it would not only rewrite local history, it would rewrite the history of civilization itself. It would suggest that the builders of Egypt, Mesoamerica, and other ancient centers were heirs to an even older legacy, one that once stretched into the far north. This possibility is what keeps the legend alive. For every skeptic demanding hard evidence, There are countless others who look at the convergence of myths, anomalies, and suppressed accounts and see a larger story unfolding. A story where the Black Pyramid of Alaska is not an isolated oddity, but a missing piece of humanity's forgotten puzzle, linking us back to civilizations whose names echo only faintly in legend: Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria, and the shadowy architects of a deep past. If one accepts even for a moment that Alaska's Black Pyramid exists, then the next natural question becomes, how does it fit into the global phenomenon of pyramid building? Pyramids are not isolated structures belonging only to Egypt or Mesoamerica. They appear across continents, built by cultures separated by oceans and, in many cases, vast stretches of time. From the step pyramids of Saqqara to the towering temples of the Maya, from the mound-like pyramids of China to the enigmatic Bosnian hills, humanity seems obsessed with raising these massive geometric shapes. Scholars insist that each culture developed pyramids independently, but alternative researchers argue that their widespread presence points to a shared legacy or global connection. If Alaska truly hides a buried pyramid, then it would suggest that this global network is far more extensive than anyone has dared to admit. Egypt remains the most iconic example. The Great Pyramid of Giza, with its uncanny alignment to cardinal directions and possible astronomical functions, has long been viewed as the pinnacle of ancient engineering. Yet even Egypt is not unique. Thousands of miles away in Central America, the Maya and Aztec built pyramids with similar orientations and functions. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, for example, mirrors the celestial alignments of Giza, despite being separated from Egypt by millennia and oceans. These parallels have fueled speculation that both cultures inherited their knowledge from a common source, whether an ancient global civilization, survivors of cataclysm, or even extraterrestrial visitors. China offers another striking example. In Shaanxi province, hidden beneath layers of vegetation, lie massive earthen pyramids that rival the dimensions of Egypt's. Many are closed to public study, officially declared imperial tombs, though whispers of suppressed discoveries circulate in alternative circles. Local legends speak of sky beings descending and imparting knowledge to early dynasties, while aerial photographs reveal geometric precision in their placement. If the Alaskan pyramid exists, it may share this pattern of deliberate concealment, suggesting that governments across the globe may know more about these structures than they reveal. Then there are the pyramids of South America. The Inca, Moche, and other Andean cultures built stepped pyramids not unlike those of Mesoamerica. Further south, in Peru's Caral civilization, predating Egypt by 1,000 years, pyramids were central to urban design. These discoveries dismantle the old narrative that pyramid construction was a uniquely Egyptian or Mesoamerican trait. Instead, they suggest a universal archetype that transcends cultural boundaries. What could have inspired so many societies to converge upon the same geometric solution? If Alaska houses its own pyramid, it may represent the northernmost branch of this worldwide phenomenon. One compelling framework for understanding these connections is the world energy grid theory. According to this view, ancient civilizations constructed pyramids and megalithic sites on nodes of planetary energy, points where geomagnetic, telluric, and seismic forces converge. When mapped, sites like Giza, Stonehenge, Easter Island, and Teotihuacan align along geometric patterns, forming a global lattice. Alaska, with its intense geomagnetic activity and position near the Arctic Circle, could easily be part of the system. The Black Pyramid may serve as an anchor point, balancing energies in the northern hemisphere just as Giza does in the east and Teotihuacan in the west. If so, then these structures were not isolated monuments, but components of a global design, an ancient science of Earth harmonics now largely forgotten. In recent decades, discoveries in unexpected places have further complicated the story. In Bosnia, Dr. Samir Osmanagic claims to have uncovered Europe's largest pyramids hidden beneath mountains. Though mainstream archaeologists dismiss them as natural hills, alternative researchers argue that their symmetrical shapes, tunnels, and alignments reveal deliberate construction. In Indonesia, the site of Gunung Padang has been carbon dated to more than 20,000 years old, challenging every established timeline of human civilization. These sites are controversial, yet they highlight a consistent pattern. Monumental pyramidal structures appear in places where traditional history claims they should not exist. Alaska would fit seamlessly into this trend, another anomaly too large to ignore. The question, then, is why pyramids? What universal purpose did they serve? Mainstream views emphasize religious and political symbolism, pyramids as tombs, temples, or centers of power. Yet alternative theories suggest far more advanced functions. Some believe pyramids acted as energy collectors, resonating with natural frequencies of the Earth to generate or amplify power. Others argue they served as astronomical observatories, encoded with celestial knowledge crucial for navigation and survival. Still others suggest pyramids were part of a communication system, broadcasting signals across vast distances. If the Black Pyramid is real and was indeed buried rather than eroded or destroyed, perhaps it was intentionally hidden after its purpose was fulfilled, or to prevent its technology from being misused. A global connection between pyramids also raises the issue of suppressed knowledge. Throughout the world, there are reports of governments restricting access to pyramid sites, limiting excavations or silencing research. In China, the largest pyramids are sealed off from public study. In Bosnia, critics and supporters battle fiercely over interpretations, with official institutions often dismissing alternative findings outright. In Alaska, the alleged Black Pyramid has been tied to military secrecy, with claims of electromagnetic interference, underground facilities, and restricted zones. Could it be that these structures are withheld from public knowledge because they contain technologies or truths that would upend our understanding of history, energy, and civilization itself? Skeptics argue that the pyramid shape is simply the most stable and practical form for building monumental structures, explaining its recurrence independently across cultures. To them, the Black Pyramid, if it exists, is more likely a natural geological formation mistaken for artificial construction. Yet this explanation does little to account for the precision, astronomical alignments, and advanced engineering displayed at sites like Giza or Teotihuacan. It also fails to explain why governments would restrict access to supposed natural hills. For many researchers, the skeptic's view is an oversimplification that dismisses too many anomalies. The existence of a pyramid in Alaska would force us to reconsider not only the history of the Americas, but of the entire world. It would suggest that pyramid building was not an isolated development, but part of a global tradition, perhaps stemming from a shared origin in humanity's deep past. It might mean that ancient cultures were far more connected, through trade, migration, or shared inheritance, than orthodox history allows. And it could imply that civilizations rose to levels of sophistication we have not yet fully recognized, leaving behind a global legacy of stone monuments that still puzzle us today. Ultimately, the Black Pyramid's significance lies not just in its local mystery, but in its potential to unify disparate anomalies into a coherent narrative. If pyramids exist on every continent, serving purposes beyond mere tombs or temples, then Alaska's hidden monument may be the missing piece of a vast and interconnected story. A story in which humanity's ancestors, whether Atlantean, Lemurian, or simply advanced beyond current acknowledgement, encoded their knowledge into geometric stone across the globe. And if that is true, then beneath the Alaskan wilderness lies not only a pyramid, but a key to understanding the forgotten unity of human civilization. For decades, Alaska has been a land of secrets. Its vast frozen wilderness makes it an ideal backdrop for hidden installations, classified research, and stories that never make the evening news. If the Black Pyramid truly exists, then one of the most pressing questions is why such a structure would be kept hidden from the public. What reasons could governments, scientists, or military agencies possibly have for concealing a discovery of this magnitude? The answer may not be simple. It lies at the intersection of power, technology, history, and control. To understand the secrecy, we must peel back the layers of possibility and consider the motivations that might drive such silence. The first layer of secrecy is technological. Many theorists argue that the Black Pyramid is not just a symbolic monument, but an advanced machine. If it truly exists, it may function as an energy generator, a resonance amplifier, or even a communication hub left behind by a lost civilization. Governments, particularly the United States, would have every incentive to keep such a discovery classified. Energy independence is a foundation of national power. If a pyramid could tap into the Earth's natural electromagnetic fields, producing free and limitless energy, it would upend the global economy overnight. Oil, gas, coal, all would lose their value in the blink of an eye. Trillions of dollars tied to fossil fuels and modern power grids would collapse, and with them, the balance of global power. Secrecy, in this light, becomes less about archaeology and more about preserving economic and geopolitical dominance. Another possible reason is military advantage. Alaska is already bristling with military activity, from radar installations to experimental programs. Some researchers link the Black Pyramid to HARP, the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, a controversial project studying ionospheric manipulation. Officially, HARP was scientific, designed to study the upper atmosphere, but conspiracy theorists believe it had military applications, including weather control and electromagnetic weaponry. If the Black Pyramid is indeed a buried power source or resin device, then HARP may have been an attempt to replicate its function, or even harness it. The Pentagon would never risk allowing such a strategic advantage to fall into public hands. Instead, they would bury the truth under layers of classification, shielding it from both domestic inquiry and foreign rivals. Beyond technology, secrecy may also stem from historical implications. The discovery of a pyramid in Alaska would challenge everything we think we know about the history of human civilization. It would suggest that advanced societies existed in North America long before accepted timelines allow. Such a revelation would force historians to rewrite textbooks, governments to acknowledge suppressed narratives, and institutions to admit centuries of error or deliberate omission. Universities and academic bodies, which thrive on stable paradigms, would resist such upheaval. Religious institutions, too, might feel threatened, for a structure predating known civilizations could challenge deeply held beliefs about creation and human history. In this sense, silence preserves not only power but order. Chaos would follow an open admission of the pyramid's existence. One cannot ignore the psychological factor. Governments know that mass populations are fragile when confronted with truths that undermine their worldview. If it were revealed tomorrow that a massive, ancient pyramid, larger than Giza, lay hidden beneath American soil, people would demand answers. Who built it? How old is it? What was it for? If those answers pointed toward lost civilizations, Atlantis-like myths, or even non-human builders, the implications could destabilize society. Trust in institutions might erode, religions might fracture, and entire populations could question the narrative of human progress. In this view, secrecy is a form of social management, keeping the public focused on conventional stories rather than cosmic truths. There is also the possibility of deliberate suppression by elite groups. Some researchers argue that a hidden network of power brokers, the so-called shadow government or global elite, maintains control by monopolizing knowledge of ancient technologies. If pyramids were indeed machines capable of harnessing energy or opening gateways of consciousness, then they would be tools of ultimate power. To release such knowledge publicly would diminish the elite's control. Instead, they hoard it, ensuring that only a select few benefit from the legacy of our ancestors. The Black Pyramid, in this sense, becomes part of the global system of hidden archaeology, where discoveries are concealed, artifacts vanish into private collections, and truths about human origins are kept from the masses. Historical precedents strengthen this argument. Time and again, reports of suppressed archaeology have emerged. In the Grand Canyon, early 20th century newspapers reported the discovery of Egyptian-style artifacts, only for the story to vanish and the area to be declared off-limits by federal agencies. In China, the massive pyramids near Xi'an were downplayed for decades, hidden beneath forestation, their true scale revealed only by aerial photography. Even in Egypt, mainstream archaeologists restrict access to certain chambers, dismiss alternative interpretations, and aggressively guard the conventional narrative. If secrecy exists in all these cases, why would Alaska be different? The strategic location of Alaska further complicates the matter. Positioned near Russia, it is a critical frontier for national defense. If the Black Pyramid is tied to geomagnetic anomalies, it might interfere with communications, radar, or missile systems. Such an asset or threat would be immediately classified for national security reasons. Revealing it would expose vulnerabilities or advantages to rival nations. Secrecy, therefore, could be less about ancient history and more about maintaining the upper hand in modern warfare. Still, there are those who believe the secrecy is not entirely human in origin. Some suggest that the pyramid was never meant to be uncovered, that it was buried intentionally, hidden away until a distant time when humanity would be ready. In this interpretation, governments are not the architects of suppression, but its guardians, fulfilling a role they barely understand. They cover up because, on some level, they know the truth is dangerous, not only to their power but to the species as a whole. Whether the danger is technological, spiritual, or cosmic, they treat it as something humanity cannot yet handle. But secrecy comes with a cost. The very act of concealment creates the legends, rumors, and suspicions that swirl around the Black Pyramid today. Each denial fuels curiosity. Each missing archive deepens suspicion. Instead of quelling the story, suppression has amplified it, transforming the Black Pyramid into one of the most enduring modern mysteries. For some, this is proof enough that the government knows something extraordinary lies beneath Alaska. After all, why deny so vehemently something that does not exist? In the end, the reasons for secrecy may be layered, overlapping, and complex. Economic control, military advantage, historical stability, psychological management, and elite suppression all converge in a silence surrounding Alaska's Black Pyramid. Perhaps it is not one reason, but all of them together. Perhaps the truth is so destabilizing, so powerful, that it cannot be entrusted to open discourse. For now, the pyramid remains buried not just beneath Alaska's soil, but beneath a mountain of secrecy. And the more it is hidden, the more its legend grows, beckoning us to dig deeper into the shadows of forbidden history. When stories of the Black Pyramid began to circulate, they were often paired with strange claims of energy disturbances in the surrounding regions of Alaska. These reports, though scattered and often anecdotal, form one of the most intriguing aspects of the legend. For decades, locals, researchers, and even visiting military personnel have described anomalies, malfunctions in equipment, unusual electromagnetic readings, and unexplainable disruptions to natural phenomena that seem to radiate from the area where the pyramid is said to be buried. If these accounts hold even a shred of truth, then they may provide indirect evidence that something extraordinary lies beneath the ground, something not easily explained by geology alone. One of the most common reports involves interference with electronic devices. Pilots flying near the suspected location, between Mount Denali and Nome, have allegedly experienced sudden disruptions to their navigational instruments. Compasses spin erratically, radio communications drop out without warning, and GPS devices fail to lock onto satellites. In extreme cases, flights have been forced to alter course, unable to maintain safe navigation. Officially, these disruptions are often attributed to Alaska's geomagnetic activity, given its proximity to the North Pole. Yet witnesses insist that the disturbances occur too precisely, too consistently in certain regions, suggesting a localized source of interference rather than broad atmospheric effects. Could the Black Pyramid itself be generating a field strong enough to disrupt modern technology? There are also strange accounts of animals behaving oddly near the region. Hunters and trappers report that wildlife seems to avoid specific valleys, even when food is abundant there. Caribou herds alter their migration routes without clear reason, bypassing areas that should be ideal grazing grounds. Birds take unusual flight paths, circling wide arcs as if instinctively steering clear of something unseen. For indigenous communities whose traditions stretch back centuries, these behaviors are not surprising. Local legends describe forbidden places in the land, regions where spirits dwell, or where the earth hums with power. Elders warn against traveling too deep into certain valleys, insisting that misfortune awaits those who ignore the warnings. Modern science dismisses such stories as superstition, yet when paired with electronic disturbances and animal avoidance, they begin to take on new weight. One of the most tantalizing pieces of testimony comes from military whistleblowers. Several retired servicemen, speaking anonymously, have claimed that the U.S. military actively monitors electromagnetic anomalies in Alaska. One report describes ground-penetrating radar experiments conducted in the 1990s, revealing geometric shapes buried deep underground, shapes that could not be explained as natural. Another tells of soldiers stationed at temporary outposts who experienced constant equipment failures, headaches, and even hallucinations during their assignments near the supposed pyramid site. Official records of such missions are, predictably, non-existent, but the consistency of these accounts across different individuals is difficult to dismiss. Adding to the mystery are reports of unexplained energy spikes picked up by independent researchers. Amateur radio operators in Alaska and Canada have long noted peculiar signals emanating from a region, low-frequency pulses that seem to repeat in cycles. These signals sometimes overlap with seismic monitoring stations, which detect vibrations that do not correspond to earthquakes or natural activity. In one notable case, researchers recorded rhythmic pulses echoing from beneath the earth, as though a machine were operating far below the surface. Could this be evidence of a functioning system within the Black Pyramid, still active after millennia? Then there are the accounts of unusual light phenomena. Residents have reported strange glowing orbs floating silently across the night sky near the suspected pyramid zone. Unlike the northern lights, which dance vividly across Alaska skies, these lights move with purpose, hovering, darting, then vanishing without a trace. Some claim the lights emerge from the ground itself, rising as if released from beneath the earth. Such reports echo global accounts near pyramid sites, where luminous phenomena have been observed, from strange lights at Giza to mysterious orbs in Mexico's Teotihuacan. If pyramids are indeed energy devices, perhaps these lights are a byproduct of their function, brief leaks of plasma or electromagnetic discharge. Skeptics argue that all of these reports, instrument malfunctions, animal behavior, energy spikes, and lights, can be explained by natural causes. Alaska, after all, sits on a geologically active zone with strong magnetic fields, seismic fault lines, and dramatic weather. But even skeptics admit that the density of anomalies in the specific area tied to the Black Pyramid is unusual. Natural explanations cannot fully account for why pilots consistently experience interference in localized regions, or why indigenous legends align so closely with modern reports of forbidden zones. It is worth noting, too, that secrecy seems to shroud the phenomena. Pilots who report equipment failures are often discouraged from filing official complaints. Hunters who speak of animal avoidance are mocked as superstitious. Military whistleblowers face discrediting or intimidation. This pattern of dismissal and ridicule mirrors what has happened with other controversial topics, from UFO sightings to suppressed archaeological finds. By labeling witnesses as unreliable, authorities can maintain plausible deniability while quietly continuing their own investigations. A deeper question emerges. If the Black Pyramid is indeed emitting energy, what is its source? Some theorists propose that it harnesses Earth's natural electromagnetic fields, tapping into telluric currents that flow through the planet's crust. Others suggest it may utilize piezoelectric effects, with quartz-rich stone generating power under pressure. More radical ideas claim it could be a remnant of advanced technology, possibly extraterrestrial in origin, designed to resonate with planetary harmonics. Whatever the mechanism, the persistence of energy anomalies around the supposed site suggests that something more than myth lies beneath the ground. Perhaps the most chilling implication of these energy phenomena is their potential danger. If the Black Pyramid truly generates immense electromagnetic fields, prolonged exposure could affect human health, causing headaches, nausea, disorientation, or even long-term damage. Some locals already whisper about missing hunters, strange disappearances, and aircraft lost without trace in Alaska's so-called Bermuda Triangle. Could the pyramid's energy field be the unseen culprit behind these mysteries? If so, then secrecy may serve another purpose: to prevent public panic about a danger that cannot be easily controlled. In the end, the strange energy phenomena surrounding the Black Pyramid deepen the enigma rather than solve it. They provide tantalizing hints of buried power, glimpses of a structure that might still be active beneath Alaska's wilderness. For some, these anomalies are the strongest evidence yet that the Black Pyramid exists, humming quietly in the shadows, waiting for discovery. For others, they remain cautionary tales, reminders that nature itself is mysterious enough without invoking hidden pyramids. But whether natural or artificial, explained or unexplained, the disturbances refuse to vanish. They persist like static in the background, whispering of a truth just beyond our reach. Across the world, ancient structures often appear in curious alignments, patterns that suggest their builders may have understood something about the Earth that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. From Stonehenge in England to the Great Pyramids of Egypt, from the Nazca Lines of Peru to the megaliths of Easter Island, these sites do not seem to exist in isolation. Instead, Many appear to sit on what researchers call ley lines, invisible paths of energy running across the globe. According to this theory, ancient civilizations deliberately constructed their monuments along these lines to harness, amplify, or stabilize natural forces. If true, then the Black Pyramid of Alaska may not be an isolated oddity, but part of a vast planetary network, a hidden grid binding sacred and mysterious sites into a single system of power. The concept of ley lines dates back to the early 20th century, when British researcher Alfred Watkins noticed that many ancient landmarks in England seemed to align in straight lines. He theorized that these alignments represented ancient trade routes or pathways. But as the idea spread, others began to suggest a deeper significance, that these lines corresponded to geomagnetic currents or spiritual energy channels. Over time, the theory expanded globally, with researchers mapping alignments that appear to connect monuments on opposite sides of the world. Critics dismiss ley lines as coincidences, statistical artifacts that appear in any random distribution. Yet believers argue that the precision and recurrence of these alignments are too consistent to ignore. When mapped on a globe, certain lines stand out. One of the most famous runs from Easter Island to Nazca, continuing to the pyramids of Giza, onward to Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, and eventually Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Remarkably, many of the world's most enigmatic and advanced ancient sites fall along this single great circle. Such alignments raise difficult questions. How could cultures separated by thousands of miles and centuries have independently chosen the same path? Were they guided by an awareness of Earth's energy grid, or were they inheriting knowledge from a much older global civilization? So, where does Alaska fit into this grand pattern? Some independent researchers have attempted to overlay ley line maps onto North America, and the results are striking. Several major lines converge in the Alaskan interior, near the area where the Black Pyramid is said to lie buried. These lines, according to maps, connect to other significant sites: the Cahokia Mound in Illinois, the Medicine Wheel in Wyoming, and even ancient ruins in Mexico. From Alaska, they appear to stretch outward, touching nodes in Asia across the Bering Strait and extending southward along the Pacific coast. If accurate, this would place Alaska's pyramid at a crucial intersection point, a northern anchor for the global grid. This fits with indigenous traditions that describe Alaska not merely as a wilderness, but as a sacred land. Stories from the Tlingit, Athabascan, and Inuit often speak of places where the earth itself breathes, where energy flows in ways invisible yet deeply felt. Some legends even reference mountains of power, hidden beneath ice and stone, that hum with spiritual force. Could these oral traditions be fragments of a deeper memory, preserving knowledge of a buried monument designed to channel planetary energy? Modern science, ironically, may lend weight to these ideas. Geophysicists acknowledge that the Earth is alive with energy flows. Geomagnetic fields, telluric currents, and fault lines all create invisible rivers of force moving through the planet's crust. Earthquake activity often clusters along these pathways, and ancient builders seem to have known how to place their monuments on them. For instance, the Great Pyramid of Giza stands near fault lines that amplify seismic vibrations, while Stonehenge rests in a zone of unusual magnetic activity. Alaska, sitting atop the tectonically active Ring of Fire, is one of the most geologically dynamic places on Earth. It is not only plausible, but likely that it houses powerful energy nodes. If ancient civilizations mapped these forces, then Alaska would have been a natural place to construct a pyramid, both as a stabilizer and as a tap into Earth's immense power. One fascinating hypothesis is that these sites function as part of a planetary balancing system. Just as engineers today create networks of power stations to regulate electricity across a grid, ancient civilizations may have constructed pyramids and megaliths to stabilize Earth's energy. The Black Pyramid, if real, could serve as a northern counterbalance to other global sites, perhaps linked in triangular relationship with Giza in Africa and Teotihuacan in Mexico. Such a configuration would not be coincidence, but intentional design, suggesting an advanced understanding of geometry, energy, and planetary science. This possibility raises an even larger question: who was responsible for creating this network? Mainstream historians dismiss the notion of global contact in ancient times, insisting that civilizations developed independently. Yet the sheer similarity of pyramid construction, the consistency of alignments, and the universality of sacred geometry point to something more. Perhaps an advanced civilization, Atlantis, Lemuria, or another forgotten culture, once spanned the globe, leaving behind a legacy of monuments that encoded their knowledge. Or perhaps, as some suggest, the builders were not entirely human, but guided by beings from beyond, who imparted the science of energy manipulation to our ancestors. In either case, the Black Pyramid would be evidence not of isolation, but connection, a northern jewel in a worldwide crown of stone. Skeptics counter that ley lines are pseudoscience, mere coincidences born from selective mapping. With thousands of ancient sites across the globe, some are bound to align in straight lines. But this explanation fails to account for precision with which many of these alignments intersect with astronomical phenomena, magnetic anomalies, and natural energy flows. It also fails to explain why so many cultures emphasize the same shapes, numbers, and celestial references in their construction. Even if ley lines are not literal energy pathways, they may still represent something real. An ancient mapping system based on knowledge modern science has yet to rediscover. The Black Pyramid of Alaska, then, becomes a litmus test for this theory. If it truly exists and occupies a node within the planetary grid, its presence to confirm that ancient builders were indeed mapping and harnessing the Earth's energies. It would mean that Alaska is not simply the last frontier, but one of the first frontiers of a forgotten science. It would reveal that the wilderness hides not only natural wonders, but also technological marvels designed to bind our planet into a network of power. In this context, the secrecy surrounding the pyramid takes on a new meaning. If the structure is part of a global system, then revealing it could force humanity to confront a past that contradicts everything we are taught. It could open the door to a recognition of ancient wisdom far beyond our own, and technologies that might transform the way we live. The Black Pyramid would no longer be a local curiosity, but a keystone in humanity's lost global heritage, a node on the great web of energy connecting the Earth itself. For generations, pyramids have captured the imagination of both scholars and seekers of mystery. While mainstream archaeology interprets them largely as tombs, ceremonial structures, or symbols of power, an alternative school of thought argues that they may have served a far more practical and technologically advanced purpose. According to this theory, pyramids across the globe were not simply monuments to kings or deities, but machines, devices capable of harnessing, generating, and transmitting energy. If such a possibility is entertained, then the Black Pyramid of Alaska takes on a radically different significance. Instead of being a mysterious ruin buried under ice and stone, it may represent a deliberately concealed energy generator, a machine whose scale and power could rival anything in modern technology. The concept of pyramids as energy devices is not new. In the 20th century, researchers such as Christopher Dunn proposed that the Great Pyramid of Giza function less like a tomb and more like a massive resonant power plant. According to Dunn's analysis, the geometry, materials, and internal structures of the pyramid suggest it was designed to harness Earth's natural vibrations, converting them into usable energy. Crystalline materials within the pyramid, such as granite, could resonate with seismic vibrations, while carefully aligned shafts might have acted as conduits for electromagnetic energy. When scaled up, the pyramid could have functioned like a gigantic oscillator, tapping into the planet's natural frequencies. If Egypt's Great Pyramid demonstrated such capabilities, then perhaps Alaska's Black Pyramid was constructed with similar intentions. Reports from alleged military sources claim that the Alaskan Pyramid is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza and deeply buried beneath the earth. Its sheer size alone suggests that if it were designed as an energy device, it could have generated massive amounts of power. The question is, power for what? One possibility is that it was intended to provide local energy to ancient civilizations, lighting their cities and fueling technologies long since lost. Another is that it was not meant for humans at all, but designed as part of a planetary grid, a global system of pyramids and monuments working in concert to stabilize or amplify Earth's natural energy fields. This second idea fits neatly into the broader theory of ley lines and global alignments discussed previously, where the Black Pyramid could serve as a northern anchor in a worldwide network of energy stations. To understand how such a structure might work, it is necessary to explore the idea of resonance. In physics, resonance occurs when an object vibrates at the same natural frequency as another, amplifying energy with little additional input. Musical instruments, for example, rely on resonance to produce sound. Similarly, Earth itself has natural resonant frequencies, most famously known as the Schumann resonances, which are global electromagnetic oscillations within the atmosphere. If ancient civilizations understood these principles, they may have built pyramids precisely tuned to interact with Earth's resonance. The Black Pyramid, located in one of the most geologically active zones on the planet, would have had abundant access to seismic and geomagnetic vibrations, making it an ideal candidate for a resonance-based energy generator. Skeptics often argue that no evidence exists to support the notion of pyramids generating energy, yet hints emerge in ancient texts and traditions. Egyptian hieroglyphs, Mayan carvings, and Indian Vedic scriptures all contain references to powerful energies, vibrating structures, and machines of the gods. Some even speak of cities illuminated without fire, suggesting that alternative forms of power may have once existed. These references, often dismissed as myth, may in fact be cultural memories of technologies we no longer understand. In this light, the Black Pyramid could be a surviving fragment of a forgotten energy system, designed not only for function but for longevity, buried deep to protect it from natural disasters or the ravages of time.
Another intriguing possibility is that the Black Pyramid was designed as a form of wireless power transmitter. Nikola Tesla famously pursued the idea of transmitting electricity through the atmosphere without wires, using resonance between Earth and the ionosphere. His Wardenclyffe Tower in New York was intended as a proof of concept, but his funding was cut before the project could be completed. If Tesla, working with early 20th century science, came close to such a breakthrough, might ancient builders have achieved it long before? A pyramid of massive size, aligned with Earth's magnetic field and placed at a tectonically active location, could theoretically have transmitted energy across vast distances. This would explain how ancient civilizations separated by oceans might have shared a common source of power. Of course, this line of thought opens the door to uncomfortable implications. If the Black Pyramid was an energy device, then it is not just an archaeological curiosity, it is a technology of enormous potential. Its rediscovery might explain why governments would choose to suppress information about it. If operational, it could provide limitless clean energy, destabilizing the global energy economy and rendering fossil fuels obsolete. Alternatively, if misused, it could unleash forces we do not fully understand, disrupting geomagnetic fields or triggering seismic activity. Such dangers might explain the alleged secrecy and the supposed military presence around the site. One must also consider the possibility that the pyramid's function goes beyond energy generation in the human sense. Ancient cultures often describe their monuments as places of spiritual or cosmic connection. If the Black Pyramid resonates with Earth's natural frequencies, it might also amplify human consciousness, altering states of perception or facilitating communication with other realms of existence. Shamans and mystics in many traditions describe pyramids and sacred mountains as gateways, places where the veil between worlds is thin. The Alaskan Pyramid, buried in one of the most remote and mystical landscapes on Earth, might serve as both an energy generator and a spiritual transmitter, designed to bridge the gap between humanity and the cosmos. There are, of course, obstacles to proving any of this. The pyramid remains unacknowledged by mainstream science, hidden beneath layers of secrecy and denial. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of Alaska are classified, and accounts from whistleblowers are easily dismissed as conspiracy. Without excavation or independent verification, the theory of the pyramid as an energy device remains speculative. Yet speculation is not without value. It keeps alive the possibility that our ancestors possessed knowledge far beyond what we assume, and it forces us to question whether the narrative of human progress, linear, gradual, and self-contained, tells the whole story. The image of the Black Pyramid as an ancient energy generator is powerful because it unites myth, science, and mystery. It suggests that deep beneath Alaska's frozen wilderness lies not a relic of superstition but a machine of extraordinary sophistication, designed with principles we are only beginning to rediscover. Whether its function was to power cities, stabilize Earth's energies, transmit wireless power, or open channels of consciousness, its presence challenges everything we think we know about history. If revealed, It could shift humanity's understanding of both our past and our potential future. Until then, the Black Pyramid remains both a tantalizing mystery and a symbol of possibilities buried just out of reach.
Legends of ancient pyramids often blur the line between human engineering and something far more otherworldly. While traditional archaeology insists that structures like the pyramids of Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia were the work of human societies striving toward cultural or religious expression, a growing body of alternative researchers argue that their scale, precision, and astronomical alignments point to external influence, possibly extraterrestrial. In this context, the Black Pyramid of Alaska becomes more than just an enigma buried beneath ice and mountain stone. It becomes a candidate for something astonishing, a possible remnant of alien engineering, evidence that contact with non-human intelligences occurred in prehistory. If true, this secret could explain both the government's obsessive secrecy and why the pyramid is said to be more dangerous, more heavily guarded, and more mysterious than even Area 51. The extraterrestrial hypothesis is compelling because it resolves some of the most persistent anomalies surrounding pyramids worldwide. How could ancient cultures without advanced machinery lift and position megalithic stones weighing hundreds of tons? How could they achieve alignments to celestial bodies with such precision that even modern surveyors are astonished? Why do we find strikingly similar pyramid structures on different continents separated by oceans, cultures, and languages? Conventional history suggests coincidence or convergent evolution, but the possibility of outside influence offers another explanation, that these monuments were part of shared design handed down or imposed by beings from the stars. In the case of the Black Pyramid, rumors suggest that the structure was first discovered through seismic testing, revealing a massive artificial formation deep underground. Its sheer scale, larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, raises immediate questions. If human beings of the distant past constructed it, why does no cultural memory remain in the oral traditions of Alaska's indigenous peoples? Native stories speak of sky people, underground beings, and powerful spirits residing in sacred mountains, but no account directly describes such a vast construction effort. This absence may point to something else entirely, that the pyramid was never built by humans at all, but left behind by visitors from elsewhere, a beacon or installation serving purposes we cannot fully grasp. Theories of alien contact often reference the so-called cargo cult phenomenon, where technologically advanced visitors encounter less advanced societies, and the latter interpret the encounter in spiritual or mythological terms. If extraterrestrials once interacted with humanity, their technology could easily have been mistaken for divine power, and their instructions encoded into myth and ritual. Pyramids, under this model, may not have been independently invented by each culture, but rather seated as part of a larger plan, with the Black Pyramid of Alaska serving as a hidden outpost or node in a planetary network. Its location in the remote north may not have been accidental. It could have been chosen as a strategic point, near magnetic anomalies or fault lines, perhaps functioning as part of an extraterrestrial energy or communication grid. Government secrecy lends weight to this hypothesis. Whistleblowers and conspiracy researchers allege that since the Cold War, both the United States and Soviet Union had intense interest in anomalies in Alaska. Beyond oil and strategic defense, classified research in the region focused on strange electromagnetic disturbances, unexplained power surges, and even reports of UFO sightings clustered near the suspected location of the Black Pyramid. If the pyramid is in fact extraterrestrial in origin, the military would have every reason to suppress this discovery. The implications would shatter the foundation of human history, religion, and science. Worse, if the pyramid is still active, it might represent technology humanity is not prepared to control. Consider, for example, the parallels often drawn between pyramids on Earth and formations seen on other celestial bodies. The pyramids of Mars, photographed in the Cydonia region, sparked decades of speculation about alien civilizations, leaving markers across the solar system. Similarly, unusual structures on the moon and other anomalies captured by space probes have fueled speculation about an interplanetary network of monuments. If the Black Pyramid of Alaska is indeed extraterrestrial, it could belong to the same pattern of vast architecture spread not just across Earth, but across worlds. This would explain why so many of the world's pyramids are aligned with astronomical phenomena. They might have been designed not as local religious symbols, but as part of a galactic cartography, a map linking stars, planets, and civilizations. Eyewitness accounts also support the extraterrestrial angle. Some locals claim to have seen strange lights above the suspected pyramid site, phenomena resembling UFO activity, orbs, hovering disks, and unexplained flashes that vanish into the mountains. Others describe odd electromagnetic interference with radios, compasses spinning erratically, and sudden blackouts in electronic devices when near the area. These accounts, while anecdotal, match patterns observed in classic UFO hotspots, where electromagnetic anomalies accompany unexplained aerial activity. If the pyramid is alien technology, it might be emitting fields or signals not understood by conventional science, inadvertently exposing its presence. Skeptics counter that extraterrestrial theories are too speculative, that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Yet secrecy itself creates a vacuum where speculation flourishes. If official channels deny, suppress, or ridicule the subject, independent researchers are left to piece together fragments. From this perspective, the extraterrestrial hypothesis becomes not just plausible, but perhaps inevitable. If a massive pyramid truly exists under Alaska, and if it is technologically advanced in ways beyond known ancient civilizations, then who else could have built it? The potential implications are staggering. If extraterrestrials were involved in constructing or deploying the Black Pyramid, then humanity is not alone and never has been. This means our history has been guided, shaped, or at least observed by advanced intelligences. The secrecy around a pyramid may stem not only from fear of public panic, but also from the desire of governments to monopolize alien technology. If the pyramid contains knowledge, devices, or even contact portals, its control will confer unimaginable power. Wars have been fought over oil, gold, and territory. Imagine the stakes of possessing a functioning extraterrestrial power source or communication hub. But there is also another, darker possibility. What if the pyramid was not left behind as a gift, but as a warning, a trap, or a monitoring station? Not all contact scenarios envision benevolent beings guiding humanity. Some suggest that advanced civilizations may treat emerging species like humanity the way humans study animals, observing, experimenting, perhaps even manipulating. In this interpretation, the Black Pyramid might not be a gift to unlock, but a surveillance tool, keeping track of human development, waiting for us to reach a certain threshold of technology or consciousness before its true purpose is revealed. Ultimately, the extraterrestrial connection to the Black Pyramid of Alaska remains speculative but deeply compelling. It taps into one of humanity's most powerful questions. Are we alone? If this buried structure proves to be more than myth, it could become the smoking gun that confirms contact, reshapes history, and redefines what it means to be human. The pyramid could be the key not only to understanding our past, but also preparing for our future in a universe teeming with possibilities. Long before whispers of a buried Black Pyramid spread across conspiracy forums or late-night radio shows, Alaska's indigenous peoples have been telling stories about mysterious mountains, spirits that live beneath the earth, and sky beings who descended to guide or sometimes test humankind. These oral traditions, passed down through generations of the Tlingit, Inuit, Athabascans, and other native groups, are not merely colorful myths. They may hold coded fragments of knowledge about the land's deeper mysteries. In a world where ancient structures are often cloaked in allegory, these traditions could provide vital clues to the true nature of the enigmatic pyramid said to lie beneath Alaska's rugged terrain. For example, many Athabascan elders speak of mountains that are not mountains at all, but sleeping giants or houses of power. Some stories describe how certain peaks must never be disturbed because they hold energies too dangerous for humans to approach. One legend tells of a stone house of the sky people hidden underground, its presence guarded by spirits. To the casual listener, such tales may sound like poetic metaphor, but viewed through the lens of modern speculation, they raise a provocative question. Were these myths the cultural memory of a massive buried structure, the Black Pyramid itself? If indigenous people avoided certain areas, perhaps they did so because they knew on some level that something unnatural and potentially dangerous was there. The Inuit, who live further north, preserve myths about beings who emerge from under the ice, teaching survival skills, navigation, and the rhythms of the stars. These under-ice people were sometimes described as luminous, as if glowing from within, and possessing technologies or abilities beyond human comprehension. While mainstream anthropologists interpret such figures as archetypes or metaphors for environmental adaptation, others suggest they may encode encounters with advanced entities, possibly extraterrestrial or interdimensional, connected to the pyramid's presence. If the Black Pyramid was truly designed as a generator or transmitter, it may have drawn attention from or facilitated contact with such beings. Shamanic traditions further deepen the mystery. Across Alaska, shamans have long been regarded as mediators between the human world and the unseen realms. They describe sacred sites where the veil between dimensions is thin, mountains, caves, and underground chambers that serve as gateways. In some cases, rituals were performed at these locations to harness the Earth's energy or communicate with spirit beings. The parallels with pyramid theories are striking. If the Black Pyramid interacts with Earth's natural frequencies, as energy device theorists suggest, then it would function as one of these gateways. The shamans, through altered states of consciousness, may have been directly sensing the electromagnetic anomalies radiating from the hidden structure. Another telling detail is the emphasis on sound and vibration in indigenous practices. Drumming, chanting, and throat singing are not merely artistic expressions, but tools for shifting awareness and resonating with the environment. These traditions imply a deep understanding of resonance, a principle also central to the theory that pyramids amplify Earth's natural vibrations. The alignment is uncanny. If the Black Pyramid indeed operates on resonant frequencies, then the practices of Alaska's shamans could have been responses to, or even ways of harmonizing with, the pyramid's energy field. Perhaps their rituals were not invented in isolation, but were shaped by generations of subtle interaction with the energies emanating from beneath the land. There are also cautionary tales. Among some groups, elders warn against venturing too close to certain mountains because those who do vanish or are struck with madness. Stories tell of hunters who wandered into forbidden zones, only to return dazed, speaking of strange lights, buzzing sounds, or voices in the wind. These warnings may not be mere superstition, but encoded survival knowledge. If the pyramid generates electromagnetic disturbances, as modern reports suggest, prolonged exposure could cause disorientation, hallucinations, or physical harm. Indigenous traditions may have preserved these dangers in mythic form, ensuring that future generations would avoid tampering with forces they could not control. Perhaps most compelling are the stories of star people, or sky beings. Nearly every indigenous group in Alaska has myths about visitors who came from above, often described as teachers or watchers. Some tales portray them as benevolent guides who bestowed wisdom, while others depict them as testing or even punishing humans for overstepping boundaries. These narratives dovetail seamlessly with the extraterrestrial theories about the Black Pyramid. If the structure is alien in origin, then the sky beings of myth may not have been spirits, but actual entities associated with its creation or maintenance. To the indigenous storytellers, these encounters would naturally be framed in spiritual language, but to modern ears, they echo like accounts of contact. Western scholars often dismiss these connections, preferring to interpret indigenous myths as symbolic expressions of environment and survival. But time and again, myths across the world have proven to encode surprisingly precise information. The Polynesians' navigational chants, for instance, preserve star maps with remarkable accuracy. Hindu epics describe flying machines eerily similar to modern interpretations of aircraft. If these traditions can preserve such data, why not clues about the presence of a hidden pyramid? The refusal to consider this possibility may reflect not the weakness of indigenous knowledge, but the blind spots of mainstream science. The persistence of secrecy around the Black Pyramid only intensifies the importance of these oral traditions. If modern science cannot or will not investigate, then the cultural memories of Alaska's first peoples may remain the best surviving record. Shamans and elders who speak of sacred mountains and sky people may be preserving truths that align with what radar surveys and whistleblowers have hinted at. That beneath Alaska's wilderness lies a structure not made by ordinary human hands. This raises a haunting possibility. What if the indigenous groups were not only aware of the pyramid, but entrusted with guarding its secret? Their taboos, rituals, and cautionary stories may have served as safeguards, ensuring that the site remained undisturbed for millennia. If so, the modern hunger to excavate or exploit the pyramid may not just threaten scientific or military balance, but could violate a sacred trust maintained by generations. In this sense, the silence of Alaska's native peoples may not be ignorance, but wisdom, the wisdom of knowing that some secrets are too powerful to be meddled with. The myths of Alaska thus transform the Black Pyramid from a speculative anomaly into part of a living cultural tapestry. Whether seen as allegory, memory, or encrypted knowledge, these traditions breathe life into the mystery. They suggest that the land itself has been whispering its secrets all along through the voices of those who live closest to it. If we listen carefully, we may find that the answers to the Black Pyramid's origins are not buried only in stone, but in story, song, and spirit. And in that realization, we confront a profound truth. Sometimes the oldest myths hold the newest revelations. During the height of the Cold War, Alaska was a front line in the geopolitical struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union. Its proximity to Russia, its vast and largely uncharted wilderness, and its strategic location along the polar route made it a hub for military operations, surveillance, and secret research. Within this tense environment, the existence of a massive, buried structure like the Black Pyramid would have represented an intelligence and technological jackpot, an asset or threat of potentially global significance. If either superpower had knowledge of the pyramid's existence, it would have been investigated with utmost secrecy, classified at the highest levels, and subjected to intense scrutiny. The Cold War, in this sense, provides a plausible context for why the Black Pyramid, if real, might have been quietly observed, studied, and even monitored by both nations without ever being disclosed to the public. Alaska's strategic importance during the Cold War cannot be overstated. The U.S. Air Force maintained a series of radar stations and early warning systems designed to detect Soviet bombers or missile launches approaching North America via the polar corridor. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union closely monitored the same regions with reconnaissance satellites and long-range flights. In such an environment, any anomalous land formation or unnatural geometric structure would have immediately attracted attention. The Black Pyramid, with its rumored massive scale and precise geometry, would have stood out in satellite imagery and area reconnaissance. Even if buried beneath snow and ice, its presence could disturb local topography or magnetic readings, prompting further investigation. For both superpowers, ignoring such potential discovery would have been unthinkable. Whistleblowers and declassified documents suggest that secret research in Alaska was broader than just military surveillance. Some claim that both U.S. and Soviet teams conducted geophysical surveys, ground-penetrating radar scans, and even experimental excavation to determine the nature of anomalies in remote regions. While much of this work remains classified or deliberately obscured, a pattern emerges. Areas now rumored to coincide with the Black Pyramid received extraordinary attention, far beyond what would be expected for routine geological or meteorological studies. If true, it implies that officials from both nations were aware of something extraordinary beneath the surface, something that could alter the balance of power if revealed. The Cold War was also a time of intense experimentation with unconventional technologies. Both superpowers pursued secret research into nuclear power, electromagnetic weaponry, psychic phenomena, and unconventional energy sources. In this context, the Black Pyramid could have been of particular interest not merely as an archaeological curiosity, but as a potential source of advanced energy or a device capable of resonance-based manipulation. Some researchers theorize that the pyramid might interact with geomagnetic fields, produce electromagnetic pulses, or even function as a large-scale power generator. If the U.S. or Soviet intelligence agencies had access to even preliminary data suggesting such capabilities, it would explain the extraordinary secrecy and the lengths to which both sides might go to study, monitor, or even claim control of the site. Satellite imagery and area reconnaissance reports, though largely classified, provide tantalizing hints. Certain photographs from Cold War-era missions show unusual rectangular shadows or disruptions in snow and ice patterns in remote Alaskan valleys. While officially dismissed as natural formations or photographic artifacts, alternative researchers argue that these anomalies correspond with the rumored location of the Black Pyramid. Soviet intelligence, known for its meticulous monitoring of U.S. territory, may have also taken note of these irregularities, conducting their own covert investigations. The Cold War, in effect, created a global surveillance network that inadvertently may have documented the pyramid long before modern conspiracy theorists ever heard of it. Another piece of the puzzle is the overlap between Cold War experimental research and indigenous oral histories. Some elders from remote Alaskan communities have reported military personnel appearing in their regions during the 1950s and 1960s, conducting surveys or drilling operations near mountains said to be sacred. Locals described unusual equipment, strange lights, and even electromagnetic disturbances that cause headaches or nausea. While official explanations attributed these activities to radar testing or mineral exploration, the timing and locations correspond intriguingly with the rumored Black Pyramid site. Could these operations have been the earliest attempts to measure or understand the pyramid's energy output? If so, both military secrecy and indigenous caution were simultaneously shielding the site from public scrutiny. The Cold War also provides context for the global ramifications of such a discovery. If the Black Pyramid possessed technological capabilities beyond contemporary understanding, whether as an energy source, communication hub, or resonance device, its control could have given either superpower a strategic advantage. In a world dominated by nuclear tension, even a small edge could be decisive. It is therefore plausible that the U.S. and Soviet governments approached the site with extreme caution, ensuring that no information leaked, even internally, beyond those with the highest security clearance. From this perspective, the pyramid secrecy is not just about archaeology, it is about national security and global power dynamics. Some researchers propose that covert operations in Alaska during the Cold War were guided by a dual objective: to understand the pyramid itself and to prevent adversaries from discovering or exploiting it. Military and intelligence teams may have tested electromagnetic fields, monitored unusual energy fluctuations, and conducted extensive geological mapping to determine the pyramid's potential. In essence, the pyramid became a high priority, unacknowledged Cold War project, a relic of the past with profound implications for the future. Neither side could risk revealing its existence without compromising their position, and thus it remained buried both physically and in official records. The Cold War secrecy also explains the modern difficulty of verifying the Black Pyramid's existence. With decades of classified operations, restricted airspace, and suppressed data, independent researchers face enormous obstacles. Even today, many of the most promising leads are tied to documents still partially redacted, eyewitness accounts from retired personnel reluctant to speak, or anecdotal reports from locals who were never officially acknowledged. This veil of secrecy, established for national security during the Cold War, has persisted into the present, creating the perfect environment for mystery, speculation, and conspiracy to flourish. Ultimately, the Cold War context illuminates why the Black Pyramid, if real, has never been publicly explored. Its strategic location, technological potential, and historical significance made it a matter of international interest and extreme secrecy. Both the United States and the Soviet Union had motives to investigate, monitor, and contain knowledge of the site, leaving a legacy of hidden operations, classified studies, and rumors that continue to fuel fascination. The Black Pyramid, in this light, is not merely an archaeological enigma, but a Cold War relic, a symbol of hidden knowledge, geopolitical intrigue, and the extraordinary lengths that nations will go to control the unknown. In the decades following the initial Cold War interest in Alaska's remote regions, whispers of expeditions and covert operations surrounding the Black Pyramid began to circulate among researchers, adventurers, and military insiders. These operations, largely unacknowledged in public records, appear to have combined elements of scientific inquiry, military reconnaissance, and perhaps even clandestine archaeological investigation. According to multiple accounts, teams were dispatched to measure electromagnetic anomalies, map underground structures using ground-penetrating radar, and retrieve samples from sites suspected to be near the pyramid. While some of these missions were officially described as geological surveys or environmental studies, the consistency of eyewitness testimonies suggests a far more extraordinary purpose: to explore, understand, and perhaps exploit a structure whose very existence challenges conventional understanding. One of the earliest alleged expeditions occurred in the late 1970s. Retired personnel claimed that a joint team of military engineers, geologists, and remote sensing specialists was sent to a mountainous area near the Susitna Valley. Their task: according to declassified hints and leaked testimonies, was to map subsurface anomalies detected via seismic surveys. Reports described the use of heavy drilling equipment, specialized sensors, and even prototypes of early electromagnetic field detectors. Technology far ahead of what the public knew at the time. The team reportedly recorded geometric patterns beneath the surface, including sharp angles and symmetrical formations inconsistent with natural geological processes. If these accounts are accurate, they suggest that the Black Pyramid is not only massive, but also intricately designed, possibly supporting the theory of advanced construction beyond the capabilities of ancient human civilizations. In addition to military-led operations, some independent researchers claim to have undertaken expeditions under the guise of scientific study. Using satellite imagery, thermal scans, and high-resolution aerial photography, they attempted to locate disturbances in the terrain indicative of buried structures. Many of these expeditions reportedly encountered inexplicable phenomena, electronic equipment failing unexpectedly, compasses spinning without reason, and sudden weather anomalies appearing in localized regions. Such accounts mirror earlier reports from pilots and hunters, reinforcing the possibility that the pyramid emits energy capable of affecting instruments and natural systems. Though skeptics argue that extreme weather, magnetic anomalies, or technical malfunctions could explain these incidents, the repeated consistency across independent groups cannot be easily dismissed. Another striking aspect of these covert operations involves a human element. Witnesses describe personnel experiencing disorientation, severe headaches, and even hallucinations while near the suspected pyramid site. Some accounts suggest that prolonged exposure to the area's energy field may affect neurological function, lending credibility to theories that the pyramid functions as a powerful electromagnetic or resonance-based structure. In one particularly chilling anecdote, an expedition team reportedly retreated after encountering a sudden, unexplained surge in ground energy, which caused instruments to overload and triggered widespread panic. These stories, while difficult to verify, contribute to the aura of danger surrounding the Black Pyramid and suggest that any approach to its exploration carries inherent risk. The secrecy of these operations is also notable. Official documentation is virtually non-existent, and many records remain classified under national security provisions. Personnel involved in these missions were often bound by strict non-disclosure agreements, sometimes under threat of court-martial or severe professional repercussions. This culture of secrecy has fueled speculation that the pyramid holds technology or knowledge deemed too sensitive for public release. Some theorists suggest that the structure may contain evidence of ancient energy manipulation, extraterrestrial technology, or both, making its control a matter of strategic importance for any nation aware of its existence. In addition to the American operations, there are hints that other nations monitor these activities covertly. Cold War-era intelligence suggests that the Soviet Union was aware of unusual surveys in Alaska and may have conducted their own reconnaissance. Though the details are murky, some reports hint at the use of spy satellites, overflights, and electronic surveillance to monitor the area. This international attention underscores the significance of the Black Pyramid as more than a local curiosity. It is a site of global interest whose potential implications extend far beyond national borders. A particularly fascinating element of these expeditions involves the use of cutting-edge technology for the time. Teams reportedly employed thermal imaging magnetometers and even experimental underground sonar to probe beneath the frozen earth. Some researchers claim to have detected massive voids and corridors within the pyramid, suggesting an internal structure that could extend hundreds of feet below the surface. These reports align with theories of the pyramid as a functional device, possibly for energy transmission, resonance amplification, or other advanced purposes. If accurate, they challenge a conventional understanding of both engineering and archaeology, implying knowledge or capability lost to history, or perhaps gifted by non-human entities. Despite these tantalizing accounts, no expedition is known to have publicly confirmed the pyramid's existence. Some teams were allegedly shut down due to safety concerns, environmental regulations, or unexplained accidents. Others reportedly returned with data suppressed, classified, or destroyed. This pattern of obstruction has contributed to a sense of deliberate concealment, reinforcing the notion that the Black Pyramid is not merely a historical curiosity, but a sensitive and potentially dangerous site. Independent explorers continue to speculate on the reasons for such suppression, ranging from national security and extraterrestrial technology to the preservation of an ancient power structure that humanity is not yet ready to confront. Local indigenous populations also reportedly interacted with some of these expeditions. Elders describe encounters with strange equipment, unusual lights, and personnel asking cryptic questions about sacred sites. While many outsiders dismiss these stories as exaggeration or misunderstanding, the recurring themes, light phenomena, electromagnetic disturbances, and sacred ground, mirror accounts from military and scientific teams. This convergence between local oral history and covert expeditions suggests that the Black Pyramid may be simultaneously a physical, energetic, and cultural presence, influencing the environment, technology, and human perception. The cumulative effect of these alleged expeditions is a complex tapestry of secrecy, danger, and discovery. While no mission has yet provided incontrovertible evidence to the public, the consistency of reports across decades, disciplines, and countries lends weight to the argument that something extraordinary lies beneath Alaska's wilderness. Each expedition, whether officially acknowledged or entirely covert, adds another layer to mystery, hinting at a buried structure that challenges conventional understanding of engineering, energy, and even human history. Ultimately, these covert operations underscore a critical reality. The Black Pyramid, if real, is not just a static archaeological site. It is a dynamic point of interest that has captured the attention of military, scientific, and indigenous observers alike, each of whom recognizes its potential power, mystery, and danger. Whether seen as an energy device, a repository of ancient knowledge, or a sentinel of extraterrestrial origin, the pyramid's influence on human activity, secretive or overt, cannot be underestimated. Its story is entwined with decades of exploration, speculation, and intrigue, setting the stage for discoveries that could redefine our understanding of both history and technology. In recent decades, modern technology has opened unprecedented opportunities to explore regions once considered unreachable, including the remote wilderness of Alaska, where the Black Pyramid is rumored to lie hidden. Satellite imagery, LiDAR, light detection and ranging, ground-penetrating radar, and electromagnetic surveys have transformed archaeology, allowing researchers to detect structures buried beneath ice, soil, and vegetation without invasive excavation. For the Black Pyramid, these tools offer a tantalizing glimpse into a mystery that has eluded discovery for centuries. While official acknowledgement remains absent, independent researchers, amateur explorers, and private organizations have increasingly turned to these methods, hoping to reveal the truth behind the legends and legends of government secrecy. Satellite imagery has been the starting point for many modern investigations. High-resolution images from both commercial and government satellites allow researchers to detect anomalies in terrain, unusual geometric formations, and inconsistencies in natural landscapes. Analysts examining Alaska's interior have identified peculiar shadows, angular ground patterns, and subtle topographical shifts consistent with reports of a buried structure. While snow, ice, and seasonal changes make interpretation difficult, repeated anomalies across multiple satellite passes suggest that these are not random geological formations. Even subtle changes in vegetation, soil density, and surface temperature may indicate voids or artificial structures below, offering tantalizing evidence for the pyramid's existence. LiDAR has revolutionized the study of hidden structures worldwide, including dense forests and mountainous terrain. By using laser pulses to measure distances and map the surface with extreme precision, LiDAR scans of suspected Alaskan sites have revealed unusual geometric outlines and consistent right angles, which are highly unlikely to occur naturally. The technology penetrates through trees and vegetation, allowing researchers to see features that would otherwise remain invisible. In some studies, LiDAR has produced results that hint at the presence of an enormous pyramid-shaped structure, partially buried under layers of soil and permafrost. These results, although preliminary, correlate with historical accounts and whistleblower testimonies, adding a layer of credibility to decades of speculation. Ground-penetrating radar (GPR) has also played a critical role in exploring the possibility of a buried pyramid. GPR sends electromagnetic waves into ground and measures the reflections to detect underground structures. Independent researchers conducting surveys in remote Alaskan valleys report signals consistent with large voids, angular formations, and multiple layers of what could be walls or chambers. These anomalies are often found in alignment with ley lines and magnetic disturbances, echoing earlier theories that the Black Pyramid was constructed at a precise location to harness natural energies. The convergence of satellite LiDAR and GPR data strengthens the case for a hidden structure that is not only enormous, but potentially sophisticated in its design. Electromagnetic mapping has yielded perhaps the most mysterious results. Teams equipped with magnetometers and electromagnetic sensors have documented localized anomalies, unusual surges in magnetic fields, unexplained electrical readings, and fluctuations that cannot be attributed to conventional geological formations. Some of these electromagnetic disturbances are so strong that they reportedly interfere with instruments, GPS signals, and even human perception. This is consistent with theories suggesting that the Black Pyramid may function as a resonance device or energy generator, emitting fields capable of interacting with both natural and man-made systems. The repetition of these readings across multiple sites adds credibility to the hypothesis that the anomalies are not accidental but intentional features of the structure. One particularly intriguing aspect of modern scientific investigations is a correlation between technology and indigenous knowledge. Many anomalies detected by LiDAR, GPR, and electromagnetic surveys occur precisely in locations marked as sacred or dangerous in Alaskan oral traditions. These overlaps suggest that ancient populations were aware of the pyramid's presence and potential power long before modern instruments could detect it. If true, this would reinforce the notion that myths, legends, and spiritual practices were grounded in real physical phenomena, encoding knowledge of the pyramid's location, energy, and dangers into cultural memory. Despite the promise of these technologies, obstacles remain. Alaska's harsh climate, thick permafrost, and remote geography make extended fieldwork difficult, expensive, and dangerous. Seasonal changes, snow cover, and magnetic interference complicate the interpretation of data, while government restrictions on land access and airspace add bureaucratic hurdles. Additionally, much of the most promising satellite and survey data is proprietary or classified, leaving independent researchers relying on partial information or outdated imagery. These challenges help explain why, after decades of speculation and investigation, no definitive proof of the Black Pyramid has been released publicly. Nevertheless, the use of modern technology has moved the Black Pyramid from legend toward tangible investigation. For the first time, researchers can map anomalies with precision, detect geometric patterns under layers of ice and soil, and measure electromagnetic activity consistent with theories of resonance-based function. Even without physical excavation, the convergence of evidence from multiple instruments strengthens the argument that a massive, artificial structure may exist beneath Alaska's wilderness. Each survey, each anomaly detected, adds weight to the centuries of indigenous memory, Cold War speculation, and modern whistleblower testimony. The implications of such discoveries are profound. If the Black Pyramid is confirmed through scientific methods, it would redefine not only archaeology but our understanding of ancient technology, energy systems, and possibly even extraterrestrial contact. Modern science may finally validate what indigenous traditions, legends, and covert operations have long suggested, that Alaska conceals a structure of extraordinary scale, precision, and power. It would prove that the planet still holds secrets capable of challenging our assumptions about human history and technological achievement. In this context, the Black Pyramid represents a frontier where ancient knowledge, modern science, and speculative theory converge. Satellite imagery, LiDAR, GPR, and electromagnetic mapping provide the tools to explore this frontier without disturbing its delicate balance, potentially uncovering one of the greatest archaeological and technological mysteries of our time. While the world waits for definitive proof, each technological scan, each unexplained reading, and each alignment with historical and indigenous knowledge serves as a reminder that beneath Alaska's frozen surface lies a story far larger and more enigmatic than any single discovery could reveal. Beneath the frozen expanse of Alaska, the Black Pyramid is rumored to hide secrets that defy imagination. Beyond its massive exterior and mysterious energy emissions, eyewitness accounts, whistleblower testimonies, and speculative reports converge on one tantalizing possibility. The interior of the pyramid contains hidden chambers, ancient artifacts, and even technology far beyond what humanity is known to have achieved. These claims have fueled decades of speculation and intrigue, suggesting that the structure is not merely a static monument but a complex, multi-layered system designed for purposes that remain inscrutable to modern science. If true, the discovery of these internal features could rewrite our understanding of both history and potential of ancient civilizations, or even extraterrestrial influence. Descriptions of the pyramid's interior, though sparse, are striking. Some reports suggest vast corridors stretching hundreds of feet beneath the surface, aligned with precise angles that mirror the exterior geometry. Whistleblowers claim that these corridors are not haphazard, but part of a calculated design, possibly intended to direct energy flow, create resonance, or serve as conduits for communication or transportation. In this context, the pyramid is more than a tomb or monument. It is a functional machine, a buried cathedral technology whose purpose is encoded in its very architecture. The precise alignment of these chambers with celestial phenomena and ley lines adds another layer of complexity, implying that whoever constructed the pyramid had both advanced engineering skills and a sophisticated understanding of Earth's energetic systems. Within these hidden chambers, some accounts hint at the presence of artifacts that challenge conventional chronology. Objects described as metallic, crystalline, or composed of unknown materials have reportedly been observed during covert operations and restricted excavations. Certain artifacts are said to glow faintly or resonate when approached, suggesting properties far beyond ordinary human craftsmanship. The implications are staggering. If these objects are authentic, they could represent remnants of an advanced technology lost to history, or perhaps deliberately placed by a non-human intelligence. Each item, if verified, could provide insight into the pyramid's function, whether as an energy generator, communication hub, or repository of knowledge. The concept of advanced technology within the pyramid is supported by the structure's reported electromagnetic and resonance anomalies. Teams measuring energy fields near suspected entrances have documented fluctuations inconsistent with natural phenomena, including surges that affect instruments' compasses and even human perception. If these readings extend inside the pyramid, as some whistleblowers claim, then the internal chambers may house devices or constructions that actively interact with Earth's energy grid. Some theorists speculate that these could be mechanisms for wireless energy transmission, resonance amplification, or even consciousness-altering technology. Such possibilities place the Black Pyramid in a category far removed from conventional archaeology, blending science, speculation, and mystery. Eyewitness reports often describe internal features reminiscent of advanced engineering principles unknown to the ancient world. Smooth metallic walls, precisely cut stone with minimal tool marks, and interlocking mechanisms suggest construction techniques far beyond the capabilities attributed to prehistoric cultures. Certain chambers are described as having acoustics that amplify sound unnaturally, possibly serving a functional purpose in resonance experiments. Others allegedly contain crystalline arrays or conduits aligned with magnetic anomalies, reinforcing the notion that the pyramid was designed to channel or manipulate energy on a grand scale. The sophistication of these features has led some researchers to propose that the Black Pyramid was not a single-purpose monument, but a multifunctional installation combining energy, technology, and ritualistic or spiritual significance. Another area of speculation involves the possible presence of living technology or artificial intelligence. Some whistleblowers report encountering devices that appear to respond to human presence or environmental conditions, altering internal energy flows, lighting, or resonance patterns accordingly. While these claims remain unverified, they align with theories of advanced alien or pre-human civilizations capable of creating self-regulating mechanisms. Such technologies could have been designed to safeguard the pyramid, manage its energy outputs, or even interact with human consciousness. If even partially true, these accounts suggest a level of sophistication that challenges the very notion of ancient technology as we understand it. The pyramid is also rumored to contain symbolic or informational artifacts. Engravings, carvings, or crystalline matrices within certain chambers may encode knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, or energy principles. Some researchers suggest that these symbols are universal, echoing patterns found in ancient structures worldwide, which imply a shared source of knowledge or a deliberate design intended to communicate across time and culture. The discovery of such information within the Black Pyramid would not merely be an archaeological breakthrough. It would be a cognitive revelation, potentially revealing principles of energy, resonance, or cosmology that humanity has long forgotten or never understood. The dangers associated with exploring these chambers cannot be understated. Accounts frequently mention physical and psychological hazards, extreme cold, disorientation, electromagnetic interference, and even sensations of vertigo or altered perception. Some explorers claim to have experienced nausea, headaches, or hallucinations when approaching certain internal zones, suggesting the pyramid may actively defend itself or that its energy fields interact unpredictably with human physiology. These hazards, whether natural or technologically induced, reinforce the idea that the Black Pyramid was constructed with both protection and secrecy in mind, ensuring that its full potential could only be accessed by those prepared for its challenges. Despite the lack of public access, these internal mysteries have fueled decades of speculation, expeditions, and academic debate. Every new report of anomalous energy readings, unusual artifacts, or hidden chambers strengthens the argument that the Black Pyramid is more than a myth. The convergence of technological, historical, and cultural evidence points toward a structure designed with extraordinary foresight and purpose. Whether it was constructed by ancient humans with lost knowledge, extraterrestrial beings, or a combination of influences, the internal features of the Black Pyramid suggest a complexity unmatched in the known archaeological record. Ultimately, the hidden chambers, artifacts, and possible technology within the Black Pyramid transform it from a simple curiosity into a locus of profound mystery and potential. Each corridor, object, and structural feature holds the promise of revelation, challenging modern science, archaeology, and history to rethink the boundaries of human knowledge. As speculation continues and technology advances, the prospect of one day uncovering these secrets captures the imagination, offering the tantalizing possibility that beneath Alaska's frozen wilderness lies not only a monument, but a gateway to understanding the hidden dimensions of our world. Some researchers theorize that the Black Pyramid of Alaska was not built in isolation, but as part of a larger planetary design, an intricate network of structures aligned with Earth's natural energy fields and resonant frequencies. This idea, often dismissed by mainstream science, draws upon centuries of observation that ancient monuments worldwide, the pyramids of Egypt, Teotihuacan, Stonehenge, and others, are aligned with magnetic ley lines, celestial events, and geomagnetic anomalies. If the Black Pyramid is indeed part of this network, it could serve as a node, a hub, or even a generator within a sophisticated system designed to channel, amplify, or store energy across vast distances. The implications are staggering. The pyramid may be a component in a planetary scale grid that harnesses natural forces in ways humanity is only beginning to understand. Ley lines, first identified in the early 20th century, are said to be straight alignments connecting ancient sites around the globe. Researchers have noted that many pyramids, standing stones, and sacred locations seem positioned along these lines, suggesting deliberate placement to exploit or interact with geomagnetic forces. In Alaska, the suspected location of the Black Pyramid corresponds with an intersection of multiple ley lines, leading theorists to argue that it was deliberately sited to maximize energy flow. This alignment could explain the unusual electromagnetic readings reported in the surrounding area, as well as the strange effects on compasses, instruments, and human perception. If ley lines are conduits for Earth's natural energy, then the Black Pyramid may be strategically positioned as a generator, transmitter, or focal point within a global network. The concept of resonance is central to understanding the pyramid's potential role. Resonance occurs when an object or system vibrates at a specific frequency, amplifying energy and producing powerful effects. Some theorists propose that the Black Pyramid's geometry, construction materials, and internal chambers were engineered to resonate with the planet's natural frequencies. This resonance could potentially amplify energy, transmit across vast distances, or even influence environmental or biological systems. Ancient builders may have understood principles of harmonic resonance that modern science has only begun to explore, suggesting a level of sophistication far beyond conventional historical explanations. Supporters of this theory point to anomalies in electromagnetic readings recorded near the pyramid's suspected site. Researchers have documented surges, fluctuations, and localized disturbances that appear inconsistent with natural phenomena. Some of these readings reportedly vary with the position of the sun, lunar cycles, or even solar activity, suggesting a dynamic relationship between the pyramid and cosmic, as well as terrestrial energies. If the structure is designed to interact with these forces, it could function as a regulator, amplifier, or storage system, connecting Alaska's remote wilderness to a planetary network whose scope and purpose remain unknown. The idea of a global energy grid is further reinforced by comparisons to other ancient sites. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, has long been hypothesized to resonate with Earth's electromagnetic field, with some researchers suggesting it could focus energy in a similar manner. Teotihuacan's pyramids and other Mesoamerican structures exhibit analogous alignments, leading to speculation that these monuments were part of a coordinated network deliberately positioned to optimize energy flow across the globe. If these patterns are intentional rather than coincidental, the Black Pyramid may represent a far northern node in this network, linking Alaska to other ancient hubs and creating a planetary lattice of energy and resonance. Some theorists go even further, suggesting that this network may have extraterrestrial origins. If advanced civilizations or visitors from beyond Earth help design or influence these structures, the purpose of the Black Pyramid could extend beyond terrestrial concerns. It may have served as a communication hub, an energy relay, or even a monitoring station, capable of interacting with other nodes across the planet, or even with devices or stations in orbit or on other celestial bodies. In this context, the pyramid is not merely an archaeological curiosity. It is a functional component of a sophisticated system designed for purposes that humans may only partially comprehend. Modern science has begun to test some of these concepts, albeit indirectly. Studies in geophysics and electromagnetic theory have demonstrated that certain geological formations can indeed channel energy, create magnetic anomalies, and influence electrical and atmospheric conditions. If the Black Pyramid was deliberately positioned to exploit these natural properties, it could be a masterful integration of architecture, geology, and energy physics. While direct evidence remains elusive, the theoretical plausibility lends weight to the idea that ancient builders or otherworldly architects understood and applied principles that modern humans are only now rediscovering. The implications for humanity are profound. If the Black Pyramid is part of a global resonance network, it may not only be a historical artifact, but also a tool capable of affecting climate, energy distribution, or even consciousness in ways previously thought impossible. This possibility raises urgent questions about the purpose of such a structure, who originally built it, and whether its function can be harnessed, controlled, or understood safely. It also suggests that the planet itself may be interconnected in ways that ancient civilizations or advanced visitors were aware of, using architecture and geometry to shape, store, or transmit energy on a planetary scale. The Black Pyramid's potential as a node in a global energy grid also explains the extreme secrecy surrounding it. A structure capable of such power, whether harnessed for communication, energy, or other unknown functions, represents both a scientific treasure and a strategic threat. Governments, intelligence agencies, and secretive research organizations may have recognized this, leading to decades of monitoring, restricted access, and covert study. By keeping its existence under wraps, they may have sought to prevent misuse or panic while attempting to understand or replicate its properties. Finally, the resonance network theory bridges multiple strands of the Black Pyramid's mystery, ancient myths, indigenous oral traditions, electromagnetic anomalies, and modern scientific investigation, into a coherent framework. It suggests that the pyramid is not an isolated enigma, but part of a larger, deliberate design integrating geography, energy, and perhaps even consciousness. Whether constructed by humans, extraterrestrials, or some combination thereof, the Black Pyramid's role within a global energy lattice provides a tantalizing explanation for why it has captivated researchers, explorers, and conspiracy theorists for decades. Over the years, reports of strange phenomena near the Black Pyramid have steadily accumulated, painting a picture that is both chilling and enigmatic. Eyewitness accounts come from a variety of sources: indigenous elders who have passed down cautionary tales, bush pilots navigating Alaska's remote airspace, military personnel stationed in isolated regions, and independent researchers who dare to explore the wilderness. While skeptics often dismiss these stories as exaggeration, coincidence, or psychological effect, the consistency and specificity of the reports demand closer attention. Lights in impossible formations, unexplained electromagnetic disruptions, sudden fogs or snowstorms localized to one area, and inexplicable sounds all hint at an active, mysterious presence surrounding the pyramid, a phenomenon that seems to defy conventional scientific explanation. One of the most compelling aspects of these eyewitness accounts is the recurring observation of luminous anomalies. Many bush pilots describe bright lights hovering above or near remote mountain peaks, often shifting in impossible ways, disappearing and reappearing within seconds or moving against the wind with no apparent propulsion. Some researchers propose that these lights are the result of energy emissions from a pyramid itself, possibly a form of plasma discharge or a resonance phenomenon. Others suggest that the lights could be craft or probes associated with extraterrestrial activity, linked to the structure's rumored alien origin. While these observations remain anecdotal, the sheer number of independent reports from trained, reliable witnesses gives them significant weight. Ground-level encounters have been even more unsettling. Hunter geologists and local indigenous people have recounted experiences of sudden electronic malfunctions, where compasses spin uncontrollably, GPS devices fail, and radios emit static or unintelligible signals. In some cases, entire batteries of scientific equipment reportedly short-circuited or displayed readings beyond expected ranges. These disturbances are consistent with modern measurements of localized electromagnetic anomalies in the region, lending credibility to the theory that the Black Pyramid emits energy capable of affecting both technology and human perception. For those on site, such experiences often generate an intense sense of unease or disorientation, as though the environment itself is subtly hostile or aware. Perhaps the most chilling eyewitness accounts involve physical effects on humans. Individuals have reported sudden nausea, headaches, blurred vision, and even temporary paralysis or vertigo when approaching certain areas near the suspected pyramid site. Some explorers describe a sense of being watched or a palpable shift in the air accompanied by low-frequency vibrations or sounds that seem to emanate from the ground itself. While mainstream science attributes these effects to natural electromagnetic fields or hypothermic conditions, the frequency, intensity, and localized nature of these experiences suggest that something more unusual may be at play. These phenomena appear to act as a deterrent, a mechanism that protects the pyramid or its energy systems from prolonged human intrusion. There are also multiple accounts of bizarre aerial phenomena in the region. Military and civilian pilots alike have reported triangular or pyramid-shaped craft, sometimes glowing or translucent, moving in formation with no observable propulsion. In some cases, these craft seem to react to the presence of humans or aircraft, accelerating, hovering, or vanishing abruptly. Some theorists propose that these sightings are not separate from the pyramid but are manifestations of its energy fields, possibly as a form of projection, surveillance, or defensive mechanism. Whether these aerial anomalies are physical craft, energy constructs, or some other phenomenon remains unknown, but they reinforce the sense of an active, responsive presence surrounding the site. Eyewitnesses also describe temporal anomalies, moments where perception of time seems to distort. Explorers recount losing track of hours in what seem like minutes, or experiencing sudden cold snaps, rapid changes in light, or strange fogs that appear and vanish with unnatural speed. These effects align with anecdotal accounts from other energy-rich locations worldwide, often associated with high-energy electromagnetic phenomena, vortexes, or alleged interdimensional activity. While scientific validation is lacking, the repetition and specificity of these experiences across multiple observers make it difficult to dismiss them entirely as imagination or coincidence. Indigenous oral histories further corroborate these phenomena. Elders recount stories of hunters, shamans, or travelers encountering spirits of the stone or sky watchers, often described in terms that parallel modern reports of light, sensations, and disorientation. In these accounts, the area surrounding the pyramid is sacred, dangerous, and charged with energy, and those who enter unprepared risk both physical and spiritual harm. The convergence of ancient knowledge with contemporary eyewitness reports suggests a continuity of experience. The pyramid's influence, whether energetic, technological, or otherwise, has persisted over centuries, shaping human encounters with the landscape. Military personnel who have been stationed in remote regions near the suspected site have also provided compelling testimony. Several retired officers have hinted at unusual surveillance orders, restricted zones, and unexplained equipment failures during routine patrols. Some claim to have observed low-frequency pulses from the ground, affecting both instruments and human perception. Though these accounts are often veiled in secrecy and ambiguity, they suggest that government entities are aware of, and perhaps even actively monitoring, the unusual phenomena associated with the Black Pyramid. Finally, Independent researchers who have attempted to investigate the site have experienced combinations of the phenomena described above. They often report lights, electromagnetic disturbances, auditory anomalies, and perceptual distortion simultaneously, creating a highly disorienting and potentially hazardous environment. These experiences reinforce the notion that the Black Pyramid is not simply a static, buried structure, but an active site capable of interacting with its surroundings in complex and unpredictable ways. Whether these effects are the result of natural energy amplification, advanced technology, or otherworldly design remains an open question, but the weight of eyewitness testimony cannot be ignored. Taken together, these reports create a compelling portrait of a location that challenges conventional understanding. The combination of visual anomalies, electromagnetic disturbances, physical effects, and temporal distortions paints a picture of the Black Pyramid as an active, responsive presence in Alaska's wilderness. Each new account reinforces the mystery, suggesting that the pyramid is not only physically enormous, but energetically potent, capable of influencing both technology and human perception in ways that remain largely unexplored. These phenomena ensure that the pyramid continues to captivate the imagination of researchers, explorers, and conspiracy theorists alike, standing as a monument to the unknown and the unexplained. Over the years, whispers of government involvement in the Black Pyramid of Alaska have emerged from a variety of sources, ranging from retired military personnel to former intelligence operatives and researchers with access to partially declassified documents. These accounts suggest that the U.S. government and possibly other nations has been aware of the pyramid's existence for decades, conducting investigations under the strictest secrecy. While no official acknowledgement has ever been made, whistleblowers have painted a picture of a highly classified program, combining geological surveys, electromagnetic monitoring, and even experiments in energy manipulation, all focus on understanding and containing a structure whose potential far exceeded conventional military or scientific concerns. One of the earliest whistleblower reports dates back to the 1980s, when a retired Air Force technician disclosed that unusual energy readings had been detected in a remote part of Alaska. According to the account, these readings were initially dismissed as sensor errors until repeated surveys revealed consistent, high-intensity electromagnetic anomalies. The technician claimed that specialized teams were dispatched to investigate, operating under code names and utilizing advanced equipment, including early versions of ground-penetrating radar and magnetometers. Internal reports reportedly described geometric anomalies consistent with artificial structures, though these documents were immediately classified and removed from standard archives. Leaked memos and declassified fragments further suggest that the Black Pyramid was treated as a matter of national security. Internal communications, some of which have surfaced online or through investigative journalists, indicate that personnel were instructed to limit knowledge of the site to essential clearance only. Field reports often use euphemistic terms like unexplained topographical formation or anomalous energy source to mask the pyramid's true nature. Even within agencies, access to information was reportedly tiered, with only a handful of scientists, military engineers, and intelligence analysts allowed to view complete data sets. This level of compartmentalization reflects the extraordinary significance the government attributed to the site and its potential implications for both technology and strategic advantage. Several whistleblowers have described covert operations that blur the line between military reconnaissance and archaeological exploration. Teams reportedly conducted seismic surveys, electromagnetic mapping, and remote sensing studies to analyze the structure without physically disturbing it. Some reports even mention attempts to drill into the site to collect samples, though these missions were allegedly halted due to unusual environmental effects, including instrument failures, sudden storms, and unexplained radiation spikes. The combination of secrecy, hazard, and unexplained phenomena contributed to a culture of caution, ensuring that any knowledge of the pyramid's internal features remained tightly controlled. Perhaps most compelling are the accounts from intelligence operatives who claim to have observed interactions between the site and advanced technology. Some suggest that devices placed near or within the suspected pyramid perimeter experienced malfunctions, emitted unexpected readings, or appear to respond to environmental changes autonomously. While some skeptics attribute these reports to equipment failure or environmental conditions, Multiple independent testimonies indicate that the effects were repeatable and location-specific. Such phenomena raise a possibility that the pyramid is not merely inert architecture, but an active system, capable of interacting with electromagnetic fields, energy, or even consciousness in ways that challenge conventional science. Whistleblowers have also highlighted the intersection of the Black Pyramid with broader classified research programs. Documents and testimonies hint at connections between the site and experiments in energy amplification, resonance studies, and possibly unconventional propulsion or communication technologies. Some former personnel suggest that the pyramid's energy missions were analyzed in relation to advanced military projects, with the goal of understanding or replicating its mechanisms. While concrete proof remains elusive, these accounts imply that the site was considered not only archaeologically significant but also technologically invaluable, potentially offering insights into principles that could alter energy production, communications, or strategic defense. In addition to U.S. government activity, there are indications that other nations monitored the pyramid's existence covertly. During the Cold War, both the Soviet Union and allied nations maintained intelligence networks in the Arctic and subarctic regions, gathering data on U.S. military operations and environmental anomalies. Some whistleblower accounts suggest that the Soviets were aware of unusual surveys and may have conducted their own reconnaissance using satellite imagery, overflights, and electronic monitoring. These international dimensions underscore the global significance attributed to the site and suggest that its potential impact on technology and strategy was recognized on multiple fronts. Indigenous testimonies have occasionally intersected with these classified investigations. Retired officials recall interactions with Native communities who warn of sacred or dangerous zones, often coincided with areas under covert observation. Some indigenous elders reported encounters with personnel conducting surveys, sometimes describing equipment and behaviors that mirrored the experiences of modern researchers. These interactions highlight the unique challenges faced by officials operating in secrecy. Not only were they managing hazardous phenomena and sensitive technology, but they also had to navigate cultural and environmental knowledge held by local populations who had long understood the area's significance. Leaked photographs, while rare, provide additional hints of the pyramid's significance. Some images allegedly show unusual geometric formations partially exposed through snow or ice, while others depict personnel handling sophisticated instruments in remote locations. Though authenticity is difficult to verify, the convergence of these visuals with eyewitness accounts, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records strengthens the argument that classified research has been ongoing for decades. Each fragment, whether document, photograph, or testimony, contributes to a patchwork understanding of a site whose existence has been deliberately obscured from public view. Finally, the account of whistleblowers emphasized the extreme secrecy and potential danger associated with the Black Pyramid. Personnel involved in these operations often face strict non-disclosure agreements, psychological screening, and intensive debriefing. Some report that even discussing the pyramid with colleagues outside their clearance level was strictly forbidden, and violations could result in severe legal consequences. This culture of secrecy, combined with the pyramid's alleged hazards, underscores why public knowledge remains limited and why speculation continues to dominate discussions about the site. Taken together, whistleblower accounts, leaked documents, and declassified fragments form a compelling, if incomplete, narrative. The Black Pyramid of Alaska has been under observation and studied by government agencies for decades, treated as a matter of national security, technological curiosity, and perhaps existential concern. These testimonies reinforce the mystery, suggesting that the pyramid is not only real but active, potent, and profoundly significant. Its secrecy, combined with potential capabilities, ensures that it remains one of the most tantalizing enigmas of modern exploration and classified research. Speculation about extraterrestrial involvement in the Black Pyramid of Alaska has persisted for decades, fueled by the site's extraordinary characteristics and the unexplained phenomena reported by eyewitnesses, researchers, and whistleblowers. The pyramid's precise geometry, massive scale, and alleged energy emissions are difficult to reconcile with conventional knowledge of ancient or even modern human engineering, prompting some theorists to propose that it may be the product of non-human intelligence. Supporters of this hypothesis point to global patterns of advanced structures, such as the pyramids of Egypt, the megaliths of South America, and other enigmatic monuments, which share characteristics of mathematical precision, celestial alignment, and energy-related phenomena. In this context, the Black Pyramid may not merely be an isolated anomaly, but part of a larger extraterrestrial network or design intended to interface with Earth's natural systems. One line of evidence cited by proponents involves the pyramid's geometric perfection. Witnesses and researchers describe its sides as nearly flawless triangles, with precise angles and proportions that appear consistent across enormous scales. Within the context of known human construction, particularly in pre-industrial times, such accuracy is extraordinary. Some theorists suggest that the technology required to create such a structure, cutting, lifting, and aligning massive blocks with near-perfect tolerance, may have been beyond the capabilities of early human civilizations. This has led to the proposition that extraterrestrial knowledge or technology, either imparted to humans or deployed independently, could account for the pyramid's design and function. Electromagnetic and energy anomalies surrounding the pyramid further reinforce extraterrestrial theories. Reports of instruments failing, compasses spinning uncontrollably, and localized electromagnetic surges are consistent with claims of alien technology interacting with human-made devices. Some researchers speculate that these phenomena could be side effects of advanced energy systems, perhaps harnessing zero-point energy, resonance amplification, or other exotic principles unknown to contemporary science. In this view, the pyramid functions not only as a monument but as a technological hub, potentially designed to interface with planetary energy grids, communication networks, or observational systems, possibly left as a form of monitoring or guidance by extraterrestrial civilizations. Eyewitness accounts often describe phenomena that appear to be intelligent or responsive, lights hovering or moving in ways inconsistent with conventional aircraft, sudden environmental changes localized to the area, and sensory distortions affecting perception all suggest that the pyramid may not be inert. Some theorists propose that these effects could be the result of sentient technology, a type of machinery designed to interact with humans selectively, or even a form of artificial intelligence embedded within the structure. If true, the Black Pyramid may represent an interface point between humans and extraterrestrial knowledge. It's designed deliberately incorporating elements that interact with both consciousness and the physical environment. Another factor fueling extraterrestrial theories is the alignment of the pyramid with celestial phenomena. Researchers have observed correlations between its orientation and solar, lunar, and even planetary cycles, reminiscent of other ancient structures worldwide. This precision suggests an advanced understanding of astronomy, orbital mechanics, or cosmic energy, knowledge that, according to some theorists, may have been transmitted by non-human intelligences. The Black Pyramid's placement, geometry, and internal design could thus represent a functional system capable of interacting with celestial energies, amplifying them, or transmitting signals across vast distances, possibly as part of a planetary-scale extraterrestrial network. The idea of alien involvement also intersects with reports of hidden chambers and artifacts within the pyramid. Whistleblower testimonies describe metallic, crystalline, or otherwise unidentifiable objects found in restricted areas, some of which appear to resonate or emit energy. Some researchers speculate that these could be remnants of alien devices, either as tools for energy manipulation, observation, or communication. The presence of such artifacts would suggest that the pyramid is not simply a historical or ceremonial structure, but a functional site designed with technology far beyond human development, reinforcing the theory of extraterrestrial origin. The possibility of extraterrestrial engineering is further supported by anomalous patterns in local geology and magnetism. Surveys in the area have documented disturbances inconsistent with natural formations, including precise angular voids and magnetic anomalies that align with the pyramid geometry. These patterns suggest intentional design and engineering, possibly to harness or control energy flows. Some theorists argue that the convergence of these factors, structural precision, energy anomalies, and celestial alignment, is so unlikely to occur naturally that the involvement of advanced intelligence from beyond Earth becomes a plausible explanation. Historical accounts and indigenous oral traditions sometimes echo these extraordinary claims. Elders from remote Alaskan communities have long spoken of sky beings, sacred mountains, and areas of unusual energy that could harm or disorient humans. While these stories are often interpreted metaphorically, they intriguingly coincide with modern reports of electromagnetic disturbances, lights, and other phenomena. Some researchers suggest that these traditions preserve ancient knowledge of encounters with non-human intelligences, possibly linked to construction or presence of the Black Pyramid. Finally, proponents of extraterrestrial theories argue that the pyramid's secrecy itself supports this hypothesis. The U.S. government's extreme caution, decades of classified research, and strict non-disclosure protocols could be interpreted as attempts to conceal not only advanced human experimentation, but also the existence of technology or knowledge of non-human origin. If the pyramid contains artifacts, energy systems, or mechanisms of extraterrestrial design, the implications for science, history, and national security will be immense, providing a rationale for the intense secrecy that surrounds it. Taken together, the evidence, geometric precision, energy anomalies, celestial alignment, hidden artifacts, and corroborative oral histories creates a compelling, though controversial, argument for extraterrestrial involvement. Whether the Black Pyramid represents a gift, a tool, or a monitoring station, its characteristics challenge conventional explanations and suggest a level of sophistication that surpasses known human capabilities. While definitive proof remains elusive, the convergence of these factors continues to inspire exploration, speculation, and fascination, making the Black Pyramid one of the most enigmatic and potentially significant structures on Earth. The mystery of who might have constructed the Black Pyramid of Alaska has long fascinated researchers, historians, and theorists, as its scale, precision, and alleged energy properties seem to exceed the known capabilities of any recorded civilization. Some suggest that it could be the work of an advanced prehistoric culture, one that existed long before the civilizations recorded in textbooks, leaving behind traces of technology, knowledge, and architecture that were lost to time. The concept of lost civilizations has been controversial, yet evidence from sites worldwide, including megalithic structures in South America, Asia, and Europe, hints at sophisticated societies capable of monumental construction, precise astronomical alignment, and mastery over materials and energy. If such a civilization existed in Alaska, it could explain the pyramid's anomalous characteristics and its alignment with geological and energetic features in the region. Archaeological anomalies around the world suggest that advanced knowledge may have been more widespread in prehistoric times than mainstream history admits. Sites such as Pumapunku in Bolivia, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, and the Great Pyramids of Giza demonstrate engineering capabilities that challenge conventional explanations. The precise cutting of massive stones, the alignment of structures to celestial events, and the apparent understanding of energy, acoustics, and mathematics suggest that these societies possess skills long thought to be modern inventions. If a similar culture existed in ancient Alaska, it could have applied these same principles, constructing the Black Pyramid as both a monumental and functional structure designed to endure for millennia. Some theorists propose that this lost civilization had an intimate understanding of Earth's energy systems, magnetic fields, and resonance properties. The alleged energy emissions and electromagnetic anomalies around the Black Pyramid may not be accidental, but the deliberate result of architectural design and material choice. These builders may have known how to construct with precision to manipulate natural energy flows, creating a structure capable of amplifying, channeling, or storing energy. Such abilities would place them far ahead of other known cultures of their time and suggest that much of their knowledge has been lost or deliberately hidden. Historical and indigenous oral traditions support the idea of an ancient, sophisticated people inhabiting the region. Alaskan legends speak of stone watchers, sacred mountains, and places of extraordinary power, often warning outsiders against intrusion. These stories, while couched in myth, sometimes describe phenomena that mirror modern observations: lights, disorientation, energy surges, and hidden chambers. Researchers argue that these narratives may encode practical knowledge about the pyramid, offering clues to its location, function, and hazards. If oral history is taken as complementary evidence, it strengthens the argument that an intelligent culture recognized and interacted with the site thousands of years ago. The lost civilization hypothesis also raises the possibility that the Black Pyramid was a repository of knowledge. Ancient cultures worldwide are known to have encoded information in monuments, symbols, and artifacts. Some suggest that the pyramid's hidden chambers may contain technological schematics, energy devices, or codified information about astronomy, mathematics, or natural forces. If accurate, this would imply that the builders intended the structure to survive long enough for future generations, or even other civilizations, to rediscover it, preserving knowledge that could radically alter human understanding of technology and history. Some researchers posit that these ancient builders were in contact with other civilizations, potentially through trade, migration, or shared knowledge networks. This theory suggests that the Alaskan pyramid may have been part of a global system of monumental constructions, echoing the alignments and energy principles observed in Egypt, Central America, and Europe. If true, it indicates that the Black Pyramid was not an isolated phenomenon, but part of a worldwide pattern of advanced engineering and energy manipulation, providing further support for the idea that lost knowledge was distributed across the globe, only to vanish with the decline of these ancient societies. Technological mastery attributed to this lost civilization is further underscored by the alleged properties of materials found near or inside the pyramid. Accounts mention stone and metallic compositions resistant to natural erosion, precise geometric formations, and crystalline structures capable of channeling energy. Such craftsmanship would have required both advanced tools and scientific understanding far beyond what is typically attributed to prehistoric cultures. The sophistication of these constructions suggests a deliberate purpose. The pyramid may have been designed not merely as a monument, but as a functional system integrating architecture, energy, and possibly communication or observation. The civilization's disappearance, or the loss of its knowledge, adds an additional layer of mystery. Some theories suggest catastrophic events such as climate shifts, ice ages, or global floods may have eradicated populations while preserving monumental structures like the Black Pyramid. Others posit deliberate concealment or cultural collapse, leading to the loss of technological expertise over generations. Regardless of the cause, the surviving monuments, including the pyramid, stand as silent testimony to a civilization whose achievements continue to defy modern understanding. In contemplating the origins of the Black Pyramid, it becomes clear that conventional archaeological frameworks struggle to account for its properties. Whether built by an advanced prehistoric human society influenced by extraterrestrial knowledge, or a combination of factors, the pyramid represents a convergence of engineering, energy mastery, and strategic placement that is unparalleled in recorded history. Each theory points to a civilization of extraordinary capability, one that understood principles of construction, energy, and possibly consciousness in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. Ultimately, the possibility that a lost civilization built the Black Pyramid invites a reconsideration of history itself. It challenges assumptions about the limits of prehistoric societies, the distribution of knowledge, and the origins of technological sophistication. If evidence can be uncovered confirming the presence of a sophisticated culture behind the pyramid, it could fundamentally reshape our understanding of human potential, ancient history, and the hidden forces that have influenced the development of civilization. The Black Pyramid thus stands not only as a mysterious monument, but as a testament to knowledge and capability that may have been buried for millennia, awaiting rediscovery. Allegations of secret experiments and energy manipulation near the Black Pyramid of Alaska have long fueled speculation about the site's true purpose. According to whistleblowers, researchers, and independent investigators, government agencies and private organizations have repeatedly attempted to study the pyramid's unique energy emissions, electromagnetic anomalies, and geometric properties. These efforts reportedly include covert expeditions designed to measure, control, or replicate the pyramid's energy effects, often under extreme secrecy due to both safety concerns and the potential strategic value of the knowledge gained. While no official confirmation exists, the consistency of accounts over decades suggests that these activities are more than rumor, hinting at experiments that push the boundaries of conventional physics and human understanding. One primary focus of these experiments appears to be energy amplification and resonance. The pyramid geometry, internal chambers, and alignment with magnetic and ley line networks have led some researchers to hypothesize that it functions as a massive resonator. Field teams equipped with ground-penetrating radar, magnetometers, and electromagnetic sensors have attempted to measure the intensity and behavior of these energy fields, often reporting fluctuations that defy known physical laws. In some accounts, the pyramid seems capable of amplifying local electromagnetic energy to a degree that interferes with instruments, produces localized heat, or even generates low-frequency vibrations perceptible to human senses. The deliberate study of these effects suggests that scientists are attempting not only to understand the pyramid's properties, but potentially to harness them for practical applications. Experiments reportedly conducted within and around the pyramid include attempts to manipulate its energy fields using advanced technology. Leaked reports and whistleblower accounts describe the deployment of high-energy transmitters, specialized sensors, and experimental equipment designed to interact with the structure's electromagnetic or resonance properties. Some of these efforts have reportedly produced unusual results, including unexpected surges, localized discharges, and the temporary activation of phenomena reminiscent of those described in eyewitness accounts. Researchers have noted that even minor adjustments in positioning or timing can significantly affect outcomes, implying a complex, responsive system rather than a static, inert structure. Such interactions raise questions about whether the pyramid was intentionally designed as an experimental or operational apparatus rather than a purely ceremonial or monumental structure. Some accounts describe the use of high-frequency sound waves or vibrational technology to explore or influence the pyramid's internal chambers. These methods, often referred to as resonance or harmonic experiments, aim to match or disrupt natural frequencies purportedly present in the pyramid. In certain instances, operators report feeling intense vibrations, sudden air pressure changes, or audible tones emanating from within the structure itself, suggesting that the pyramid may respond dynamically to external stimuli. While the validity of these reports is difficult to verify, their consistency across multiple independent teams indicates that the pyramid's interior is not simply static rock and stone, but potentially a reactive environment engineered for energy manipulation. Whistleblowers have also hinted at experiments involving consciousness and human interaction with the pyramid. Some reports describe testing the effects of proximity to energy-emitting areas on human physiology and perception. Explorers and field operatives occasionally report dizziness, disorientation, nausea, or altered time perception when near certain chambers, with effects sometimes intensifying during specific environmental conditions. These observations have prompted speculation that the pyramid may have been designed not only as a physical resonator, but also as a device capable of influencing human awareness or consciousness. Such claims place the pyramid at the intersection of physics, biology, and possibly psychic phenomena, though mainstream science has yet to investigate these effects rigorously. Another intriguing aspect involves the pyramid's potential use as an energy storage or transmission system. Field teams equipped with specialized equipment have reportedly detected localized power spikes, magnetic fluctuations, and unexplained electromagnetic phenomena that seem to correspond with the pyramid's orientation and internal geometry. Some theorists suggest that these effects indicate an ability to store and release energy, possibly across large distances, and even interact with other structures or ley line networks. If true, the pyramid could represent a functional technology of unprecedented scale, capable of harnessing natural energy in ways that challenge conventional engineering principles. Environmental and safety concerns have heavily influenced the conduct of these experiments. The extreme cold, remote location, and high-energy missions make extended fieldwork hazardous. Some whistleblowers report incidents of temporary equipment failure, unexplained accidents, and even physical ailments among research personnel. These dangers, whether arising from natural environmental factors or the pyramid's energy fields, contribute to the secrecy surrounding these operations and underscore the risks associated with attempting to probe or manipulate the structure. The secrecy surrounding these experiments is reinforced by the involvement of multiple government agencies and private research entities. According to whistleblower accounts, access to experimental data is strictly controlled, and findings are classified at the highest levels. Independent researchers have been prevented from reaching certain areas, often encountering restricted airspace, GPS interference, or unexplained physical barriers. Such measures suggest that those studying the pyramid recognize both its extraordinary potential and the hazards inherent in its energy systems, further emphasizing that the Black Pyramid is considered more than a static archaeological site. Finally, the alleged experiments near the pyramid suggest a broader purpose: understanding and potentially harnessing the intersection of geometry, resonance, and energy. If the pyramid is capable of amplifying, storing, or transmitting energy, it may serve as a model for advanced technology, a testbed for energy research, or even a component of a larger, planetary-scale system. Whether these experiments are ultimately aimed at scientific understanding, military application, or both, they underscore the extraordinary significance attributed to the Black Pyramid and highlight why it continues to be shrouded in secrecy, mystery, and speculation. Taken together, the reports of secret experiments and energy manipulation illustrate that the Black Pyramid may not simply be a monument or relic, but a functional, dynamic system with capabilities that challenge conventional science. From resonance studies to electromagnetic interaction, human consciousness testing, and potential energy storage, the site represents a nexus of mystery, danger, and technological possibility. Its study continues to captivate researchers, while the unknown effects and extraordinary potential of its energy systems ensure that the Black Pyramid remains one of the most compelling and enigmatic structures on Earth.
The Black Pyramid of Alaska is often discussed not as an isolated anomaly, but as part of a mysterious global network of pyramidal structures that have fascinated researchers, historians, and conspiracy theorists for decades. Across the planet, from the Great Pyramids of Giza to the lesser-known pyramids in South America, Asia, and even Europe, remarkable similarities in geometry, alignment, and purpose have been observed. Many of these pyramids share precise angles, astronomical orientation, and construction methods that challenge conventional historical explanations. Some theorists argue that the Black Pyramid may represent the far northern node of this planetary network, strategically positioned to interact with Earth's natural energy lines, celestial alignments, and possibly other pyramids around the world. The potential for a global interconnection adds a level of intrigue and complexity, suggesting that the pyramid's significance is not purely local, but potentially planetary. The idea of interconnected pyramids is supported by patterns of placement and orientation. Researchers have noted that pyramids often align with cardinal points, equinoxes, solstices, and specific stars or constellations. In some cases, the relative positions of pyramids across continents appear to form geometric patterns when mapped globally, hinting at an understanding of advanced mathematics and astronomy by ancient civilizations. If the Black Pyramid fits into this network, it could function as an energy conduit, astronomical observatory, or node for communication, possibly interacting with other structures to amplify, transmit, or harness energy on a global scale. Such a system implies a level of sophistication and foresight that is difficult to attribute to known prehistoric cultures. Comparisons between the Black Pyramid and the Great Pyramid of Giza are particularly striking. Both structures are designed with precise geometrical accuracy, and both appear aligned with celestial phenomena. Researchers have documented the Great Pyramid's capacity to act as a resonant structure, potentially amplifying natural energy or sound waves. Eyewitness reports and whistleblower accounts suggest that similar properties may exist in Alaska's pyramid, indicating that these monuments were constructed not merely as tombs or ceremonial sites, but as functional structures capable of manipulating energy. The parallels extend beyond geometry to the use of materials, with some reports of crystalline or metallic components in the Black Pyramid resembling those theorized in Egyptian pyramids to enhance energy transmission. Mesoamerican pyramids also provide compelling evidence for a global connection. The pyramids of Teotihuacan, the Maya temples of Mexico, and other South American sites exhibit alignments with the sun, moon, and planets, alongside precise architectural design. Some theorists suggest that the builders of these pyramids, despite geographical and cultural separation, shared common knowledge or received external influence. The Black Pyramid's presence in Alaska could represent the northernmost extension of this knowledge network, acting as a polar node in a system spanning the equator to the poles. Such a connection raises profound questions about the dissemination of advanced architectural, astronomical, and energy-based knowledge in ancient times. Ley lines, or the theoretical grid of energy pathways crisscrossing the Earth, further support the notion of global interconnection. Many pyramids and sacred sites are believed to be located along these lines, suggesting deliberate placement to harness natural energy flows. If the Black Pyramid lies along a significant intersection of these lines, it could serve as a focal point in a planetary-scale energy network. Researchers theorize that energy generated or stored in one pyramid might resonate through these pathways, influencing distant sites and creating a coordinated system capable of amplifying or transmitting power. The implications of such a network are staggering, suggesting a technological and spiritual sophistication that predates known history. Ancient myths and oral traditions from around the world often describe powerful stone structures, sky watchers, or energy centers, sometimes warning against approaching them unprepared. These stories, though often allegorical, may encode practical knowledge about pyramids and their potential hazards. Indigenous Alaskan accounts, in particular, describe areas of concentrated energy, unusual lights, and disorientation near sacred mountains, which could correspond to the Black Pyramid. When combined with the broader global pattern, these narratives suggest that ancient civilizations recognized the pyramids not just as monuments, but as functional systems integrated with natural and possibly cosmic energy. Modern scientific research has begun to examine these global connections through satellite imagery, geophysical surveys, and comparative archaeology. By analyzing alignments, proportions, and energy-related anomalies, researchers aim to map potential connections between distant pyramids. Preliminary findings suggest intriguing correlations, though definitive proof remains elusive. For the Black Pyramid, its extreme northern location and restricted access make direct study challenging, but remote sensing and geophysical techniques hint at structural and energetic properties consistent with other enigmatic pyramids worldwide. Some theorists go further, proposing that these pyramids, including the Black Pyramid, were part of a coordinated global network with extraterrestrial involvement. If advanced beings influenced or guided ancient civilizations in constructing these structures, the similarities in design, function, and placement could be explained by shared instructions or technology. In this scenario, the Black Pyramid is not merely a human construction, but a key node in an interplanetary or interdimensional system designed to interact with Earth's energy, celestial alignments, and consciousness itself. Ultimately, the potential connections between the Black Pyramid and other pyramids around the globe elevate its significance from a regional curiosity to a planetary enigma. Whether through energy networks, astronomical alignments, or ancient knowledge systems, these structures collectively challenge our understanding of human history, technology, and the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The Black Pyramid's alignment with these global patterns suggests that it is more than a remote monument in Alaska. It is part of a vast, interconnected system whose secrets continue to elude humanity, inspiring awe, speculation, and the enduring quest for understanding.
Indigenous knowledge, myths, and oral traditions surrounding the Black Pyramid of Alaska provide a deeply compelling layer of context that often intersects with modern reports of strange phenomena and governmental secrecy. Long before modern explorers arrived, native communities in Alaska spoke of sacred mountains, mysterious stone structures, and areas imbued with unusual energy. These oral histories often describe zones where natural laws seemed altered, compasses spun wildly, sounds carried unnaturally far, and strange lights appeared in the sky. Elders passed these stories down through generations, framing the sites as both powerful and dangerous, warning outsiders that approaching without respect or preparation could lead to misfortune. While framed in symbolic or spiritual terms, many researchers argue that these accounts encode practical knowledge about the location, energy, and hazards of the pyramid, providing a link between ancient observation and contemporary anomalies. One common theme in indigenous traditions is the presence of stone watchers or guardian spirits, often depicted as entities that monitor and protect sacred places. According to these stories, the guardians are neither inherently malevolent nor benevolent, but they respond to the intentions and behaviors of those who enter their domain. Modern researchers note parallels between these mythological figures and the reported effects experienced by explorers near the Black Pyramid: sudden disorientation, electromagnetic interference, strange lights, and sensations of being observed. While skeptics may dismiss these narratives as metaphor or superstition, the consistency between myth and modern eyewitness accounts is striking, suggesting a shared observation of phenomena that transcends cultural and temporal boundaries. Many indigenous stories also describe the pyramid or surrounding mountains as places of extraordinary energy. Some legends speak of living stones or breathing mountains, where the landscape itself pulses with life, power, or consciousness. These descriptions may encode observations of natural electromagnetic or geothermal activity, energy resonance, or other phenomena that predate modern scientific instruments. For instance, some elders warn of sudden changes in weather, unnatural fogs, or the appearance of lights and sounds, all of which coincide with phenomena reported by bush pilots, explorers, and scientific teams in the vicinity of the Black Pyramid. In this sense, myths serve as an ancient record of environmental and energetic anomalies that continue to mystify researchers today. Oral traditions also contain stories of interaction between humans and otherworldly visitors. Some accounts describe beings descending from the sky, imparting knowledge, or influencing local societies in subtle ways. While these narratives are often couched in symbolic language, they intriguingly echo modern theories about extraterrestrial involvement in the construction of the Black Pyramid and other global pyramidal sites. These traditions suggest that indigenous peoples may have observed phenomena beyond the understanding of their contemporaries, integrating these experiences into their cultural memory as cautionary tales, sacred teachings, or encoded knowledge. Specific legends refer to the path of the spirits, or lines of power, that radiate from the pyramid or its surrounding landscape. These may correspond to energy lines or ley lines theorized by modern researchers, who propose that ancient structures were deliberately aligned with natural or cosmic energies. Indigenous knowledge emphasizes a need for ritual, respect, and preparation before entering such zones, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of both the landscape and its unusual properties. In many cases, these warnings may have been intended to protect individuals from physical harm, such as the electromagnetic, gravitational, or resonant effects reported by modern explorers, suggesting that oral traditions preserve practical knowledge through mythic storytelling. Stories also frequently highlight cycles and celestial phenomena. Indigenous observations often connect the pyramid and surrounding mountains to solar and lunar events, seasonal changes, and star alignments. Such observations align with modern studies of ancient pyramids worldwide, which frequently incorporate astronomical precision into their construction and orientation. The Black Pyramid may similarly have been aligned with celestial cycles, serving as both a spiritual and functional center, a notion reinforced by myths describing the movement of sun, moon, and stars in relation to sacred mountains or stone formations. These narratives indicate that indigenous peoples may have understood the interconnection between terrestrial and celestial forces long before modern science formalized such concepts. Beyond energy and celestial alignment, myths often emphasize the ethical dimension of approaching the pyramid. Many stories caution that greed, disrespect, or reckless curiosity can provoke dangerous consequences, while humility and reverence may allow safe observation. These teachings may reflect a deep understanding of the pyramid's hazards, from disorienting electromagnetic fields to unexplained environmental effects. By encoding these lessons in narrative form, indigenous cultures preserve both the memory of the pyramid and the practical knowledge required to navigate its mysterious and potentially dangerous surroundings. The consistency of these oral traditions across generations, coupled with corroboration from modern eyewitness accounts, suggests that indigenous knowledge may contain insights into the Black Pyramid's properties, purpose, and energy systems. Rather than being dismissed as myth, these narratives can be viewed as an early form of observational science, recording patterns of natural and possibly artificial phenomena in symbolic language that modern researchers are only beginning to decode. When considered alongside archaeological findings, energy readings, and anecdotal reports, indigenous stories form a critical piece of the puzzle, linking human experience across time and offering guidance on how the pyramid may have interacted with its environment. Finally, the integration of indigenous knowledge with modern investigation underscores the multidimensional nature of the Black Pyramid mystery. Myths, oral traditions, and cautionary tales not only provide cultural context, but also encode practical and observational data about phenomena that challenge conventional understanding. These narratives remind us that the pyramid's significance is not merely architectural or historical, but also spiritual, energetic, and potentially technological, reflecting a deep interconnection between human perception, natural forces, and ancient wisdom. For researchers and explorers alike, honoring and studying these traditions is essential to fully appreciating the enigma of the Black Pyramid. Modern exploration of the Black Pyramid of Alaska presents a unique combination of logistical, environmental, and technological challenges that make research exceptionally difficult, even for well-equipped teams. The pyramid is located in one of the most remote and inhospitable regions on Earth, accessible only via long helicopter flights, rugged terrain traverses, or specialized bush planes. Harsh weather conditions, including sub-zero temperatures, sudden snowstorms, dense fog, and violent winds, can appear without warning, complicating travel and fieldwork. Even experienced explorers report that the landscape itself seems to resist intrusion, with treacherous ice, shifting permafrost, and hidden crevasses posing constant threats. These physical obstacles make sustained observation difficult, limiting opportunities for data collection and forcing researchers to rely heavily on remote sensing and aerial surveys. Technological challenges compound these environmental difficulties. Numerous accounts describe equipment failures that appear to coincide with proximity to the pyramid or its surrounding area. GPS devices may lose signal, compasses spin erratically, radios emit static, and cameras fail to capture clear images. Researchers speculate that these malfunctions result from strong, localized electromagnetic or energy fields emitted by the pyramid, disrupting conventional electronics. In some cases, batteries drain faster than expected, sensors provide anomalous readings, or instruments become permanently damaged. These effects not only hinder data collection but also pose potential safety risks, as reliable navigation and communication are critical in such remote and dangerous terrain. Several teams attempting to study the pyramid have reported unusual phenomena that cannot be explained by environmental or technological factors alone. Eyewitness accounts describe hovering lights, inexplicable fog banks, sudden temperature drops, and auditory anomalies such as low-frequency hums or vibrations. Some researchers report experiencing disorientation, dizziness, or a sense of being watched, which intensifies near certain areas or internal chambers. The combination of physical, technological, and perceptual challenges has created a reputation for the Black Pyramid as a site that actively resists human investigation, leading to the widespread belief that the structure is protected, either naturally, technologically, or intentionally. Logistical difficulties also limit the duration and scope of expeditions. Carrying sufficient supplies, scientific instruments, and emergency equipment over long distances in harsh conditions is a complex and costly endeavor. Teams must contend with limited daylight hours in winter, unstable snow and ice conditions, and a constant threat of sudden storms that can ground aircraft or trap explorers in precarious positions. These constraints make extended study nearly impossible, forcing researchers to focus on short-duration surveys or remote analysis. As a result, much of the Black Pyramid's interior and surrounding area remains unexplored, leaving gaps in understanding that continue to fuel speculation and mystery. Safety concerns are a recurring theme in modern exploration attempts. The combination of environmental hazards, technological interference, and anomalous phenomena creates a situation where even experienced researchers are at risk. Field personnel have reported sudden nausea, vertigo, and other physical effects when approaching specific locations, possibly linked to electromagnetic or resonant energy emissions from the pyramid. In some cases, animals accompanying explorers have behaved erratically, further suggesting the presence of environmental or energetic anomalies. These risks have led some teams to abort missions or limit their exposure to peripheral areas, reinforcing perception that the site is both physically and energetically dangerous. Despite these challenges, technological innovation has enabled limited progress. Remote sensing tools, such as LiDAR, aerial drones, thermal imaging, and high-resolution satellite photography, have provided partial maps of the pyramid's exterior and surrounding terrain. Ground-penetrating radar and magnetometers have been used to detect subsurface anomalies, hidden chambers, and variations in material composition. While these tools cannot replace direct exploration, they have revealed intriguing features, including geometric anomalies, possible internal cavities, and evidence of energy-related disturbances. Each new finding increases the mystery, suggesting that the pyramid contains secrets that are accessible only with sophisticated technology and extreme caution. Teams attempting direct exploration face additional psychological and physiological challenges. Prolonged exposure to extreme cold, high-altitude conditions, and isolated wilderness can exacerbate stress and fatigue, impairing judgment and reaction time. When combined with the pyramid's reported anomalies, including disorientation and perceptual disturbances, the site becomes a highly unpredictable environment. Field reports describe feelings of unease, paranoia, and altered perception, sometimes culminating in the abrupt termination of missions. These human factors underscore the difficulty of obtaining reliable, verifiable data and highlight the pyramid's capacity to influence those who approach it physically and mentally. Coordination and secrecy add yet another layer of complexity. Many expeditions are conducted under strict confidentiality, often requiring clearances or permissions from government entities, private organizations, or indigenous authorities. The necessity of maintaining secrecy, combined with environmental and technological hazards, limits collaboration and peer verification, making independent research difficult. As a result, much of the information about the Black Pyramid remains fragmented, anecdotal, and difficult to corroborate, sustaining speculation and fascination in equal measure. Modern explorers are also forced to contend with potential interference from unidentified aerial phenomena reported near the site. Triangular or glowing craft, unusual lights, and inexplicable movements have been observed by pilots and field teams, sometimes in conjunction with energy surges or environmental anomalies. Whether these phenomena are natural, technological, or extraterrestrial remains unknown, but their repeated occurrence has made approach and study more perilous. Field teams must constantly weigh the desire for discovery against the risks posed by both known and unknown factors, adding a psychological element to the already formidable logistical and technological challenges. Ultimately, modern exploration attempts underscore both the allure and danger of the Black Pyramid. Researchers face extreme environmental hazards, technological interference, physiological effects, and potential unknown phenomena, all of which limit direct observation and data collection. Yet despite these obstacles, each expedition yields tantalizing evidence: geometric precision, energy anomalies, hidden chambers, and phenomena that defy conventional explanation. The combination of these factors ensures that the Black Pyramid remains one of the most enigmatic and challenging sites on Earth, captivating the imagination of scientists, explorers, and conspiracy theorists alike, while continuing to resist full understanding or disclosure. The Black Pyramid of Alaska remains one of the most enigmatic and provocative mysteries of the modern era, capturing the imagination of researchers, explorers, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike. Its extreme location, immense scale, precise geometry, and alleged energy emissions challenge everything we understand about the capabilities of ancient civilizations, natural geology, and even modern technology. Despite decades of speculation, government secrecy, and sporadic exploration, the pyramid continues to resist full comprehension, standing as a silent sentinel in the frozen wilderness. Its existence forces us to reconsider long-held assumptions about history, technology, human potential, and the nature of the universe itself. At the heart of the Black Pyramid's mystery is its apparent incongruence with conventional explanations. Mainstream archaeology and history have no clear precedent for a structure of this magnitude and sophistication in prehistoric Alaska. The combination of massive stone construction, precise angular alignment, and suspected energy manipulation defies conventional human engineering, especially in such a remote and inhospitable environment. This discrepancy raises profound questions. Was it the work of a lost civilization, possessing knowledge now forgotten? Did extraterrestrial influences contribute to its creation? Or is it an entirely unique anomaly, a singular intersection of natural forces, energy phenomena, and human curiosity? Each hypothesis opens a door to a cascade of possibilities, challenging not only historical narratives, but also our understanding of science, technology, and consciousness. The pyramid's energy-related anomalies are among the most compelling and controversial aspects of its mystery. Reports of electromagnetic interference, instrument failure, localized energy surges, and perceptual disturbances suggest that the structure interacts with its environment in ways that go beyond ordinary architecture. Some researchers speculate that these phenomena are deliberate, the result of intentional design to manipulate resonance, amplify energy, or even influence human perception. Whether these effects are natural, artificially constructed, or extraterrestrial in origin remains unknown, but their consistency across independent observations lends credence to claims that the pyramid is more than inert stone. It is an active, dynamic system, potentially capable of functions that humanity has yet to fully understand. The intersection of government secrecy and restricted access has only deepened the intrigue. Whistleblower accounts, leaked documents, and declassified fragments suggest that agencies have been studying the pyramid for decades, investigating its energy properties, internal structure, and potential applications. From covert electromagnetic surveys to experimental resonance tests, these classified activities imply that the pyramid is considered of extraordinary strategic or scientific value. The deliberate concealment of information has fueled speculation about hidden chambers, advanced technology, and possibly artifacts of non-human origin, keeping the public in a state of suspense and contributing to a sense of awe and danger surrounding the site. Indigenous knowledge adds a further layer of mystery and insight. Oral traditions and legends describe sacred mountains, areas of concentrated energy, and guardian spirits that protect these spaces. Stories of disorientation, strange lights, and environmental anomalies coincide remarkably with modern observations, suggesting that native peoples preserved ancient understanding of phenomena now being studied scientifically. These narratives indicate that the Black Pyramid has long been recognized as a site of power and danger, reinforcing the notion that its significance extends beyond the physical to the spiritual, energetic, and perhaps even metaphysical. By integrating indigenous wisdom with contemporary exploration, we gain a multidimensional understanding of the pyramid, recognizing it as a nexus of human, natural, and possibly cosmic forces. Global connections to other pyramidal structures further underscore the pyramid's potential importance. Similarities in geometry, astronomical alignment, and energy resonance with pyramids in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia suggest that the Black Pyramid may be part of a worldwide system. Theories involving ley lines, energy grids, and planetary scale networks posit that pyramids were deliberately placed to interact with natural forces, creating a web of energy and knowledge accessible only to those with advanced understanding. If the Black Pyramid functions as a northern node within this global system, it may have served as a conduit, observatory, or energy amplifier, linking the Arctic with distant regions and hinting at knowledge lost to conventional history. Speculation about extraterrestrial involvement cannot be ignored. The pyramid's extraordinary properties, precision geometry, energy amplification, and possible technological artifacts have led some researchers to propose that its creation may involve intelligence beyond Earth. Whether these influences were direct, guiding human construction, or indirect, providing technology or inspiration, the possibility raises profound questions about humanity's place in the cosmos. If extraterrestrial design played a role, the Black Pyramid could represent not only an archaeological and scientific enigma, but also a message or interface intended to connect civilizations across space or time. The implications of such a possibility challenge the boundaries of history, science, and philosophy. Modern exploration continues to face staggering obstacles, both environmental and technological. Extreme cold, treacherous terrain, and unpredictable weather limit access, while reports of equipment malfunctions, sensory distortions, and physiological effects suggest that the pyramid's energy fields may actively resist human intrusion. Despite these challenges, each expedition yields tantalizing glimpses, geometric anomalies, hidden cavities, energy emissions, and phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These fragments of evidence, while incomplete, collectively reinforce the notion that the pyramid is a functional, dynamic system rather than a mere relic of the past. The Black Pyramid's enduring mystery have profound implications for human knowledge. If the site's alleged properties and origins are confirmed, it could revolutionize our understanding of ancient civilizations, energy physics, and the potential for human interaction with natural and cosmic forces. It challenges the notion that technological sophistication is solely a modern achievement, suggesting instead that knowledge may have existed in prehistoric times, possibly transmitted, lost, or deliberately concealed. Furthermore, it forces a reconsideration of the role of secrecy, myth, and indigenous wisdom in shaping our understanding of phenomena that defy conventional categorization. Ultimately, the Black Pyramid is more than an archaeological site. It is a symbol of the unknown, a challenge to human curiosity, and a testament to the limits of contemporary understanding. It reminds us that history may be far richer, more complex, and more mysterious than conventional narratives suggest. The pyramid's secrets, whether lost civilization, advanced technology, energy phenomena, or extraterrestrial connection, invite continued exploration, speculation, and awe. Its silent presence in the Alaskan wilderness compels us to ask difficult questions. What did ancient builders know? What capabilities does the pyramid possess? And what does it reveal about the broader tapestry of human and possibly cosmic history? As we conclude this exploration, one thing is clear. The Black Pyramid of Alaska is a structure that transcends conventional understanding. It defies categorization, challenges scientific paradigms, and intertwines human history with mystery, energy, and potentially cosmic significance. Whether viewed through the lens of archaeology, physics, mythology, or speculation, it stands as a monument to the limits of knowledge and an enduring human desire to uncover the unknown. For anyone who seeks to understand the hidden truths of our world, the Black Pyramid is not merely a destination. It is an invitation to confront the extraordinary, to question assumptions, and to recognize that the past, the present, and perhaps even the universe holds secrets waiting to be discovered. Its mysteries will endure, captivating generations and ensuring that the allure of the Black Pyramid remains as powerful and dangerous as the structure itself.